Well, I'm giving in and you're reaching out, but I swear it's not that easy, no. Don't call me a liar, then I call you a liar, 'cause I'm not a liar. You know from the start that I want you, but I don't need you, no, no.
Money world. All you models tell I'm Well, a happy Saturday out here as we go into the SMITE Challenger Circuit. And welcome, everyone who's going to be watching. My name is Gormizer, and I'm happy to walk you through today. Alongside me is going to be none other than Aggro, and we are going over to Europe for the Challenger Circuit today, making things incredibly interesting for us. We're going to have Joystick taking on Just F6. And Aggro, this is one of those matchups that I'm actually really excited for. I mean, Just F6, as we've seen it and you will see, have a jungler stepping in where Worst Turtle used to be, so maybe a little bit of a new look for them, but also Joystick, it's just been one of my guilty pleasure teams. I just really like watching them.
Yeah, Joystick has kind of come out of nowhere in the EU SEC and all of a sudden looking like a top contender in this region. I mean, obviously Elysium is the top dog, but this Joystick team has really impressed me. It's time for Just F6 to try and, work through some of their struggles. And as you said, a new jungler for them. It's going to be Mast Kill in their first SCC game, replacing Worst Turtle in the jungle for Just F6.
Yeah, so definitely not the easiest team to go up against. But then again, when you look at every other team that exists in Europe, none of them seem like an easy team that they're going to be able to take on. Yesterday, you would have seen Pandemonium take on Snake Hunters, but that was not broadcast. So today, we have the last matchup here for Europe. Number 2 at 4-2 could end up tied with Goodnight Nick and Pandemonium if Just F6 are able to get the win. Otherwise, Team Joystick can solidify themselves as that number 2 spot. That's where things get a lot more interesting. Europe is ridiculous because of that. I mean, everyone being so close, at least in the top 4, makes things a lot more unique. This is the last phase for them, so this is going to be what matters going forward. I guess going into like Worlds placements, I believe, is where these teams are really fighting for. And so for Joystick, a win is very important.
Absolutely, and this region has been very, very competitive. At the beginning of the year, we expected Elysium to just kind of waltz on through, do whatever they wanted in this region, and that really has not been the case. Even though they're 6-1, they've had a lot of close games. The other teams in the top 4 have very much impressed me, and Joystick has been one of those. I'm excited to see what they bring today.
Yeah, and for those of you who are watching Joystick, that's Echrome, Calvin, Sap, Sarpei, and Mogao. Mogao, I'm going to give a lot of credit to just because Mogao plays some of the weirdest things that I've ever seen in the solo lane. But I actually want to look at some of these other players. Echrome has someone that and has really, really stood out to me as a player just in general over the last couple of years, really stepping up and knocking it out of the park with a lot of their play. Calvin as well. This duo lane is formidable.
It really has been. I've been impressed with this duo lane, and that's the thing about Joystick is that it hasn't been just one player that is all of a sudden coming out of nowhere. I mean, Echrome has been around, Sarpei has been around. These are names that you should recognize if you've watched a lot of EU SCC throughout the years. But Sap in the mid lane, Calvin in support, those are names that I was not particularly familiar with coming into this split. And they have really, really impressed. Calvin on things like that Kepri. Sap has been playing a lot of different stuff. This Hell a couple weeks ago up against Elysium. I remember casting this game. But, of course, you've also got things, he's played Discordia and looked really good. He's just done a lot of really good work for this squad.
It was weird to see because, like you said, never heard of Sap before the relegations when we start looking at him in their qualifying. And then, like, a really, really good The Morrigan game. I believe Sap pulled out Vulcan, if I remember correctly. And, like, it was just so ridiculous to me. Won me over immediately. And, again, that's why this team has become one that is my guilty pleasure to watch. Just F6 is who they are taking on today, a team that is a lot lower in the standings and has been struggling over really the whole year. They were one of the teams that got relegated out of Phase 1, but they managed to win their matches and make their way right back into the SEC. And they've got a lot of players, and they've found success. It's always just a little mistake in each game that ends up costing them everything.
Yeah, they haven't been getting just absolutely trounced in every single game. They've had their moments for sure, and with names like Toddy, like Rotwin, Sotos, I mean, those are names that have been around for a little bit. Losing Worst Turtle is going to hurt this team in the jungle for sure. I mean, Worst Turtle definitely has seen his fair share of success at this EU SEC level in the past. Having a new face come in Mass Kill, you know, you'd expect a slight downturn, at least initially, but if things haven't been working, and they haven't for this team, why not try and make a change? Why not try something a little bit new? And so in that regard, I think that they have the right idea. There's no reason to continue just going with the same status quo and then just end up falling short and go, unlucky, you know, we'll get them next time. I think it was time to make a change for this team, and I'm excited to see what Maskill is going to do.
Yeah, I'm excited because the last time we had unknown players, or at least players whose names I didn't know, all of a sudden they came through and won me over. So we'll see what Maskill is able to do here. Team Joystick is going to be your first pick team here as we move into picks and bans for Europe. And this is one that, again, a lot of implications, I think more for Joystick than there really are for Just F6. Just F6, a win is huge just by merits of the fact that I think they only have one set win as of right now. For Joystick, you are contending for your second place spot. You're trying to make sure that you stay out of that fray that's in the middle in Europe, but also trying to take some shots down at Elysium. If you can either topple them later in this phase, I can't remember whether or not they've actually played them their second time just
They did,
yet.
and it was very close. I think it was a 3-game set, if I remember correctly.
But being able to take that first place spot away, whether Elysium have like some catastrophic slip up, like that would be a big deal for them.
Absolutely. I mean, securing that top 2 spot, very important. You know that trying to separate yourself from that pack, as you mentioned, very, very critical for this team. But on the other side, Just F6, I mean, it's do or die time. You got to start winning. You probably need some help in order to get into that top 4 at this point, but there's still some weeks left in the SEC, so you never know what can really happen. This could be the start of their Cinderella run.
You never know, right? And that's part of the fun of it all. Umoja, Sol, Tiamat banned away by Joystick, Osiris, the RDO, and the Odin going to be banned away by Just F6. And Hell first pick, something that we have honestly gotten, I want to say, more used to seeing banned than I've gotten used to seeing first pick. Hell has been in this weird limbo, and so far she's been performing well.
I mean, look, Sap plays this god. We saw it up against Elysium, so no surprise that they're willing to take it. I mean, Cerberus Fenrir on the other end is a fairly good response. Cerberus obviously has that anti-heal built into the passive, and then Fenrir, pretty decent matchup into the Hell, at least can try and kill her in the early game. But these games, if you can't close out this Hell fairly quickly, is going to become pretty difficult to deal with, and that's where my concern is. I'm surprised that Joystick goes Sobek and not Khepri in that spot. I think that we've seen that Calvin on Khepri, Sap on Hell sort of combo in the past that seemed to work pretty well. Maybe this is Sobek solo, and they're just hoping that Just F6 don't ban it, but I'm a little surprised not to see Calvin snatch up that Khepri right away.
Also, just how, look, irritating a team with Hell and Khepri would be to play against. I'm starting to think about, man, what executes can we have online? Are executes going to even be worthwhile? Yes, it goes through the Khepri res, but anything like that. Either way, we don't have to worry about that. Like you said, Sobek locked in. Although, we did see it a fair bit yesterday in the SBL where Sobek was getting thrown, or maybe it was SCC. My mind's starting to blend things together all of a sudden. Throwing the Sobek into the solo lane, giving him a little bit more of a fight to come and rotate in later, maybe not be as impactful in the early game.
For me, it's very, very simple. Are Guardians viable in solo lane? If yes, and the answer right now is a resounding yes, then Sobek solo is good, because Sobek is one of the hardest gods to kill in the entire game, has so much mobility, so many protections, heal, CC, and there's no easier way to execute a team fight than Sobek pluck that dude and my team kills him for me, and then I Sobek pluck the next dude and my team kills him for me. Like, it is as simple as Smite can get.
Well, they're not going to end up going with the Khepri, but they do lock in Kabrakan, and that does make things seem really tumultuous. Both Kabrakan and Sobek like solo lane and like supporting, so they can swap things around. Catching up on the bans just to make sure they're thrown out there. Camazotz, as well as the Kumbhakarna, those feel very targeted, mainly towards Mogao, just because we know that Mogao's the only Kumbha player I think I've seen in this year. I think that's a really easy statement to make. Artemis and Tyr banned on the other side. Hachiman alongside the Serket round out Just F6. And this is a pretty solid lineup. I mean, honestly, everything that you have on Just F6 is something I could see locked into the SBL and performing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Serket idea to try and lock down this Hell yet again, 100% anti-healer. I mean, clearly Just F6 did not forget about Hell. That it was like, oh man, we forgot about it. They came in with a plan. It's just a matter of if this plan is going to work.
Well, let's see if they can make it work here. Game number 1, Joystick taking on Just F6. You had highlighted anti-heal. This is where I think a lot of it comes in handy. Not just the Serket, but Cerberus has a little bit. Raijin specifically really good with Divine Ruin. I think they've got a pretty decent fighting chance. It's just shutting down Sap. That's going to be the hard part. Making sure all of that works and goes somewhere useful is always the more difficult portion of this, as we see Sap running around with Hell. Heimdall has been another pick I actually think that's worth mentioning here. I want to keep the conversation on healing, but I'm pretty sure, and I don't have the stats for it, but Echrome has like the most insane Heimdall to the point where it has been a top 3 ban against this team in the past.
It is very, very rare to see Echrome get this Heimdall, for sure, and for good reason. We don't see it very often. It seems like Heimdall has really taken over the EU SEC and what dominates at this level. He seems like the premier hunter. You'll see teams prioritize him over Artemis a lot of the time, and really any other hunter that comes to mind. Echrome is a big reason why. He has almost single-handedly put this god on the map, but it's forced every other hunter to also become very, very good at Heimdall, and they've all really answered that call. We've seen Spudio take it out. We've seen basically everybody play this Heimdall at this level to a pretty good success rate.
Wow, Mogao over here, not going to be able to find the kill. In fact, it might be in mid. It's going to be Sotos jumping onto Sap, First Blood, Sarpe low, but is going to be able to get out of there. That is maybe the best kill you could get. Hell, we know is going to be a problem. Shut him down fast.
And Maskill getting off to a good start in their SEC debut. Just jumps in, no fear, exactly how it needs to be on the Fenrir. Get the beads from Sap and kill him. You got to be more respectful of Fenrir Raijin level 2. I mean, it's just so much better than Hunbat's Hell level 2. It's not even close. Even with how good Hell is, Hunbat's almost anemic at level 2. Just does not bring enough. You got to respect that. Just give up that wave. It's not that important.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw a Hunbat's in general, let alone when he's been making plays pre-5. Like,
right.
Fear No Evil just is the pivotal moment for a Hunbat's. And Sarpe is actually going to still get aggressive. You can see the counter aggression on the other side, at least a Harpy steal coming out from Mastkill, whereas you're seeing some back camps stripped away. And so a battle of the junglers, but that does leave Sap alone. Almost enough lockdown from just Sotos. That's the danger, right? It's not just the fact that Mastkill can follow you, it's the fact that Sotos has a very easy and damaging mez.
Exactly. Easy setup for any jungler. That's why Raijin has been so good in these 2v2 metas, where his level 2 is just better because he sets up his jungler and does damage at the exact same time, and it's guaranteed. You're not missing a Thunder Crash. Like, it's just not happening.
Makes things in life easier. Damage is going to be good for him. A little bit of aggression coming out in the duo lane, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find too much here. Calvin, you had mentioned this, but on the Sobek is a threat, but also it's such an interesting thing because when I look at Hachiman, when I look at Heimdall, I don't know that I'm looking at pre-5 threats. Like, I mean, I'm still thinking of people like maybe Hachiman can have the damage, but it feels like you've got a lot of support aggression, but not as much follow-up as you'd like.
Maskill going to try and get the solo invade going, and he does get it successfully, but Pluck forces his beats.
And that's 2 invades, 2 successes so far. Beats, like you said, just used. And that's all she wrote. He walks in, walks out. They get the red buff as well on top of that. Good experience stripping. Again, Just F6, this is a really good start. Very
aggressive. Maskill is all over the place and clearly not outmatched by the new level for him. So definitely impressed with how they're playing so far. Exactly what you want to do. He's going to end up falling behind a little bit in experience because stripping away enemy jungle doesn't give you as much golden experience as clearing your own. And Sarpe is just on power farm mode as expected for the Hunbats, but certainly the impact across the map has been much greater so far from Maskill, as expected. based on the pick. The thing is, can just F6 continue this pace? Because even with the first blood, even with these buff invades, this game is even, which means that Joystick is doing something right somewhere else on the map, because they must be getting neutrals or something, because they lost the first blood bounty and they didn't get their first respawns of red or purple.
That has a huge threat. Mid camps. Again, it's so weird. I feel like in SCC, and maybe it's just the last few weeks, I watched like a Season 2 video like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and since then I've been talking about mid camps way more. And it really is just this small little detail, especially when it is this close. Those small neutral objectives, little harpies, do end up helping things just, well, siphon away a little bit of a lead that Just F6 have been able to pick up. They also have opened themselves to an interesting conversation. Level 5 just hit both for Mastkill and for Sarpei, but Mastkill doesn't have beads. Mastkill's going to go in, go for the ult immediately, but on the Mogao of all people. Not where I expected to see that one. The damage is going to be there. Half health from Mogao, but a good wall turnaround is going to help pick that one up. Mogao gets the kill and takes out Mastkill one more time.
Lestemic's just not ready for that play from Mastkill. Clearly on 2 different pages over there on the right side of the map. I mean, beads were up for Mogao, and he just knows that he's not under any danger whatsoever from Mastkill. So he can hold him, wait until Mastkill uses his leap, wait until he uses the brutalize, then I'm going to lock him in. And Sarpei was really there just as an insurance policy, but I think Mogao probably had that solo kill all to himself, thanks to the build. It's a Bancroft's rush over here in the solo lane for the Cabrakan. And look, Mogao and his builds, they're always...
and his gods.
And his gods. They're always different. And I'll talk about why I hate it in a minute.
Well, yeah, Echrome just trying to get through the Bifrost. Not going to be able to escape this one. Rotwin being able to lock him down. Good taunts to make sure he can't escape. And they're able to answer the kill on their jungler with a kill onto the Hunter. For Toddy to pick it up as well. But it was one of those things, I guess... You want to talk about Mogao, and I'll go there first.
No, I want to talk about that one real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Just real briefly, that kill I actually attribute more to Mastkill than anyone else, because Just F6's dual lane hit 5 first because that purple buff got invaded. And that allowed Rotwood to just blink ult Echrome and get his beads, because Echrome was level 4 whenever the Serket was level 5.
Well, now it's Sap who's in a little bit of trouble. There's going to be the Ragnarok, but it's not going to be enough. Instead, Rotwin is the one who's taken down, not even having to drop too much. But here comes the Taiko drums. Damage is good. Sarpei needs one more hit, but he's going to be able to walk out alive. Now Sap, no mana, but still trying to fight here. Fenrir going to use the damage, finds the kill under the Tier 1 tower. But luckily it's under the Tier 1 tower, so Sap's able to return it.
He gets at least that 1-for-1, and Sarpei still maybe greeting for this play, but no, we'll just be here to farm. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in mid. You kill the Hell, but the Hell kills you. The problem is that Mastkill is now falling pretty far behind after this really good early play.
And wow, they're just not stopping at this point. Echrome goes in for the boxing match, a couple of shots, but it's going to be Toddy instead who pulls it out, finds the solo kill, and didn't even need to use the ult. Had to pop the beads, but now Sarpei's over here looking for a return kill. Barely any mana. Fear no evil gets that one. Sarpei looking to run away from Rotwin. A good pluck from Calvin makes him get out of here. Now the kills are tied.
Love that play from Toddy, man. Not being too scared, staying at home, just knowing that he could actually win that 1v1. Echrome, nice and confident, nearly had the damage numbers, but was just a little bit short. And that early purple buff invade continues, I think, to be the difference maker, because Toddy was level 8, Echrome level 7. That extra little bit of HP you get per level, a little bit of power per level, all that may have been the difference maker.
Yeah, just that one little bit of difference makes a huge impact. Speaking of huge impact, Rotwin, as much as this Serket has been able to do, is just caught out on the left side jungle. I think looking to try and peek around for the red buff. Not going to be able to find it. You've had Mastkill get a little aggressive as well. It just feels like, unfortunately for Joystick, all the great plays that are being made are just also being met with a couple of missteps.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier, which is Just F6 is, you know, they're not coming to these games and looking totally lost. They're making really good plays. It's just a mistake here and there start to snowball pretty quickly. And it's just a few mistakes 8 minutes in that have allowed Joystick to come back into this game and set themselves up with a much better late game than what Just F6 have, because they've got the Hell.
And we had talked about the farm a little bit earlier, but with the first blood bounty, you would think Just F6 would be ahead, although at this point, the kills, everything's been so ridiculous. They also had those invades, but it is 500 gold, ever so slightly in favor of Joystick. Not a whole ton, Chrome's going to go back in, misses the ult this time. Toddy's going to be able to find the stun. You're starting this at half health, and there's a jungler just waiting to join this. No mana for Chrome, not going to be able to make it out of this one. Maskill looks to put an end to the 1v1 and takes out Chrome for his hubris.
Like the idea there from Chrome, but of course you have to land that ultimate knowing that Toddy doesn't have beads. Really good play from Toddy, doesn't overplay his hand, doesn't ult in or ult away. Just stands there and keeps Chrome on the line. Make sure that Maskill is going to be able to pick up that kill pretty cleanly. Like that play from Toddy quite a bit. Force the beads out from Chrome as well. Chrome is trying to do a little bit too much in this lane. You are now officially behind. Time to hold that L, buddy. You just got to accept it.
Yeah, 0-3-0 might be 2-3 here for Sap, trying to get away. The healing's not going to be there thanks to Rotwin's ult, the 100% anti-heal. Maskill as well with that Ragnarok makes sure to help lock them down. Gets the kill onto Sap. And that's two really good pickups. Calvin just off the mark with a pluck on a no-mana Fenrir. And so there's no return kill from Joystick.
And Sap loses the beads at the exact same time. So a good play by Just F6 catching him out. Sap needs a little bit more protection there with the rest of them. I think Sarpei has not really been there to defend these red buffs particularly well. Calvin as well. Can't allow your Hell to just solo clear a red whenever there's a Serket Fenrir on the other side. No one to try and shut.
They're scrappy. I will admit, this was not what I expected. 9 minutes in, 10 minutes in now. We're at 11 kills for them. And honestly, they're not slowing down. They continue to look for a little bit more. A lot of pressure that started over here, specifically in the solo lane. Mokow with a decent, well, I want to say damage build, I guess? Question mark?
Yes, finally. Can I talk about why I hate this? Okay. Look, the worst thing you can do whenever you've got a Hell... No, I can't talk about it yet. Still. God.
Now he's getting chased down. Hey, he gets killed off. Aggro, does he get killed off because of his build?
No, probably not, honestly. He's probably dead there no matter what. The reason why the Bancrofts is bad, though, here, Gore, is because you've already got a Hell. You've already got a Cerberus with Tainted Steel on the other side. They're going to build so much anti-heal.
Yeah, Cerberus, the Tainted Steel, the Brawlers, Beat Stick, the Divine Ruin that already
You're
finished.
going to get no value out of this Bancrofts whatsoever. The time to go Bancrofts builds in mid, I'm not even going to talk about when you should be going them in solo, is really whenever you know that there's no other healing on your team, that they're not going to want to build anti-heal for just your build. And whenever that happens, Bancrofts, Typhons, all that stuff gets huge value.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got a Hell, they're going to build every anti-heal item in the book.
Yeah.
And so all you're doing is buying a 100 power item that gives you more power as you go lower. And that's the only stat it really is effectively giving you, and that's not good enough.
It was helpful early on, and has since not necessarily been too much. But like you said, that's before all those anti-heal items came online. So we'll see, I guess, what impact it can have overall. Solo lane's been quiet until that last kill on Mokow. It has been a lot of pressure onto Chrome lately. 0-3-0, I think, was the last one. You had mentioned, like, finally behind. He was 2 levels down.
Yeah.
The last one, despite being 2 levels down, still looked like he was going to take the 1v1, but he wasn't quite able to just thanks to the jungle rotation. And that's the other thing. We've seen a lot of mass kill. I've seen a couple Fear No Evils, but it's been a little bit for Sarpei to get their hand on the wheel.
Yeah, Sarpei has been pretty focused on the farm, very selective with the fights that they're taking. And that's not a problem for Hunbats. I think the Hunbats wants to be pretty selective with the fights he wants to take. He only wants to fight when Fear No Evil's up. He needs to get his farm in order to get to that late game, because Hunbats is a very good late game assassin, not just in team fighting, but his 1v1 becomes very good as well. Fenrir needs to be putting the pedal to the metal early, and Maskill has done exactly that. I think that both these junglers have done their jobs and done their duty for the two different styles that their team is kind of demanding of them. It's now Maskill's job to start to build pretty hybrid, build a little bit more tanky, and continue to be this facilitator. And you hope that by now this Raijin is going to be able to start doing a little bit more damage, that this Hachiman is going to be able to do a little more damage, and that Listemix coming in is going to add that extra bit of CC that you needed.
And it's just, again, the way that it coalesces into this late game comp, because on one side you've got what has been very scrappy, very, very aggressive, I want to say, because Fenrir, like that's you know what you're trying to do from the very get-go. You hit level 5, you control everybody. But the other side with the Hunbats, with a Hell, with Heimdall as well, like it feels like they transition into that late game in a very devastating fashion. That the fact that the kills are even, that the gold is slightly in favor of of Joystick, makes things a little more timid for me for Just F6 going into like 20 minutes.
Agreed. I think the Listemix is going to have to make an earlier rotation and try and affect the outcome of this game a little bit early.
Well, we'll see what they can do. Sarpay just barely getting out of that one. Beads and Blink going to be used in order to stay alive this time around. So pressure has shifted. It was left lane. You know you've got an advantage over there. Push over to the right. They're looking like they might even and will pick up a Pyromancer for free here for Just F6. And this is going to be the first substantial, not only neutral objective really picked up, but also gold lead really that we're seeing out of one of these teams.
Yeah, still not quite enough for Just F6, but in the right direction. You know, they're making the right steps, and they're starting to hit some pretty key power spikes. I mean, Tyrannical Plate Helm there for Lostemix gives him a ton of power as well as a little bit of protection. Blackthorn Hammer for mass kill is exactly what I was asking for, continuing to go a little bit more hybrid. Relic Dagger now for Rotwin as well allows him to be more aggressive with the Blink.
Well, more aggressive. Doesn't even need the Blink for this one. Goes for a taunt onto Calvin. I was wondering if the ult follow-up was going to be there. Toddy had made the rotation, but Oracle Harpies is the call for them. After getting the Pyromancer, you know you're feeling pretty secure, but you also know that there's not a lot of pressure on the right-hand side, and you can see a 4-man rotation from Joystick onto the left side. Sarpay is hanging out over here as well. Ult not quite up. But no fight over the Gold Fury means you don't have to worry about it.
Not quite yet, and when it comes down to these Gold Fury fights, Just F6 really shouldn't be taking one without Lostemix. I mean, I think he is really that important to the way this team fight is going to go. But Just F6 does have a pretty big advantage in terms of mobility in this game. They've got a ton of gap close between not just these Blinks, but Fenrir Leap and Circuit mobility. And, you know, everyone's got a movement ability on their side, so it's hard for characters like Kabrakan to play against compositions like that, number one. And number two, even a Sobek pluck might not be a death sentence necessarily for Just F6. Sap is going to have a hard time spacing where he wants to be in this team fight because of how hard it is to respect all that gap close on the side of Just F6, as well as actually be in position to deal relevant damage.
Well, Just F6 was looking like they were going to get aggressive. I think they're potentially throwing over a vision shard, a ward, something to peek over and see that red buff is already done. It's happened already. They're going to get aggressive. Sap's the one who gets taunted through. A good jump from Fenrir, but that's not going to be enough to lock down Sap. The Ragnarok gets used. The damage is going to be good, but just off the mark. Sap manages to live through that one, and they pull 3 ults from the other side.
Really impressive play there from Sap. You can't use your relics any better than that. Times his cleanse properly, uses the Aegis at the right time, uses beads as soon as he got picked up by mass kill. That was perfect in how to survive. Now, he is relicless at this point,
yeah.
But Just F6 now has 3 ults down. I'd try and play around this. I think you've got to try and pull gold, punish Just F6 for trying to make that play.
And they're going to try to punish him the best way they can. Gold Fury started up half health already. With Fear No Evil, that's usually your way to counteract any sort of secure on the other side. Rotwin gets aggressive with the taunt. There's going to be the Fear No Evil in the backline. Gets Sodos and Toddy, but not a lot of damage in the return. Instead, it's Sap, along with the burst from Echrome to get rid of Rodwin and make sure that support can't do anything. Sodos, Toddy, still hanging around the area, but the Gold Fury, it's getting low and looking like it's going to be an easy secure for Joystick.
Love that play from Joystick. I think they play that really, really nicely. Just wait, be patient. We've got all this sustain. No reason to rush this. Sarpay maybe could have been a bit more patient with that Fear No Evil, but still finds both backliners, just not particularly grouped up. Does get the beads from Toddy at the very least. And they just know that Sap is there and healthy, and even though he doesn't have relics, what is really going to punish him outside of a rotation from Lostemix, who still has not been able to join this fray? I think that is the key remaining now for Just F6 is getting this Cerberus in there. I feel like I keep saying it, but I keep waiting for him to be there. I think that was a really good opportunity. The Hell doesn't have relics. That Cerberus ult could have been a game changer.
And now, I mean, by the time the next big fight could happen around any of the neutral objectives, at least you'd expect it to be something like a Pyromancer potentially causing that. Fire Giant maybe starting to get online on the board 16 minutes or approaching 16 minutes in. Maybe it's mid lane where the action's going to come through. A lot of damage once again onto Sap just before those relics can come back up, but they're going to keep going. They pick up Calvin. Sarpay has rotated in. Sarpay missing a lot of autos there on Rotwin, trying to figure out where they want to go. Calvin is going to retreat. Mogao has made a rotation, but it doesn't seem like Joystick want to fight.
And that's a good example of all that mobility from Just F6. I mean, Sap is not too far out of his tower line, but far enough. And it's an easy engage there from Rotwin. Doesn't even need to use the blink. Can just gap close with that ambush. Knows that the beads are still down from Sap. and it just tosses them straight into a Tycho Drums. No shot the hell can survive without their relics.
And now we'll have to see if E-Chrome... Yeah, the answer is yes. I was going to say if they can survive. Overwhelmingly, yes. They're not too worried about it. They're just outside their tower line, trying to take down the Scorpion, and will be able to do so, at least inside the lane, get a little bit of farm. Still about a level and a half down from where Toddy was, has not necessarily recovered fully from that early deficit. But this is where things are getting a little more awkward. I mean, I look in the jungle, there's a 3-level difference, Sarpei leading over Mastkill. And outside of like a little bit of experience in mid and in duo, for the most part, Joystick aren't really that far out of this.
No, Joystick's still in a very good position in this game. Their backline is in a strong enough spot. I mean, E-Chrome 0-3, but not too far behind Toddy. Even in net worth, he's only down like 200 gold. So not really a concern for him in that lane. In the mid lane, yes, Sotos has more farm than Sap by a good 600 gold, but that's not the end of the world for the Hell. This is within the standard deviation, if you will, for being able to just be an absolute nuts character in this game.
Well, Joystick get the Pyromancer this time around. Just of 6 have 4 people standing here, but they're not able to get close enough. So Gold Fury, now Pyromancer. I'd said this before after the initial Pyromancer, but this is the first time I think either of these teams has actually gotten 1,000 gold in the lead. And even still, it's not hovering over 1,000 gold long enough. Mastkill jumps in, is going for Sap. Beads are there, but Sap might not need to use them. Goes in. Fear No Evil from Sarpei is going to help turn this around. A lot of damage shots were thrown into Mastkill. Sarpei is able to pick that one up, and now Calvin forces the rest of the team onto the retreat. You're going to get some healing if you're Sap because you're Hell, and they're going to be able to get aggressive into the tier 1 on mid.
Worst case scenario there for Just F6. They just go a little bit too deep.
Oh, Lestimics gets plucked back. Maybe not the prime target for you. Rotwin, though, goes in, trying to get damage done. Sap is so low, and Lestimics is the one who's able to pick it up. You had mentioned that they needed this Cerberus for the Hell, and it seems to have worked out.
Yeah, look how easy that was, Gore. That's pretty simple there for Just F6, huh? I mean, we've got so much anti-heal from the Cerberus passive, plus Tainted Steel. We just gun down the Hell, and we melee Ranger, and all of a sudden, what is she really supposed to do? Stygian Torment, no beads. See ya. It's just that simple for Just F6. Lestemics easily making an impact on their first rotation in. Time to stay with these fights now. No reason to go back to solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, you've already showcased the impact. The impact in dual lane might be impactful. Well, I said impact way too many times there. E-Chrome's going to get out, and that's fine because he doesn't have to worry about too much. Maintains the ultimate. Same thing can be said for Toddy, as well as both relics. That's something that hasn't been going well in mid. Every single time I feel like I look at Sap's cooldowns, they're well over a minute each and every time. I think 30 seconds was the last time I saw Mastkill go for the ult, then unfortunately had to use him again. E-Chrome has been feeling a lot safer after those first 3 ganks, although now that might be changing. Toddy going to get aggressive. E-Chrome trying to get through the Bifrost, will make it out, but is it going to be far enough? The ult from Toddy gets the damage, but not enough to find the kill, and the distance is just too great. E-Chrome's going to be fine.
Yeah, Rotwin's had a really good game on this Circuit so far. I mean, 0-3 and 4 isn't exactly the sexiest scoreline, but pressure on the backline relics has been really consistent.
Well, can you turn that into an 0-4 and 4? And the answer is yes. Sarpei uses the Fear No Evil, commits a lot, as well as their life. Sarpei traded out for Rotwin. Mastkill picks up Sap, and guess who's here? It's Lestimics. They're going to burn down the healer like nothing. Calvin to follow afterward, and a Primal Fury for their prize.
And really easy bait there from Rotwin. The plan all along, of course, is to get Sarpei to follow you with that Sacred Monkey Toss and pull him right into the teeth of the team. Just F6 just playing really well as a unit, and I think that it's really a credit to their composition as well that they've been able to execute on. I've been very impressed with this comp, and they've been playing it perfectly.
And bouncing back and forth, despite all of the leads that have gone the way of Joystick or to Just F6, these last couple of fights have been very overwhelmingly in favor of Just F6. In fact, they might even be able to find more. E-Chrome isolated on the side, trying to use the Bifrost. Will manage to escape, but should cost the tier 1 tower. And honestly, might not be too much out of the water just yet. Will manage to survive, stay alive, even drop the red buff and get some experience. But this is not the spot you want to be in if you're Joystick.
Certainly not. Now is where it starts to feel like, hey, we might actually be in trouble, even with our Hell comp. That being said, if I'm on Joystick, I'm looking at the gold. I'm looking at my relic situation. If I'm Sap, I'm going, hey, we're okay. Like, you know, we're not down by that much. Yeah, we're down on XP, but Sarpei's huge. We can play around him. We can really easily still get into this game and find a victory.
The standard Circuit play. I'm going to stay stealthed in mid until something can happen and jump in onto Sarpe, throw them back, use the... Oh, but there is the Fear No Evil. A little bit of CC immunity from Mass Kill, but it's not going to be enough. Echrome on the left-hand side gets a solo kill onto Toddy, and now Mass Kill is getting chased down. Calvin not able to find the pluck. And it looks like that's going to be a retreat from Just F6. The biggest thing being the kill for Echrome.
Big kill for Echrome, and he never went back to base, I don't think. I think that he just life stole up and used that pressure on that left-hand side, even got Toddy's beads, but this time just had a little bit too much damage. He kept trying for that solo kill earlier, finally got it.
Listimix made a rotation over to the duo lane. That does mean that it's a little safer in mid for someone like Sap, who's currently taking the tier 2 tower. Going to be just fine with that, healing up his team. They're going to knock that one down. In fact, they're going to get aggressive. Mass Kill plucked back into the masses. Going to be able to pick it up is Calvin. And then the jump in from Sarpe. They're looking for Rotwin on top of it. 3 already dead. Still dead is Toddy. And they're putting some pressure onto the Phoenix, at least looking for Listimix. They're going to lock him down in the middle of everyone. But this is one tanky dog. And they're not able to burn through him nor the Phoenix fast enough, but they're still committing.
So looking for him, down to half HP, no ult, but a good ult from Rotwin finds Sap.
That's going to throw him right back in. Toddy just now respawned. Sap at half health, has to use the Aegis beads. They're still down. The healing's going to be good. Fear No Evil gets used, and it peels off Listimix the kill off Rotwin finally, and they're looking to burn down the solo laner one more time. This time, though, Listimix again will escape, and now the pressure's back onto the Phoenix. They're going to be able to take it sans Fire Giant.
Without needed. And can they actually go for this is risky. I don't know if I like this call here.
Respawns are coming up soon. Sodos and Masskill will be here. Listimix is getting burned down much faster this time. Will find the leap away. The Titans at 3/4 HP, but I think they agree with you. Masskill's back, and Sodos is not far behind. In fact, they're going to have to worry about it. Sap gets pulled in, didn't have the relic. Sap gets burned down for the overcommit, and now it's the Taiko drums on the other side. Echrome is just one hit away. Sodos picks up 2, and they're going to continue chasing them down. Mogao has no health to work with. Calvin falling back. Sarpe managed to live, and so they're going to have some sort of defense on the other side, as well as 5 towers still standing. Maybe biting off more than they can chew.
Yeah, didn't like that call at all there from Joystick. I mean, Masskill was up in 10 seconds. Felt like that one was definitely not going to be in their favor. And then Sap kind of goes back in after Masskill goes in the Ragnarok, and I thought that he was trying to sack himself because he had beats.
Ooh, a very early engage from Sarpe onto the Fire Giant. 5 members of Just F6. Oh, now that Fear No Evil is gone, so your fighting potential has really become limited in terms of whether you can jump in. Rotwin's half health, and it seems like Calvin wants to take advantage of that, but Calvin's going to get ulted into the rest of the team. They're still DPSing the Fire Giant. Just F6 are going to be able to pick that one up, no problem. Sarpe nowhere to be found, and that's 5 members strong now, plus a Pyromancer for Just F6.
Well, you see the idea behind Joystick's comp is, in any Hell composition, is if we get one pick, it's really easy for us to just keep going and keep going and keep going, and we just become this unstoppable force in mid where Just F6 is conveyor belting into us, and we just kill one person, we get a little low, we heal up, we kill the next person, get a little low, we heal back up, and it's very easy to lose control of the game quickly if you're up against a Hell. But Just F6 really take advantage of the overstay by Joystick. They go straight to fire, which was smart. And now you've got a pretty big upgrade here with the Tainted upgrade into the breastplate from Listimix. So now that anti-heal becomes even better for him out of the solo lane.
And look at that dip. After that tier 2 in mid, as well as the Phoenix, I mean, that's something still worth mentioning. But there's so much gold that is now shifted directly in favor of Just F6, and there's still 5 towers standing on the other side. They're going to be able to swing this gold lead pretty heavily in their favor. Primal Fury just now respawns as well. A lot on the map for them to take on. And it looks like they might be falling back, at least swarming the Primal Fury at the minimum, maybe trying to catch out Echrome, but we can see he's going to be able to get out of there just in time.
Just barely in time. So now with a Primal Fury, this does make the next Fire Giant a little bit easier for Just F6, and I think we are in next Fire Giant territory for sure. I mean, you're not going to be ending the game unless something goes really well for you on these next few tower sieges. The question is, if you're Joystick, do you defend on your towers? Are you interested in giving up free gold to a Just F6 team that you are even with just because they've got 5 members of Fire? I say just because, but that is a very big deal. Look at this, Joystick trying to set a trap.
Yeah, it's not just will they defend on their tower line. They're not even thinking about defending their tower line. They're getting aggressive. I mean, Echrome was trying to push up left. They push up minions and right. They're going for camp strips at this point and making sure that a lot of the experience and at least the timer for that FG burns down for Just F6 without them able to find much. So far, it has been the Primal Fury, the Pyromancer, and the Tier 1 in mid. That is all they've been able to scoop up so far. So defense seems like it's going to be pretty easy for them. Relic count is the other big deal for me. We're looking at Joystick. They actually have them this time, which is going to be a huge deal in the next fight.
Especially with all the CC that Just F6 has. And this time, this is going to be our first full 5-on-5. Echrome got that solo kill on left while the rest of the team was pushing mid. They haven't had a full 5-on-5 quite yet. And having Echrome there to help peel for Sap, just by way of damage, but also his CC, is going to be pretty critical. But if you're Echrome, you also can't stand too close to Sap, because Sap is going to be on the receiving end of the Circuit initiation, the Fenrir initiation, the Cerberus initiation. All of that is going to be looking for the hell. So I'm looking for how well Echrome and Sap position close enough to help each other, but not so close they get hit.
Well, will they defend Tier 2s was the question. Calvin is answering with yes. There's going to be a big four-man Fear No Evil in the back. Toddy is incredibly low, but it's Sotos on the front line who's going to be the first to fall. Mid laner down. Rotwin isolated and locked up. That's going to be another kill. No, not quite, as he gets sent through the realms. There it is. Sarpe picking him up on impact. And now they're looking to run straight down mid. That Phoenix just now respawned, but it's weakened, which means they could be able to knock it down again.
I think Sotos spammed Beads and Aegis at the same time. And then when his Aegis expired, Fear No Evil was still happening, and so he just got re-feared and didn't get a chance to jump away at all. Just got one-shot by a beautiful initiation.
Oh, now the initiation's gone to Listimics. A good pluck and good damage follow-through from the rest of the team. They're able to get a little bit. Last kill goes into the Ragnarok. Eats way more than he bargained for, and the damage is going to be good with 3 members down. 15 seconds left for the mid and your support, and another kill here onto Toddy. They're looking to run down into the Titan room. Listimics is forced to fall back under the fountain. This is going to be Joystick taking the win and taking game number 1.
Look, mass kill in their debut game in the jungle, very impactful in the early stages. Did a lot of great work for Just F6. And then you come to the veteran Sarpe on the other side, who just finds as good of a Fear No Evil as you will ever find on that Tier 2. Not very good ward coverage from Just F6. Didn't see him coming, and he really wins the game there for Joystick. So impressive stuff from that Hunbatsu. We kept saying, he's farming for late. He's farming for late. That's why, because he can do stuff like that.
All you have to do is sit around, wait till you hit 5, and then from 5 it was wait until you hit 10, and then wait until you hit 15. And eventually we started seeing the impact from him. It was a big one there at the very end, but we're going to break down game number 1, move into game number 2 right after this break.
Oh, I would say it all, tell you more about my lonely nights. Just hold me now while I hold you tight, 'cause I pull you in, then I throw you out, but I swear it's never easy, no. Now we're standing here at this plain place while I'm giving in and you're reaching out, but I swear it's not that easy, no. Don't call me a liar, then I call you a liar, 'cause I'm not a liar. You know from the start that I want you, but I don't need you, no. You know I'm right, you're right, 'cause your light's kinda fading now. What I would do for you, I won't let me go, 'cause we're running dry. Just hold me now while I hold you tight, 'cause I pull you in, then I throw you out, but I swear it's never easy, no. Now we're standing here at this plain place while I'm giving in and you're reaching out, but I swear it's not that easy, no. It's not. Don't call me a liar, then I call you a liar, 'cause I'm not a liar.
Well, the long back and forth finally got ended at the very end there by Joystick, and specifically by Sarpay finding a fantastic Fear No Evil onto 4 members there. Joystick are now up 1-0 in the set, but despite how good they looked in a lot of those fights, there were also a lot of great moments, Aggro, for Just F6.
Just F6 did a lot of things very well in this game. They controlled the pace early. They continually put pressure on a sap in that mid lane. They did not let this hell have a free game by any stretch of the imagination. Just a couple of small misplays here and there, which has really been the story of the year so far for this squad. I think otherwise did a lot of things very well.
Yeah, a lot that was turned around. I mean, their first kill was onto Maskill, who we had mentioned had a very solid game. But Sarpay is the one in a lot of these highlights that really catches my eye, just because there were so many moments where, hell healing is very helpful for them. The damage from Echrome was absolutely nuts in a lot of these engagements. But where Sarpay put that pressure, I think really helped find them a lot more turnaround than they had maybe bargained for. In fact, there was a certain point where when we stopped seeing Sarpay have that impact, we started seeing Just F6 have a much more massive monumental win, but it was this play that really helped end everything. In fact, did end everything.
It ended everything quickly. Just instantly killed Sodos pretty much off the back of this, and then the game becomes much more simplified. You don't have a Raijin to worry about. We can just kill them one by one as they go in. That ult right there from Mogal was really nice to block off the pickup and take away there for mass kill. So impressive stuff from Joystick, as per usual. We've been saying about it a lot. A
lot of pressure. Echrome was at 1.03-0, ends the game 4-4-3. But I think I saw it was 7-1, maybe it was 6-1 there. Almost 21,000 damage from Sarpay, because all of the pressure really got put onto Sap. Sap had to carry a lot of weight that game. Not in the sense that it was, I'm going to go 8-1 and carry everything, but just because he was the lightning rod. Everybody wanted to kill Sap, and they did so successfully a lot of the times.
That's an underrated part of playing the central focus of a composition that's going to continue to get dove is, can you prevent the other team from getting golden experience off you by killing you a whole lot? I mean, he died, 7 times in that game, so certainly didn't stay completely clean, but still managed to survive ganks that he probably should have died to.
Yeah.
And maybe, if Sodos gets a little bit ahead, if Rotwin gets a little bit more ahead, gets a little bit tankier earlier, things could have changed pretty quickly in that game. So Sap certainly deserves some credit there.
And there was a beautiful play in mid. Look, we joked about it at one point in game where it was like, man, every time we come back to him, it feels like the beads and Aegis are down. But there was one string where it was like a cleanse into a beads into an Aegis that just perfectly kept him alive in that regard. Again, with 7 deaths, it was 1 in, I guess, 8 overall.
Sure.
It was able to accomplish that. Picks and bans for game number 2. Joystick, once again, going to be first pick. And this is where things get a little more interesting for Just F6. They had banned like Odin, the RDO, but, Heimdall, I had mentioned, is a big ban, or at least has in the past been a big ban against Joystick. It has also been kind of oppressive looking at that Hell. That was their first pick. And despite the fact that it died so much, still provided a lot of healing and damage.
Still provided a lot of healing, and clearly Just F6 came in with a game plan that we're going to neutralize this Hell.
Yeah.
And even with that game plan, it did not end up working. So I think that either Just F6 needs to redouble their efforts, let the Hell stay open. In particular, I think Lystemix may have finished that game like 3-0. That's not usually a good sign for your frontliner to lose a game without a death. It means that they probably could have tried to create a little bit more space, push the envelope a little bit more, be more aggressive at some point. And in particular, if I were if I were Just F6's coach, I would watch that game back and say, like, I think if this Cerberus got involved 1 or 2 fights earlier and then was just consistently in the fights after that, they could have changed the outcome potentially.
Well, Yamojit, Tiamat, Sol, Joystick banned those 3 away. The other side is Osiris, RDO, and Odin. And, well, guess what's coming right back at them? It is going to be this first pick Hell. Last time it was, Fenrir. The Cerberus was locked in. Last was going to be that Serket, but they focused as heavily as they could to get Brawlers. They wanted their Raijin for the Divine Ruin. Anything they could to have that anti-heal. And it feels like they're going to run it back. And admittedly, the draft from both squads was really solid. I don't think there's much reason to shift things up. It is just playstyle.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that Just F6, I agree that if they had just done 1 or 2 things differently that game, that the outcome probably changes. That being said, Joystick can also look at how they drafted and go, okay, if they're going to go with this exact same plan, we can change it a little bit. And they do. This was Sobek in that spot instead of the Kabrakan. This time they lock in that Cabrakan early. I think that this might signal to me that they are trying to switch that support pick. They are trying to go with something a little bit more peel-oriented, like, say, a Khepri or a Geb in this instance for Calvin. If I'm just F6, am I willing to switch up my bans and try and keep that out of his hands instead of going with the bans that we went with last
And
time?
immediately they say, yeah, we don't want to deal with the Sobek anymore, and they ban that one away. I'm also curious to see what Joystick is going to ban, because that is, like you said, maybe some of the information for them, recognizing that, well, we've already got the Fenrir, Cerberus, Raijin. Those were 3 big problems before, but so was Rotwin on this Serket. So let's ban that one away, and that means both supports are going to have to change their style. Camazotz, I believe it was Kumbhakarna up there instead of Sobek last time. So Camazotz still going to be remaining as the ban for just F6. And then one more for Joystick. Goes right back to the Artemis. Just a matchup flavor, I think, overall for Joystick and their Hunter.
I mean, Toddy played well on the Hachiman, so the fact that he gets to go back to that here, it feels pretty good. Looks like he's hovering. He's an Ami, which would still be a solid pick. It gets you a little bit more pressure in that duo lane. Don't know how well that matches up against the Heimdall, though, because, of course, the stealth doesn't really affect Heimdall at all. Can see you with use of the one, so that scares me a little bit in that duo lane for Toddy, but
hey,
anytime Echrome gets this Heimdall pick, I'm pretty scared.
And this is something we were talking about last game, and it didn't happen, but now we can double down on it. The Khepri Hell combination. We had talked a lot about Calvin's Khepri in the picks and bans for game number 1 as something they could go to. With the Sobek locked in, it was kind of up in the air as to whether it was going to happen. Loki as well locked in aside that. Someone that's really good making sure to get to the backline. Izanami and Raijin are going to have some struggles. Not only all that, but the Hell healing as well as Khepri Res makes things even more tumultuous in the late game.
I like this Ymir pick. I mean, I was going to say just F6 clearly needed to do a little bit more homework to get caught off guard by Hell and Khepri is not a great look because we've seen Joystick run this exact style of composition before. So we know that they're going to do it. It's just logical if the Sobek's off the board, this is the next pickup. And it feels like they're a little underprepared, that it's still all in to kill this Hell, and now there's a Khepri ultimate that we have to worry about. But I think this Ymir pick does sway me a little bit more back towards just F6. I think that you look at what you see on the other side. I mean, Loki needs to use ultimate to get over that Ymir wall. Khepri has no options. Hell has no options. Cabrakan has no options. I like the Ymir pick a lot here for Rotwin, but I think it's just so much harder to execute than being Calvin, who just gets to stare at Sap through the entire game and wait to press 4 until he's almost dead. Like, that's his only job in this game, is to do that. And if just F6's whole game plan is all into Hell and we have to kill her, and then she gets Khepri ulted and reses, then they've lost. I don't see how it's very easy for them to come back from that.
As you mentioned, game 2 here for Joystick, now leading 1-0 up just F6, fighting for second place. Still worth mentioning, because if they get this, they'll have more or less secured it, at least for this week. And the next week, it brings up a whole other side of problems. There is a good use of the Bifrost. That's always an interesting play that no other Hunter, I think, can really make, although it does mean we know exactly where Echrome is in terms of level as of right now, or at least with abilities level. Still hits level 2 first, thanks to being there for the purple buff. And that is going to be a nice early clear for Joystick. Early on last game, it was back and forth. I think actually the respawns for red and purple are where my eyes are at more in the next few minutes because those were stolen away by Just F6 in game 1.
Definitely have to be a little bit more on top of that. They also died at level 2 in the last game. And this time, look at where Sap is on the wave, all the way at the back.
And we have a little bit of aggression. Rotwin moves forward and at least peels them away from their own Harpy and pushes the wave onto the tower. It's not going to be a kill, but you're still getting at least some sort of pressure over here if you're just F6. And that means keep your eyes on Mast Kill. And, well, of course you call it, jumps in, gets the stun, gets the mez, but the healing seems to be good. Sarpei is getting a little bit of damage, but is eating a lot in the process. Sap controlling where everyone can go. There's the jump in. Mass kill gets first blood, but it looks like the return might be there. It will be thanks to the minions. Sap gets a double kill, but it does cost them their life.
Still very well worth it for Mass Kill. I mean, I'm just so surprised that Joystick is willing to step up and contest mid-Harpies. You have to go to mids first. You can't just try and out-pressure the wave because you won't win the wave clear battle up against just F6. And then if you did, it sucks to lose both mid-Harpies. but it's better than getting double killed by the enemy jungler. Like, you got to pick your battles. And again, Joystick make the same mistake in back-to-back games.
Well, there's a wall freeze combo. Slow now down onto Calvin. Half health. Toddy's getting a lot of good damage in there. A lot of good licks in the shots. But it's going to be Sarpei's rotation that makes things a little more interesting. Blink forward. Going for the damage. Trying to connect anything and everything. Not going to be able to find the kill onto Toddy. Not looking like they'll find the kill onto Rot. What a good root coming down from Calvin. Make sure they maintain this, but Calvin is incredibly low. Sarpei lucky enough to pick up the kill before his support can fall down. Toddy overstays their welcome. Sarpei will fall once again, but this time picking up 2.
Hey, worth it for him there. Both junglers with some all-ins for some double kills, and it's worth it. But look at where Maskill is. He's helping invade blue. He invades speed. This is a really nice play from Maskill to recognize that Sarpei was still over in duo and that his whole right side jungle is now going to be invaded. So smart play from Maskill, but love the way the Joystick played that dual lane engagement. Calvin baits as long as he can, backs out. That pulls just F6 all the way up. Then a re-engage, blink root, and then cancels the abduct a little bit early because he knows he's taking too much damage from Toddy and jukes Rotwood a little bit on that ice shard. So really, really nicely done from Calvin.
You have to think that Maskill, though, didn't want the blue buff on his belt.
No, probably not.
Maybe not where that was intended to go. But still, stripping away speed feels more than fine, especially to help lock down Sarpei and try to control this Loki a little bit more. 2 junglers, 2 double kills, and then 1 kill elsewhere on the board. It's 3-3. As we're hitting the 3.5-minute mark. They are not slowing down at all, as it turns out, from game number 1. They want to keep the action going. And with the rotations, well, looking like it could have been something big. Sarpei and Sap going to pick up some Oracle Harpies, make sure they maintain some of the neutral objective. There is what I was expecting out of Sarpei. The loop around, at least deep into the jungle, looking for something. It's not going to be able to find a buff over here, so it's got to be a kill there. Up into the sky goes Toddy. Rotwin gets pulled back. This is going to be a good rotation for Sarpei. They're just waiting for him. A great knock-up from Echrome, but Toddy might be out of here. Calvin goes under the tier 1, throws out the 2, does not clip Toddy, does clip Rotwin. Sarpei's hanging around, but not going to be able to find any kills.
Did Sarpei not level his ult at level 5? He doesn't have the diamond at all, which tells me that he doesn't have Assassinate leveled. I think that's got to be what's happened here. No, he did. Okay, so he just used it. Interesting. So I guess he used it to close the gap and didn't end up hitting Toddy with it because I expected him to get that stun.
Well, Mogao gets thrown back by 1 ult, picked up, brought back by another ult. Maskill is going to be able to pick up a 3rd for this game. Sarpei, though, does secure their own blue buff. You have to remember, this entire right side of the jungle was stripped away. They probably know where this Loki is, know where they're going. Maskill and Lystimix getting aggressive. Speed buff will get secured by the Order side. I think that's going to be all she wrote. Yeah, Lystimix and Maskill backing off on that. We'll still be able to pick up a couple of Harpies and get some experience stripped away, but they're controlling that right-hand side jungle. That's really good presence.
It's now the first death for Mogao, but Maskill again gets his blue down, and Cabrakan definitely not a god that loves to have his blue stolen. I mean, no one does, but it affects some more than others. I feel like Cabrakan definitely will notice not having that blue buff a little bit more than some other Guardians over here in the solo lane. You have Lystemix with another big lead, now up about a level and a half over Mogao. Got to make that lead pay off this time around.
And Mogao has once again gone right back to that Bancroft start you had mentioned last time. Not enjoying it just because of the anti... Well, actually, there's no brawlers. That has been turned into a Jotuns this time.
Yeah, but, I mean, Gore, he won with it last time, so it has to be good, right? That's the way it works. He didn't lose because of the build, so it's good.
Definitely didn't hurt as much as it could have, I guess is a good way to look at it as well.
Okay, I'm going to stop my own bit and say I would argue that he won in spite.
In spite of it?
Of the build. That he made it a little bit harder. He just took the hard way around.
Still, I guess late game. I will give him credit because late game it was never Bancrofts. It was always ults. That's right. That's what it was. Like Mogao had some amazing ults.
Right.
And your build doesn't matter. Those ults exist whether or not your build matches.
Exactly. Yeah, Bancroft does nothing for you. It reminds me of Futurama, like when Kip is trying to tell what's his name?
Zap Brannigan.
Zap Brannigan, yeah, the path to take, and he's like, this path's for little girls. This is a path with some chest hair on it. Like, this is a build with some chest hair on it for Mogo.
Oh, we'll see what it can do here. A good wall from Rotwin right into the ult, but it's not going to be enough to turn the damage around. Healing from Sap as well as a kill onto Sap. They're getting the
Big
damage
pickup.
done. Must kill. Picks up Sarpé, and Sap's going to fall down as well, just trying to chase him around. In fact, they're going to be able to pick up Mogao as well. One leap, maybe too far.
Bancroft,
as
baby!
Maskill gets taken down. Mogao still alive. The tier 2 tower is going to turn it around. It's a 3 for 2. Still favors Just F6, but maybe not as much as it should have.
Bancroft's talent, all that lifesteal and power as he's getting lower. Mogal turns it around on a Maskill, but Lestevix makes the big play there. A huge Stygian Torment, and you're seeing how much of an impact this Cerberus makes in these groupings and in these team fights. A good amount of anti-heal applied to the entire enemy team, ends up stealing some of it for himself, and sets up the squad for a huge Tycho drum. Sotos in perfect position to capitalize on that play. Love that aggressiveness from Just F6, continuing to push the lane there ahead, which is this right-hand side.
As long as they, I mean, you had mentioned capitalizing on it. As long as they keep up that amount of pressure, that seems to be capitalizing on it. Maybe a little less tier 2 tower diving next time around, but either way, still works out for them. You've got the Divine Ruin online. Mogao might just be dead here. Yeah, everyone's run over here. Good wall from Rotwin. Good ult from Mogao. Wall for wall trade. In fact, with 3 people over in solo, it's a tale as old as time. Go for the Gold Fury. Toddy's over here. Sotos is over here. Sarpé's getting aggressive. Might be a little too aggressive. Forced to ult away. Gold Fury sitting at about half HP. Sotos and Toddy still hanging around. They're not going to back off. There's going to be the Tycho drums. In fact, they're going to pull it over. Just F6 take the Gold Fury away from them, and they're not getting punished for it. In fact, Sarpé throws away his life trying to kill off Toddy, and that is a great turnaround. Sap, now the next one in danger. Maskill picks that up. 5-2-2 for the jungle on the Chaos side.
Absolutely huge play for Just F6, and Joystick just try and punish them for having this big rotation over to the right-hand side. And to quote, I'm just going to quote cartoons the whole time for this cast, I've decided. It's like when Plankton is trying to tell SpongeBob how to be a little bit more assertive. And it's, all right, they're over in solo, go to Gold Fury. And they go to Gold Fury. And then, Sarpé, you go zone those guys. And Sarpé goes to zone those guys. And then Plankton tells him, all right, now let him have it. Here you go. Here's the Gold Fury.
You can have it.
Yeah, you can have it. Here it is. You just give it over because the Tycho drums just end up being such a threat, and Calvin just gets too low. You can't stay on this Gold Fury as long as Joystick did, because this is just the only really outcome is that Calvin either dies or gives it up, and those are really the only options. This is a really smart play, though, and heads-up play by Toddy in order to step into the ring, make sure that Gold Fury stays leashed, and can actually be stolen away.
You used me for land development. That's all Sarpé can think after that one. Yeah, not the best case scenario if you're Joystick. Overwhelmingly positive for Just F6. You got a big ult away from Mogao despite not finding the kill on right, and you still managed to get a Gold Fury and find yourselves now 2,200 gold in the lead. 10 minutes in, that's a substantial number.
Yeah, this is enough to continue to put pressure on Joystick. I mean, we kept saying last game that things are going well for Just F6, but not well enough in order to make me feel like they can clearly run away with this game and keep this hell out of it. This is the type of lead that we're talking about, that we're looking for in games like this, and a really good start for them. A huge experience lead in mid in particular, and Sotos is on a character in Raijin that can actually leverage that lead very, very well and continue to be super aggressive.
And a lot of the turnaround potential that we saw in Game 1 was Sarpé, hey, I'm going to hit some sick Fear No Evil. That's going to change everything. There is no sick Fear No Evil here. We'll have to see what Loki can provide. Calvin forced to ult themselves. There's Sarpé, and it's going to help find some damage. Calvin's still alive. Might get out of here. Tycho drums are going to end up falling down. There's a big stun from Sarpé. They're looking to turn this around. Maskill is taking some damage. Sap gets aggressive. Calvin pulls him right back in. The healing's going to be good. Rotwin is going to end up punished for that. Echrome was punishing Toddy over in the left-hand lane, forcing them away from this fight. Maskill with no mana and barely enough health is going to fall back to the mid lane alongside Sotos. Good turnaround from Team Joystick, and it might not be done. They might look for more. At least the purple buff. Maybe Toddy.
Toddy low and no beads.
Sarpé
on the way, but doesn't have his ultimate.
And Sap's over here trying to get aggressive. Sotos is low. Sap has a little bit of damage, not enough to find it, but look right behind him. Guess who's walking forward? It is going to be none other than Mogao. Ult dropped, and he finds the kill. They lost Sarpei on the left-hand side, tried to get aggressive, and ends up costing him his life, even though they still pick up Toddy.
Still picked up Toddy, so 2 for 1, but now Sap has got to die here to Listemics. I mean, no shot. He ends up surviving, and yeah, just an easy paralyzing spit for Listemics. Secures that kill. So 2 for 2 overall. It's a tier 1 tower and left, though, for Joystick, and the gold lead tells a story. It's a little bit smaller now.
You know, technically 3 for 2. Easy to forget about. Rotwin died at the very beginning of that. It feels like so long ago because that engagement lasted from the red buff on the order side to the tier 2 on the chaos side.
I can't believe, I literally cannot believe that Calvin lived through that. That was crazy that he lived. I really don't know how, because he timed his ultimate well, but Rotwin was charging the ult, had it
such
ready.
a well-placed wall, too.
Yeah, it really was. I thought that Just F6 played that engagement well. I don't know if Sotos didn't hit enough with the Tycho drums. That's the only thing I can think that would have allowed Calvin to live.
Maybe one going a little too wide. We'll see what happens here. Mogao picked up by Mastkill. And look, you've got 2 people on top of you, a third on the way. The freeze actually going to end up missing there. The beads helping out a little bit. Mogao still takes the damage. Great wall from Rotwin. Helps lock him down. They pick up a kill. And Mastkill needed it. He had no mana to continue that follow-up. And they lock down the solo laner one more time.
Now 3 and 3 for Mogao, but he's just continuing to get a little bit tankier. Obviously, the Bancroft start doesn't lend itself to being tanky off the rip, but has gone for an immediate Stone of Gaia into this fall. So you've got protections now, you've got mitigation, and don't forget about his passive mitigation either.
Definitely a dangerous territory to be in. Speaking of dangerous territory, Echrome maybe getting a little too overzealous. Does get through the Bifrost. Calvin looks like he's going to be just healthy. 5 members right now of Just F6 are on this left-hand side, and the Oni Fury just spawned right back up. Calvin's at half health, and they're continuing to get aggressive onto him. Going to be using the ult, and is going to stay alive, but Sap gets zoned away, so no healing this time. Better wall, and a better kill. Toddy picks that one up, and Echrome ends up having to watch his support fall down. Meanwhile, Sarpei's on the other side getting a tower, which they need something because they're losing the Fury as well.
Losing the Oni Fury. I mean, finally Calvin ends up falling, but that's twice now that Just F6 have all in this Khepri and have needed everything in order to actually kill him. That would concern me if I'm Just F6. I would not feel great about how much we have to invest in order to kill this Khepri.
When he has Thebes and Relic Dagger. Like, not even a lot of prots.
No, he's still getting more later on. So that is certainly a concern now for Just F6, but they continue to stay aggressive. They're punishing these overextensions from Joystick. Calvin really dies for Echrome sins on that play because Echrome is too far up on that left-hand side. That being said, if you're on Joystick side, that's the best Fury you could lose in that situation is Oni Fury. This is where Oni Fury gets the least amount of value. It is in close games where a team will not have time or resources to instantly back and put pressure on something like a Fire Giant with the use of these Oni waves. I mean, only one tier 2 gone or tier 1 gone for Joystick, and that's in solo lane. Very easy for them to spread out and farm these Oni waves, and it's less golden experience than a gold Fury, so it's really not too bad.
And it keeps them a little bit closer, and you had mentioned it, 2,200 at 10 minutes, 2,500 now lead for Just F6, maybe pushing it a little further. Echrome, oh, what a beautiful wall to block off the dash. Echrome gets caught out and will get killed here, but did they bite off more than they can chew? Sarpei helps turn it around. Calvin, credit for the kill onto Toddy, so Hunter for Hunter so far. Sap gets rezzed by Khepri, but is it into a worse spot than it could have been? Calvin pulls him right back behind the team. 2 for 1, maybe looking to be a 3 for 1 here. Calvin locked down, stunned down by Mastkill. Last hit goes to the jungler. 7-2 for the Fenrir.
Man, what a performance and their debut as well here for Mastkill. Just playing so well on this Fenrir. Look, 7-2-5 is a crazy stat line, but we're not, it's not unheard of to get off to good leads on Fenrir and control the pace of the game. But to be top player damage on this pick, I think, is something we don't see very often.
Yeah.
They have been everywhere. Just have not stopped and have been continually putting pressure on every member of Joystick. Very, very impressed with Masskill's debut.
And they get a good tier 2 in mid as well. Plus, should be, yeah, with the minions there, that tier 1 over in left. So a lot of towers that are falling. There is that beautiful wall. Just right as the dash would have been through there as well. I mean, Echrome, if he makes it out of there, is at least going to live through the engagement. Maybe turns around and gets some damage for his team, but realistically, you're just looking at one less kill for Just F6. So great from Rotwin. This Ymir pick has pivoted everything around.
It has, and like I said, it needed to do a lot with these walls in order to justify giving up the Khepri Hell combo. And I think so far Rotwin has really delivered on that.
Well, now we'll see what they can capitalize on. Sap maybe juking the wrong direction this time around. Another good wall. You don't have a leap.
No
You're
wall.
going to get locked down. Sodos is going to find the kill credit onto Sap. Pyromancer is just about to spawn. Just as 6 happen to have a grouping over here on the right-hand side. And honestly, we're starting to approach Fire Giant territory if you're talking about it. With this kind of lead, 18 minutes in, feels pretty good for Just F6.
And I was talking earlier about Sodos on this Raijin. He gets blinked on by Sarpei.
Yeah, the jump in for Sodos will be able to get out. That's that Thunder Crash. Sarpei, well, is gonna be saved here thanks to Calvin, luckily for them. But Calvin has to use the beads because of the ult from Mast Kill. Still trying to walk away. The peel is not quite good enough just yet. In fact, Sarpei ends up overstaying their welcome. The ult all for naught. Calvin gets that one burned away. Most of his health and mana burned out. It is going to be the safety, maybe the only play that could be made. Echrome trying to save something.
Calvin just played that so well, though. I mean, uses the ultimate, gets the revive, of course, onto Sarpei, but then Sarpei is about to get Ragnaroked, and he has no beads, and Calvin steps in front of the hitbox in order to be the one to get picked up because he has beads and could still potentially survive. Now, it doesn't really matter because he ends up Sarpei ends up dying anyways.
That is the unfortunate scenario to be in. And, well, speaking of unfortunate scenario, there's Sap once again ending up taken down. This is very similar to last time. Hey, you remember the 7 deaths in the column. It's 14 total now in this set. But Aggro, this is where things get really weird. This is a great composition. They're playing it really well for Just F6. The map state's favoring them, but they've been met mostly equal in a lot of the pressure. At least when I look at the tier 1 and mid, it's relatively low. Tier 2 and left, it does still feel like Just F6 are just on the cusp. Even with, what is it, 6,000 gold? Maybe I'm overstepping it, but like Joystick, especially with a Hell and a Khepri, all they need is one really good late game fight.
All they need is one, but this is a good start now for Just F6 to make sure that doesn't happen. Fire pull.
Mogao blinks forward, doesn't necessarily use anything, gets eyes on the Fire Giant. Fire Giant's still low. They're chasing down Mogao. Good walls, separate the team. Just F6 leave him at about 1/3 HP. Calvin's making a rotation in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be fast enough. Just F6 are going to be able to get the FG. Tier 2 answered on left. Echrome picking up at least one of these towers to help make sure the gold lead doesn't completely favor them. And it's starting to feel a little reminiscent of the last game when they get the Just F6 FG. Feels like a great play, but Joystick did a great job of limiting what they were able to do.
Still able to get a little bit back for Joystick for sure, but this is a much bigger lead than Just F6 had when they got the last Fire Giant. The last Fire Giant in Game 1, the game was totally even, and FG was the separator. There's already a 4,700 gold difference, a 2,500 experience difference, and now the FG on that winning side. So I like Just F6's position significantly more than I did in Game 1. I think that as long as they play their cards right, as long as they make sure to be on the same page, not overextend one at a time, use these Ymir walls, though it does get harder to do those whenever you're on a Phoenix Siege as opposed to fighting in the jungle. I think Just F6 should have this game.
And so far, the walls, like you said, have been on point, but it gets a little more difficult. Tier 2 and left going to get taken down. Mogao was pushing up in the wave on right. Sap just pushed up the wave in mid. Might be able to get the Tier 2 tower, but it's the defense on the left-hand Phoenix that is going to be a little more interesting. Map state is going to be drastically different here at the end of this. And it's going to be up to this engage. There's a good freeze starting things off for Rotwin. They're getting aggressive, but look, Rotwin's eating too much damage. Sarpei waiting for the loop around. Might be able to find the kill, but Mass Kill's half health. Toddy, Sotos untouched as of right now. Good stun from Lestimix, but that Phoenix still standing. Calvin maybe trying to get aggressive. All of Joystick are moving forward, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch up.
I mean, that's 2 minutes into this Fire Giant now, Gore, and 0 kills for Just F6. 1 Primal Fury is the difference maker so far. Great defense by Joystick. Good cleanse from Sap off that initiation. And I think Rotwin just can't really be the first one in. Just too immobile on this Ymir. Doesn't have the blink to get in and then use mobility like, say, a Cerberus leap or a Fenrir leap in order to get out. And the game becomes more difficult up against a Hell on these Phoenix Sieges because you're not able to spread out the team, to spread your CC over the course of a big jungle team fight. Instead, Sap can easily see, oh, this guy's frozen, cleanse them. Oh, this guy's about to get picked up by Ragnarok, cleanse them. It is much easier to execute.
Yeah, when Ymir just kind of saunters forward, much like we're seeing now, it's pretty easy to predict where things are going to go, huh? You know exactly what that kid is capable of, and it seems like they're going to slow that down. Pressure potentially onto a Tier 2 tower over here. All members of Just F6 grouping up. Mogao, Calvin, the only two standing around, whereas E-Chrome's on the left-hand side just got purple buff. Sarpei's putting some pressure onto a Tier 2 in mid. They're going to be falling back. The ult used from Calvin very early in this engagement. Going to get some movement speed from Mogao, and they're going to retreat onto the right-hand Phoenix.
Yeah, Calvin tried to use it as a cleanse, but Mogao's got to communicate that he has beads, that he's okay. Not having Scarab's Blessing is huge.
And now that might end up costing them a little bit. A good aggression comes through, but the damage is getting turned around. E-Chrome manages to stay alive. Lystimix is low, but Sap is burned down. Lystimix one more hit, but he's going to be able to maintain that, get out of the Phoenix. Mogao is low. A good wall actually ends up hurting the team. Just F6. Watch as they walk away. They get the kill, they get the bird, and they back off.
Yeah, that time from Joystick, not having Scarab's Blessing, obviously a huge deal in that moment. But I thought E-Chrome and Sap were just too close together. They get hit by the same Unchained leap in from Mass Kill, and it was a good cleanse from Sap to make sure that it doesn't end up stunning, but they both took damage, they're both grouped up, and it means that they've got to split in awkward ways quickly in order to not get destroyed by Taiko drums. But Sotos had his eyes on the prize that whole time, focused on hitting the Hell in particular. Like the way he played that.
Well, Pyromancer ends up getting taken down here. Mogao getting chased down. There's the Ragnarok, no beads. This should be a kill onto the solo laner. Good news, though, is that in the 55 seconds it's going to take him to respawn, that's right around the time the FG should come back. I think Mogao maybe even throwing up a surrender vote there after that death. This is the spot for Just F6. I mean, 21 kills to 10. They've got 8,000 gold on the board. They're looking to pressure a mid-Phoenix.
No Fire Giant on them, though, and that's important. Going to take them longer than it took on the right.
Now, Rodwin comes in, is already half HP, and you see Maskill jump in maybe too deep. Sap looking for some damage. Sarpei finds a big kill onto Sotos in the backline.
Nice
there
res.
is going to be the res from Calvin, and E-Chrome picks up Rodwin. This is a great turnaround for him. They find 3 in the process and are going to start running right down the mid lane. Fire Giant is about to respawn, but there's Tier 2s available. It feels like this is Joystick going for the neutral objective.
Yeah, Joystick not going to try and end right away, but a great turnaround. Calvin, again, I think plays this fight just so well. He's looking at Sap, looking at Sap, looking at Sap, and then hears that Sarpei is in trouble, instantly whips and is able to find him with that Scarab's Blessing. And Sarpei, again, just has these natural instincts in these late-game fights, continues to look really good in these 5-on-5s on these high-pressure situations, ends up getting a clean kill.
Lystimix is around. Okay, Lystimix isn't going to be able to get in there in time. Looked like it was territory for a steal. And now he's actually forced to run away. The vision's going to be there. Chrome trying to go over the wall. Instead, it's going to be Sarpei looking for the damage. A lot of it in the process. Lystimix is forced out. This Tier 2 tower should fall pretty quickly as the full grouping from Joystick happens on the right-hand side, and it's exactly what we said earlier. Sometimes when you're playing up against the Hell and you're playing up against specifically this Khepri, apparently, all it takes is one good fight, and Khepri and Calvin have been able to provide that ample amount of times.
It's got to be frustrating at this point if you're Just F6, because you've done so much so well in this set, and it's just little mistake here and little mistake there that end up really punishing you and end up being the difference maker in these games. Now, it's not over by any stretch.
No, not at all.
This game is still winnable for Just F6 in every sense of the word. They only need to win a team fight. And it looks like they're trying to set up a little ambush on this right side jungle. This would give them easy access to the Titan if they win it.
Yeah, they have to recognize that these fire minions really causing trouble. Someone usually is going to be the one pushing forward. E-Chrome is completely out of this engagement if they do decide to go in. All of them sitting around the speed buff. Sarpei, you can't quite see it, maybe spots it over the wall there. More than happy that they picked that up right before this team got there. And so they're going to start walking down the mid lane. Should be visible here. Maskill will get eyes. He's going to blink forward, a leap, not going to find any stuns. The Ragnarok not finding anybody yet as well, and that's going to be a lot of return damage. Ult from Mogao gets a good lockdown, but
nice
it's the freeze instead from Rotwin, plus the wall to lock down Calvin. Sarpei makes it out. Sap looping around into the backline, not exactly where you expect to see the Hell, and he's going to be going in, gets some good damage, but eats a lot in the process. Mogao goes deep, Toddy is low, and E-Chrome and Mogao are going to pick up the kills. Rotwin is the next to fall. Listimic's right afterward. Mastkill's just one hit, and Calvin is going to secure that one for the DSI. They're going to run it down mid and take game number 2 in the set.
Like the idea from just F6, but you want to try and get an uneven fight whenever you're setting this ambush. It's not good enough to just surprise them. You've got to surprise them and then have the numbers advantage on your side, and they didn't have the numbers advantage. That's just a 5-on-5 up against a team with Fire Giant that you've got to try and win in an honest manner, and Joystick's Fire Giant makes a huge difference there. They focus Calvin a little bit too much, and this Kepri's just able to absorb all those cooldowns, res himself, and then just F6 is up the creek, and they've lost their paddle. Impressive play from Joystick in this one, as well as just F6. I think that was a particularly fun set to watch.
Yeah.
It just ended up with Joystick being able to punish these just F6 mistakes.
And that is, you know what? I'm going to throw it out there. That feels a lot like what was going wrong with them in Phase 1 as well. Different players at the time, but it was a lot of, hey, they're really good, they're doing really well, a couple of mistakes and fumbles in the late game, and all of a sudden things pivot, and it comes down to that mid-Phoenix. When everything really started to fall apart, Calvin makes some good plays there, and it just continued on for Joystick.
Look, I mean, the EU SEC is full of really, really good teams and good players at this point. And they will punish you for making these small mistakes. You know, just F6 a year ago, 2 years ago, these small mistakes don't really punish them. They're sitting pretty in the standings. But as it stands, you're now still with one win after a pretty solid set. I think that overall, you've got to be pretty happy with how you played today. Mastkill's first set, played great, made a couple of mistakes, but that's okay. You know, that's part of the learning process. I'm impressed with this Just F6 team. It's a shame that they don't find the win.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but hey, luckily Joystick have now found themselves a 2-0, exactly what they were looking for. We'll break that down as well as look at the schedule, the standings, and all that good stuff for the SEC right after this. Well, despite a very controlling game number 2 from Just F6, Team Joystick are able to turn around a mid-Phoenix, pick up a Fire Giant, and then turn it around again, but this time around the mid-tier 2, or at least where it once stood, and find themselves a big victory. Joystick with the 2-0 look really solid, but it's an interesting one, Aggro, because you have not necessarily like the best performance. Like Sarpé is a couple of misses, a couple of hits throughout a lot of those plays. Calvin is a huge saving grace for this team. Between that and the hell, it was just too much to overcome.
Yeah, and look, as much as I hated Mogau's build, he also put in quite a bit of work in this game. Had some really good ultimates, was able to create space. Echrome, as per usual on the Heimdall. This Joystick team, that's what we were talking about at the very top, is that it's not just one all-star who's trying to out-carry adapting and trick-stang on Elysium, right? It's this whole team really works very well together. They do a lot of things very well as a unit. They play a little bit of a different style, you know, that not many people go in Bancroft's talent Cabrakan solo, but ends up working for the squad yet again.
And it's actually, that res right there. Sarpé kills off Sotos and then manages to stay alive through all of that. Doesn't matter that you had lost Mogao prior to that fight. It felt very, very solid and controlling. And then this pickup was just massive for this team. I mean, you get Echrome. I said it in game number 1. I'll say it again, but Echrome on Heimdall is just too big of a threat in my mind.
Yeah.
And it makes sense why when you go back in time, you look at teams playing Echrome, they've had to ban and have chosen to ban this Heimdall in the top 3 to make sure that they're at least on something slightly less comfortable. They ended up going 4-1-8 there. 6-6-10, but really it's the 2-2-13 that I think is standing out the most to me. Calvin plays amazingly that game. And it's also, what was that, 2-8 for Sap? Sap got sat on 2 games in a row. That can't feel good.
No, but hey, that's sometimes the win condition, right, is being able to just get in there and absorb those cooldowns, be there in the right moments. The flank hell in that last team fight that won it for him, I guess, was the right call because they ended up winning.
What are you doing over there?
Yeah, the backline assassin hell, as per usual, like we're used to seeing, Gore, of course.
Yeah.
But all jokes aside, the way that this team plays in their mid 3v3, I mean, Sarpé, Sap, and Calvin really working well together.
Yeah.
And Echrome, of course, on that Heimdall, always a total threat.
We'll give shout-outs, though, over to Mastkill because this was their first set that they've played in the SCC.
Very
and they looked amazing in the jungle. So really looking forward to what Just F6 is going to be able to provide in the weeks to come. That does do it for Europe, though. The only 2-0 set that we had this week for them. Joystick finding the win there. Tomorrow morning, if you want to tune in just before SPL, you'll be able to watch Average Joe's take on Sleekness. Again, that's tomorrow, 11 a.m. Whether it's EDT, EST, I can never remember. Depending on the time of the year, wherever in Atlanta, just use the world clock, say, cool, New York or Atlanta, what time is it there? That's where you're going to be able to find it. Look at the standings in Europe. Elysium still stand after this week as your number 1, but Joystick separate themselves ever so slightly from the pack that is 3rd and 4th by finding themselves a nice solid 2nd place for now. And who they play, I guess, next week will matter. Whoever gets, either Just F6, Snake Hunters, you have to think slightly favored in those matchups. Although after what I saw from Just F6 just now, a little more timid on the matchup, depending on if it's a 3rd versus 4th. And of course, trying to play catch up to Elysium.
Look, the top 4 in Europe right now, very, very competitive. And if Just F6 is doing that to the number 2 team, then that's a really good sign for them. But obviously, all eyes on that top 4.
Well, the good news for everyone watching, I know it's only rounding, around like 12:30. The good news is that this was just the warm-up for the day. SPL still coming on in about 32 minutes. We'll be kicking that off. The Camelot Kings taking on the Atlantis Leviathans, both having a sorrowful loss there to the Titans during the Phase 2 playoffs. And hey, speaking of the Titans, they'll be playing later today up against the Oni Warriors. Of course, tomorrow you'll want to make sure you tune in as well. Titans and Scarabs will be an in-studio set with both of the teams playing just round down over there. You can't see it, but I can, where they will be playing. And it's going to be a fun weekend left for us.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to kick off Phase 3 of the SPL. Yesterday's games were really exciting.
The Warriors looked insane yesterday.
If they can do it again today, it's going to be really, really impressive.
Not only that, but again, getting a Kings Leviathans matchup, what was essentially like, I guess, a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. I can't remember where the Leviathans ended up in that one. A very, very close and contested matchup. Makes things feel like they've got a lot of weight for them, but that is, again, coming in just not even a few minutes, in about 30 minutes, about half an hour. So we're going to kick it to a quick break. I think I saw someone tagging for SMITE Pong League, so there's going to be some Pong matchup that's going to be happening during the downtime, so you have something to watch while we wait, but we'll be back with the SPL after this.
Yeah. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
I'm back again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get him, I got him, I told him it's nothing. In the discussion, all them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now. I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'ma spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog, getting in my new merch, colored duck sauce on the new couch with my Chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are gonna take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're gonna need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce that the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
And you're telling me an alien wore this?
Another round will bring you down. Another round won't save you now.
Yeah, reverse sweep coming up.
Big win for the Camelot Kings here, Dave. The Valkyries have done it not since week 2. It is the D aside for the Oni Warriors as they have pulled this game back from the brink.
But the rest of the Solar Scarabs follow up, down go the Titan. And Ladbra's got the first. What a 1-2 punch from the Bolts.
The damage from the Leviathan until Zapman puts him down with the snipe.
Defend their Titan, and the Tartarus Titan send us on to a game 3.
The Jade Dragons have come to play. 5 kills in 7 minutes.
It's Saturday, it's 1 p.m. Eastern time, and that means you're watching the SPL. We're still in week 1 of phase number 3, but it's day 2, is what I was trying to say there. And of course, we're sponsored by our friends over at Alienware this year in the SPL. And you can play on the same gear that our pros are playing on. If you go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW, you can get some discount codes on all that sweet Alienware gear that our pros are playing on as well. We had a fun day of action yesterday. We got a great slate of games here today. And to help me through it, Aggro joins me on the desk and will be on the cast with me a bit later on. Aggro, we had some contentious sets yesterday and maybe some close ones today.
Hey man, if we get that version of the Oni Warriors all phase 3, we are in for a sick phase 3. That team looked really good, but I've been baited by them before, Dave. I'm looking for our set later on for real definitive proof, though. They've got to go up against the phase 2 champs. So
that's right.
Good luck.
Yeah, it could be some fun matchups today. We'll see what the schedule has in store for us. Yesterday, there was some fun for the Jade Dragons, not so much for the Valhalla Valkyries. 2-0 start to the phase for the Jade Dragons. And then set 2, very back and forth. The Oni Warriors take a game 1. The Olympus Bolts take game 2. And then in a back and forth 40-plus minute game 3, the Olympus Bolts end up pulling it out over the Oni Warriors. And as Aggro says, I agree. The Oni Warriors looked great against the Bolts. The league is better off for it if the Oni Warriors are playing that brand of Smite throughout the entire phase. And we will see if they can continue that momentum up against the Tartarus Titans. But first, Aggro, we've got the Camelot Kings versus the Atlantis Leviathans. If you're referencing standings from Phase 2 and even Phase 1, I guess the Kings had a rougher start to Phase 1, but Phase 2 standings is a top 4 matchup.
Really, really excited for this because these are two teams that fell to the Titans on the Titans' rampage to the Phase 2 playoffs, but two teams that I think everyone is looking at as real contenders for the World Championship. And now is when it's time to buckle down, make sure that you're playing your best Smite, start to ramp up into your best Smite of the year. Excited to see what this matchup's going to bring.
The last team that the Titans played that is in the Phase 2 playoff finals was the Atlantis Leviathans. That's the first team we'll be talking about here today. A team that added Zapman in Phase 2, switched Yarkor back to the solo lane, and started to find some momentum. With those types of changes, you need the core of the team that's not changing, notably Panatom, I think, in this case, to play some good Smite, and I think Panatom is.
Panatom's been playing his best Smite of the year as of late. I mean, his set that he had here in studio up against the Bolts, he went absolutely crazy. I think that if Panatom can become a true, he's always had this great team-first mentality and always been a really, really strong player. But if he becomes a true hyper-carry threat for this team, I don't know how you stop them because Rongyu's become a true hyper-carry threat for them. Shinto has always been that guy. You've got Zap now in the ADC role who could do it. You've got Yarkor who can carry out a solo. And now, it's not to say that Panatom is the least important member of this team because really he's far from it. He's the glue that holds this whole squad together.
Right.
But I've just been very impressed with his play recently, and if he can continue to just get better from here, this team is going to be a front runner for the World Championship.
And we've seen some early inklings of what the jungle meta might look like. Do you think some of those early picks, the Osiris has been in that conversation despite some changes in bonus balance? Erlang Shen saw a lot of play yesterday. You still think the jungle meta caters to Panatom's playstyle?
I think that, yeah, when you look at what it's going to be in the next patch in particular, I think that Panatom has always been more of that facilitator, but starting to play things more like the Dodgy, which should get better, these characters that can actually do a lot more work by themselves. You're still going to be able to play stuff like Erlang in the jungle and find success, and Panatom's always going to have a home there. But Susano was a big pick for him. That pick could come back in a big way.
Agreed. Well, the glue that holds the Leviathans together is Panatom, and he joins us now for the pregame interview. Panatom, thanks for sitting down with me, taking the time prior to your big matchup. Look, it's been a long year. Phase 2 was a long one, long playoff run for you guys. How'd the team spend the downtime, little break before Phase 3 started?
Yeah, I mean, we were chilling. Someone were like just streaming, having fun. Yeah, like that type of stuff.
You got to do it. You got to take a bit of a breather after what was a lengthy playoff run, and I kind of want to go there. Look, not the way you wanted the Phase 2 finals to end. You fall to the Titans. Do you find some extra motivation for this team now to find wins early on here in Phase 3 after the way the Phase 2 finals ended for you guys?
Yeah, we were like so happy because of the results, because it's our first finals and it's like our first time playing with Sama, for example. So yeah, we're feeling good for Phase 3.
And kind of to piggyback off of that, it's a different look here in Phase 3. The top 2 teams end up getting to pick groups for the group stages later on, so that's important. Top 2 is going to be important. How confident are you in this Leviathans team being able to reach that top 2 spot after playing every team once?
Yeah, I think we have like a good opportunity because like in Phase 1 we ended up in first, Phase 2 we ended up third place, I think. So I think we can do it, like get first or second this time.
Absolutely realistic. Starts with a tough matchup, but one that you're confident about against the Kings here today. Panatom, best of luck, and thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Confidence always key, and Panatom has got it for good reason, Agro, because this is a Leviathans team that has been playing well. Like, not the way you want to end Phase 2, but I love that mentality. Look, we made it to the finals.
Yeah.
You got to take your wins, right? I mean, and that is a big win for this Leviathans team that has struggled in playoff events in the past.
Exactly. This is their first real showing in a playoff event where they were able to step up and elevate their level of play and not let the moment get the better of them. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Zapman's on the team whenever that happens. But it's also the fact that the rest of this team has continued to get better.
Yeah.
They have not stagnated their growth since they got into the SPL. They have continued to improve, and I expect to see them near the top of the standings here in Phase 3.
You like their shot at top 2?
I do. I'm high on this team, man. I've just watched enough Smite at this point. You kind of get teams have an aura about them. I think the Leviathans have the right aura.
Sure.
I'm impressed with what they do. They seem hungry. I think that they've got star players on the roster. They've got some veteran presence now. I think all of the ingredients are there for the Leviathans to make a run.
A great recipe for success maybe in the Atlantis Leviathans camp. Their opponents today, not a team that you can take lightly. The first seed going into the Phase 2 playoffs, the Camelot Kings, took an early exit by their own standards because they got a bye in the first round, lose to the Titans after the Titans beat the Dragons in round 1. So the Camelot Kings in their first set of the Phase 2 playoffs ended up falling out. Not something I'm sure they are happy with, given the potential or the expectations maybe for this team going into that event. Captain Twig is going to have a big matchup going into this one here, Aggro. We've talked a lot about how Panatom is sort of the glue that holds that Leviathans team together. You could maybe say similar things about Twig.
Twig is a huge part of what the Kings want to do on a game-to-game basis because whatever they're doing, it seems like Twig just given a lot of responsibility. Does he want to be that early game character to kind of make sure we get to our phenomenal late game? That was the King's strategy for a little bit. Then it was we're going to let Twig do a little bit more free-flowing, and we're going to play a little bit more front-to-back. I think that Twig, I believe I said it right before the Phase 2 playoffs, I don't know that any player in the entire SPL is better at understanding their specific role going game to game and god to god than Captain Twig. I have a ton of respect for the way that he thinks about the game and the way that he's able to discern what his role is from game to game. And whether or not that happens, whether or not he executes on that identity, not always guaranteed.
Sure.
But that's just the way of a competitive game. You're not going to be able to make it work every single time. But you will not catch me betting against Captain Twig pretty much ever, because I think he really understands the way it needs to be played.
I want to levy a similar question to you about Captain Twig that I did about Panatom. Those replays, a lot of Gilgamesh. No problem with that. Gilgamesh near the top of the tier list as far as jungle goes. He receives some changes in bonus balance. It's really next week, the 8.9 update where things change. Similar question to what I asked about Panatom. How do you think Twig adapts to the jungle changes in upcoming weeks?
Not concerned at all, because he's played so much jungle in his career. I know he played mid last year, but overall, this is a guy who's very, very comfortable there. He's played a lot of different types of junglers in his career. I mean, when you think of Captain Twig in the jungle, I think of Poseidon there for him. That's not a pick that a lot of people are going to be playing. We've seen the Ratatosker from him recently. I'd expect that to come up with things like Gilgamesh and Osiris being nerfed in that bonus balance. Ratatosker naturally rises a little bit and fits that same identity of mid-game initiator for this Kings roster. So for this week, I'm expecting more Rat. In the future, no clue what Twig's going to play. And that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, I don't know what anyone's going to play for that matter in weeks moving forward in the jungle. I do want to shine a bit of a light on the duo lane matchup, specifically the Hunters here in this one, Netrioid versus Zapman. Zapman had some great moments in the Phase 2 playoff finals.
Yep.
But there have been some changes in that Hunter role. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. We saw some in the SEC. The bow build tweaked a little bit. Still seems like Icavale start is the way to go. We saw Snoopy in the SEC try Devo's Gauntlet. Between Netrioid and Zapman, how important do you think the back and forth between these two is going to be in this set?
It's critical because Netrioid has been a big win condition for the Kings, whatever he's on ROM in particular. They have really focused on getting him ROM early in these drafts. But when you watch back those Phase 2 playoffs, what were the Titans banning? They were taking away that ROM from him every time. And Netrioid did not play up to his standard in that set. So if I'm the Leviathans, number one, I'm making sure he does not get ROM. That's first and foremost. And that's where I would start. Netrioid's got to show me a little bit more flexibility moving forward in this Phase 3. He's had some insane highlights this year, but also had some pretty significant lowlights. So I'm looking for Netrioid to normalize that a little bit here in Phase 3 and try and get the God pool expanded in time for Worlds.
So maybe ROM becomes a point of focus for the Atlantis Leviathans and picks and bans for game number 1. And Aggro, I'm going to jump right on board with that point. In the 4 games that the Kings played against the Titans in the Phase 2 playoffs, Netrioid got ROM in 0 of those games. He got Apollo in game 1, 1-6. Got Chernobog in game 2, 0-0-1. In the win, Hachiman 3-0-8. And then in the loss, Hachiman 2-3. So point absolutely proven there. We'll see if ROM is then prioritized by one team or the other here. Support on the mind, though, in the first couple bans. Yamoja and Kepri will take a seat.
ROM has got to be in the minds. I mean, I think that's the number one formula right now to beat the Kings is that they have consistently drafted dual lane first and foremost at the top of their drafts, and it starts oftentimes with genetics on things like Kepri, but it's always ROM for Netrioid if it's open. You gotta respect. It's a respect ban more than anything else. I think that you have to respect him enough to take it away from him.
I do chuckle, and you might have heard me chuckle because the RDO ban is something that we've seen anyway. It really feels like genetics was just an extra level of obnoxious on this pick. It was something that the Titans had an answer to. Genetics got RDO, and
3 of the 4 games that they played against the Titans, only won 1 of those games, but strong enough still aggro. It's one of those picks that, I don't know if you roll the dice on hopefully we can beat Variety on this pick this game.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, you've got to give up something, right? Leviathans now, they have to worry about Variety's Hell or Netroid's Rom.
Yep.
I mean, you've got a lot that's still on the table here for the Leviathans. Osiris, Gilgamesh, obviously. Erlong Shen was a big part of it.
Has Shinto played some Hell? I'm trying to remember.
He has. He's a big Hell player in his
Right.
career. So will the Kings take it in the top end? Odin's still open as well. There's a lot that is left open by these double Guardian bans here for the Leviathans. And if you force the Kings to go Rom first pick, then you might be able to open up some pretty good stuff for
Right.
yourself here. You could ban Hell, leave open Rom, assume they take it. You get Odin Osiris on the back end,
yeah.
or Odin Erlong on the back end. That feels pretty good.
Yep.
I think that you have to try and look for trading 2 for 1, and it's a matter of which one do you want to let through.
Yeah, it feels like, in this meta and the way that these bans have gone, there's a healthy possibility for the second pick teams to leave some good value open for themselves. Tiamat also off the board, as well as the Raijin that we saw earlier. So that's kind of been the juggle, the 1-2 punch in the mid lane, Tiamat and Raijin, or Tiamat gets banned away, then it's Raijin. Some flexibility, I think now we'll have to see out of the mid lane. Persephone is a conversation I do want to look at, because we saw Persephone a little bit right towards the end of Phase 2. Maybe something that we'll see in a matchup like this. I think that's something Shinto could be pretty good on. Izanami, though, aggro ends up being the ban. So a lot of these scenarios we talked about, still possible.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that it's Izanami. I don't think that Netroid's shown me that that's a power pick for him yet. It is really good in the meta right now. I think that she's one of the best hunters in the game, but I think you got to make Netroid show that to you before you're willing to ban it, because now the Kings, I'm looking at 4 power picks open at any time. So they pick Hell. So now if I'm the Leviathans, I'm probably going Odin Rom. Those would be my top 2 if I'm the Leviathans. Get that easy pick to make sure that the Odin cage is going to be there and keep Netroid off this comfort pick for himself. But that leaves open Gilgamesh and Osiris and Erlong. The Kings kind of get their choice of what pressure jungler they want.
And depending on what the Kings pick in that pool, the Leviathans can then answer back with 1 if the Kings don't want both of those picks. It is Rom Odin for the Leviathans here. There is flexibility with the Hell. We've seen it in the solo lane a lot with Variety. Variety's looked good on that pick. Absolutely possible for big man Tings, who is quietly one of the best mid laners in the league, to play the Hell over in the mid lane. Osiris is what the Camelot Kings look towards, and then Giannis. So that clears things up a little bit. Hell in the solo lane, Osiris likely in the jungle, and then Giannis mid for BMT.
Yeah, that's an interesting place to take the Giannis, but it does give you an option to get out of Odin cages. You want something in the mid lane that has that option for sure. I think the Leviathans have come away with a really strong top 3, and the Kings have as well. I mean, the Kings have looked so strong with this Hell pick. But now if you're the Leviathans, you can just take away some picks from genetics that potentially scare you. Terra's a good one, though.
That's one.
Of course, Odin does shut down Terra pretty well, but you don't want to leave that up to chance. I think I'd probably ban Ymir with the next one here if I'm the Leviathans. And now the Kings are going to be down, 4 or 5 supports in the God pool, which has not been a problem for genetics this year. He's consistently done that pretty well.
Fafnir's still around.
Yeah, Fafnir's a pretty good one for him in this spot, but you still are able to take away the big impact team fight Guardians away from him, and I think that could give the Leviathans a slight edge.
Is Sheikdo going to take a 4th ban here from the Camelot Kings? That's the big question. Both teams still needing a support, we assume. Could be Odin support, I suppose, but haven't seen that one in a little while. Shinto effectively out of 3 picks here. Giannis, Raijin, Tiamat, and the Morgan Le Fay down the back end. Though Shinto definitely a player that gives me some confidence. And I believe I'm reading that correctly, a pass ban here.
That's what
for
it
the
says.
Camelot Kings. It's on the screen, so I'm going to say it. A pass ban for the Camelot Kings in their 5th spot.
That is what it says. Maybe they ran out of time, couldn't decide. I don't know, because I don't know what god you take next. I mean, the Morrigan, probably one of them. This was the pick that I was going to say, is I'm surprised that it isn't a Cerberus ban either, because you can either put this Odin support, let Cerberus go solo, let him match up against the Hell, or Rongyu's very good at this god. Let him take the Cerberus. We know genetics can play it as well. So you take it out of his hands, and you get a pretty good matchup there up against the Hell. I like the Cerberus pick a lot.
I mean, admittedly, I've seen like what 2 pass bans in my couple years of casting Smite now. Is there value in passing bans?
No, there is not.
Okay, I figured not. Right? There's no way. I mean, you click Zeus, even take Zeus off. the board.
Mifflin is off screen right now, shaking his head. Yes, that he could probably make an argument that it's
can't hear you,
a
Miff,
mental game, a mental. You know, I don't respect you, so I'm gonna pass it. I don't buy it. No, that you should always make something.
Right. So there's no like in-game value outside of maybe playing mind games with your opponent, but the Leviathan's probably not all that phased, I guess. They're like, all right, I'll take the Cerberus anyway. Heimdall ends up being the pick here for Netrioid. We wondered what that pick would look like with Izanami and Rom both off the board. So Heimdall for the Camelot Kings will round out their draft. And Shinto gets Merlin. It's one of his top picks. I think the Leviathans, maybe even the Kings aggro, feeling good about what they've gotten.
Yeah, I like the Xingqian a lot in this spot for genetics. I mean, obviously it gets you out of Odin Cage, but it's nice and mobile, can interrupt that Cerberus, Ghastly Breath in lane, punishes Merlin really hard. This is a very tough matchup for Merlin, and a little surprised that Shinto still goes to it, but with all the bans towards his God Pool and how good it is against everything else, it does make some sense to me. This draft, it's a lot on Big Man Tings to execute on this Giannis, and he has been hot and cold on that pick. He's had some games where he looks fantastic. He's had others that haven't been quite as strong. I'm looking to see what he's going to do on this Giannis. I think the Leviathans have come away, though, with exactly what they should have. I mean, you take away the Rom, you get Odin, you get Erlong for Panatom. I think this is almost certainly what the Leviathans expected their picks and bans to look like. And anytime that happens where you do your prep and then the draft goes exactly how you expect, you've got to feel pretty good about your odds.
I mean, a pass ban when Merlin's still around, too. I don't know. I'm feeling some type of way about it. But, hey, maybe you're playing mind games. You're saying Shinto, please take the Merlin. Do you have any thought to your aggro? Odin plus Rom versus Cerberus plus Rom for the Leviathans here in Game 1?
I like Cerberus support a lot more. Odin just doesn't bring that damage potential out of solo, or out of support, rather, that he would out of solo. And if he's not bringing the damage, he's not really bringing enough, in my opinion. It also gives a lot of kill potential on these ganks. As soon as he hits 5, Variety has to really respect that gank really hard. Whereas on Cerberus, he does as well, but he's got Cleanse. Beads is enough usually to get you out of that Cerberus ultimate. I don't think the Cerberus puts nearly as much threat on this Hell in the gank scenarios as the Odin would.
And I'm always so intrigued when a Hell gets locked in. We've seen Hell, specifically Variety, on this pick. It's absolutely tear teams apart, and a lot of players in the league on Hell, not just Variety, really make life difficult. You know, Hell out of the solo lane, you can still bring some damage into these fights. Anti-heal, I think, then becomes an important topic of conversation. Cerberus is there. You see overwhelming anti-heal in the future here for the Leviathans, or, you know, an item here or there?
No, Divine, we're going to see a Toxic Blade from Panatom almost certainly. Tainted Start for Odin is pretty likely. Cerberus is going to have that anti-heal. I think the Leviathans have come in with a draft that can anti-heal the Hell enough. Variety has shown, though, that isn't the end of his game. You know, he's still going to be able to make an impact on this Hell, even through all of that anti-heal, but the Leviathans have ensured themselves enough with the draft.
Remember, each individual matchup in the first round robin, so important. And the Camelot Kings and the Leviathans got a big one in week 1. Kings, Leviathans, game 1, right now.
And a big one it is indeed. Former first seed, former third seed between these teams coming out here. Sure to see sparks fly in this first set of the day. I'm J Mac Tucker. Joining me for this cast is Mifflin and Doug on the Spectator, as per usual, to bring us all the action here on the Battleground. And it's going to be Odin's support this time around. It's going to be Hardcore taking the Cerberus towards solo. Rongyu wants to grab that warrior for themselves. A little interesting to see that little swap there, Mifflin.
No, that's about what I was expecting for this draft from the Leviathans. Odin on a solo would take a lot longer to get involved inside of these team fights. You want to be able to utilize that ring elsewhere on the map. I mean, you could say that Big Man Tings is going to be very safe against the Odin ring, but as long as Odin isn't literally bisecting a wall, I mean, you can't just drop the portal through the Ring of Spears itself, so Big Man Tings going to play carefully with his positioning. Once we see Rongyu start rotating out, Twig going to have to dedicate either his ultimate, or if he's lucky, just has the passive fully stacked up if he wants to deal with Rongyu's ultimate as well. And got to talk about that lane pressure and kill potential that an Odin brings into the long lane. I mean, look at him now. He can just play bully, play that stun roll, and move up in 4 situations where Netroid just eats poke.
Taking a lot of damage, but Hardcore is also eating a lot of poke here, as this Cerberus already put down well under a quarter health, and Variety on this Hell can just keep himself and the wave alive to really make it difficult for Hardcore. But thanks to the passive of that Cerberus, he gets a little bit of that healing back, though this early in the game, that's not a whole lot of healing, just small little bits, but it will give some totem pressure the way of variety so he can start grabbing those for his team. And most importantly for him in this hell, very mana-hungry god here in the solo lane.
Yeah, Variety's going to have a pretty good time for the first 5 or so levels. Keep an eye on Yorkor's sustain. He does have Vampiric Shroud to make sure he stays topped up now that he's hit level 3. Also has the leap so he can eat some ghosts, but only 1 health potion left this early on in the game, only a minute 45. Yorkor is going to be in very high danger of either a gank coming his way or even solo potential. Variety's got that kind of damage at this point.
Captain Twig going for some very early camp invades, took the 2 small camps of the 3 Harpy camp at the top side, and then took both of the smalls right next to that one. Just taking a little bit of experience away from Panatom, and Captain Twig looked like he wanted to go for a gank here, and Panatom's going to say, all right, well, if you won't pull the trigger, maybe I will. Goes in, gets the pin, and gets the cleanse away from Variety, and getting under the tower will be enough safety for him. The hell lives on for just another moment.
Unfortunate timing on that paralyzing spit. Probably wouldn't have forced the kill onto Variety as he still had the beads available, but had Yorkor held onto it for just a moment longer, could have at least removed that defensive relic. I like the pace so far from both of these teams, Camelot Kings and Leviathans, trying to make something happen throughout the early. Both squads scale very well into the late game, probably going to give a slight edge to the Camelot Kings just because they have that sustain thanks to Hell and a Variety out of the soul lane. So it makes sense to me that the Leviathans are trying to either shut down this Hell early on or just get involved elsewhere and try and bury them with a lead.
And I think that then begs the question, you know, with a mid lane Hell, it's usually going to be a lot more damage, a lot more healing. But with a solo lane Hell, it's going to be a little bit more hybrid. How much of that anti-heal do you need to invest towards a solo lane Hell comparatively to a mid?
You're going to want similar amounts. I mean, Hell brings her value to the late game team fight, and by the time late game team fights roll around, doesn't really matter what role you're playing. Twig in some trouble here, going to be forced to use the blink defensively. Not the greatest look for an Osiris throughout the early. Wants to be using that as aggressively as possible, but at least maintaining his life, I'm sure that's plenty of value.
Especially with Hardcore hitting level 5, that was an easy ultimate against Captain Twig if he so chose to do so. And with no ultimate available to Twig, he would have been forced to just eat the damage and eat the CC from it. Variety also hitting level 5 here on this Hell, but his only ultimate is a stance switch, which he gets immediately at level 1. So all it is just going to give him a little bit of extra power, a little bit of extra MP5 to try and keep himself alive in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, Variety is already off to a good start. If you're playing Hell and you haven't died in the first 4 minutes, you're pretty happy with the pace of it. Dual lane, though, getting a little bit aggressive. Nice stun on the Netroid, but no follow-up damage, no bird bomb. The cage was not available as of yet either, so instead the Leviathan's going to go ahead and slow play it within the long lane. The pace right now has got to be benefiting the Camelot Kings. I mean, we have seen now, what, 3 ganked attempts, maybe 4 if Panatom actually comes into this lane yet again, and Variety has survived every single one. That is a lot of emphasis from the Leviathans towards this short lane, and very little payoff.
Variety didn't go back. Panatom still sneaking around. His blink is back up. This could be a kill. The low mana health. A taunt in with the 9 turns blessing. Gets the beads early. And a knock up from the turtle is going to give him after the cleanse. First blood goes to Panatom.
Hey, if it doesn't work the first time, the second time, or the third time, the fourth is always going to be the charm. Beads stripped away from Variety as well. This Hell is going to have to play very safe. Surprised to see Panatom not try and get aggressive here and strip away the blue buff. Maybe Yarkor being so low HP kind of dissuades him from that attempt. Doesn't love his odds up against something like a Yanis as well that could rotate over towards the blue immediately. So instead, find the kill, strip the beads, and then strip your own jungle. Clean play from the Leviathans just to make sure that they find an early lead. And it's not just First Blood that separates these two squads right now. Neutral farm has largely been going the way of the Leviathans as well. Shinto has been allowed to free farm this entire time, all adding up to a nearly 1,200 gold lead.
And a lot of that mind games from solo lane where Hardcore just started slowly walking at Variety and making him question whether or not he wanted to back. And, well, maybe he should try and make a go back early. A level 5 Rongyu is here. But Variety is full health, full mana, so he's not in too much danger just yet. Captain Twig rotating over, maybe the saving grace that he needs over near the Scorpion. Rongyu going in, Genetics is here, Cage drops down, he's got 2 trapped inside, and the ultimate from the server is going to pick up 2, Variety and Twig low, but Variety doesn't have a leap to get away, and with 4 of the Leviathans here, Panatom, he gets swung away by Genetics, but Genetics is low, Genetics is down, pinned from Panatom. We'll grab him.
Look, we've got plenty of opportunities to see what a Hell is capable of doing, and the Leviathans have done their homework. A lot of gank attempts, and now Twig, you should have been farming those backs, buddy.
Taunted back in, and one more will do it. Hardcore gets the credit credit for this one, and 4 kills on the board early for the Leviathans. They keep pushing that gold lead, 1,800 now in their favor, just 6 minutes in.
That's a rough start for the Camelot Kings. I mean, just out-rotated and outplayed inside of that team fight. The Leviathans, and Rongyu in particular, show a lot of patience trying to spring their trap, and it's all because that beads are still down for Variety. And well, they're still down for another 30 seconds again. Panatom is in a position where he could rotate in and potentially try and find one more kill while those beads are still down. That's a tough start, man. This hell isn't too far behind. Only 1 level deficit inside of the solo lane as of right now, but when you're playing a god that isn't super survivable, doesn't have a ton of mobility up against a composition like this from the Leviathans, 0-2 can very quickly turn into 0-3, 0-4, and get much worse with time.
A quick answer back for the Kings. They take the Scorpion and maybe the red buff.
Nice
in from Big Man Tings, trying to catch them out. Rongyu low in mana. Will hold the spear just for a while so he doesn't get knocked up by genetics, and he'll make it back to the safety of the tower. They lose their red buff, but I think saving their lives is the more important thing for them, as Variety once again loses out on this blue buff. He's going to be down now 1.5 levels, closer to 2 levels.
Yeah, Camelot Kings have made a clear decision now. All right, Variety, you played a double-edged sword god. You fell behind. You're on your own. Best of luck. Panatom's going to camp your lane, and we're going to try our best to do something elsewhere on the map. This time around, it is a red buff invade that is successful for the Camelot Kings, and it's not what one invade can do. It's what you're able to do with that timer, and playing into a 2,000 gold deficit already, it's going to be hard to make use of that timer. Maybe Big Man Tings just continually tries to snipe steal these objectives, but as of right now, farm all the way across the map, favoring the Leviathans.
Captain Twig is here to try and deal with Harkora. Leap in place. Harkora only has his ultimate available to help him out here. He's going to get slowed to eternity by Twig. Goes for the turnaround ultimate, but there's no one there for him. Rongyu and Panatom rotate over. Cage is available if needed, but Captain Twig's got the ultimate. He'll get back to the tier 1 in safety.
Nice discipline from Rongyu to hold on to that Ring of Spears. No way that's useful in that scenario, considering Lord of the Afterlife is up and available, and Variety was already inside of his tower, but instead holds on to it and still is able to force that ultimate off of the Osiris, and that's a huge engage tool loss, that's a huge gank and kill finishing tool loss for the Camelot Kings. The Leviathans are just keeping up immense pressure.
Rongyu's going to stick around here in mid. BMT and Genetics are there just to get some farm, and well, speaking of that farm, Harkora with that rotation from the rest of his team, they shoved an entire wave in the tower. Variety misses out on a huge chunk of farm, and that's only going to be beneficial for Harkora, making sure to get even further ahead and double down on this magical protection. Big Man Tings needs some protection of his own. Rongyu has the cage on him. He's down to a quarter health. Portal dropped down in the middle of it all. Open from Genetics. We'll catch 2. It's Panatom and Rongyu, but Panatom is nice and healthy. Snipe hits Shinto, but it's not enough to take him down. Captain Twig tries to walk away, but does that man have the snipes? He does. 2 is all it takes.
Leviathans, man, this aggression is stifling. The Camelot Kings try to dive deep into the Leviathans' backline near their own tier 1 tower to stop that cage from finding value on a Big Man Tings, and all that damage coming from Shinto nearly shuts down Tings. It only forces the beads, though, and he walks out with his life. The same cannot be said of Twig, who pays for the sins of his mid laner, should have been stepping up so far forward, and the Leviathans find themselves 5-0, 10 minutes into this one.
Harkora tries to steal the blue buff away, but doesn't do so. Instead, he'll now turn around to try and fight Variety. And as mentioned previously, he does double down on magical protection, looking towards maybe something like a Pestilence with this second item locked in, and a Genji's Guard for both of these solo laners. To be expecting we were going up against some of that magical. A Panatom here at level 9, Toxic Blade finished up, a Divine Ruin already online. That's 2 huge anti-heal items available for the Leviathans already this early in the game.
Yeah, it's a nice little power spike. Looks like we're going to see parity in the builds between these 2 junglers once Captain Twig is able to finish up that Toxic Blade himself. But as of right now, the Leviathans have a distinct advantage inside of these team fights. I'd like to see them try and force that onto either the Pyromancer, where they've been kind of controlling the solo lane. They don't have to worry too much about that rotation prowess of Big Man Tings, or even head over towards the Gold Fury, but instead, it's the Camelot Kings.
Gold Fury down to half. Rongyu and Shinto, the only ones in the area, and they can't get there. Genetics is playing the zone, and the ultimate will make sure that Rongyu leaps away. Gold Fury goes the way of the Kings. Variety is the one on the chopping block here for Leviathans. Taunted back in, the paralyzing spit and the ghastly breath are enough to take him down. Panatom with the last hit for it now on a killing spree with 3 kills.
Yeah, the Kings needed that gold infusion, but they're also going to need their hell inside of the late game. And as of right now, that late game is a long ways off. Variety has been suffering for the last 11 and a half minutes, and nobody from the Camelot Kings has been able to alleviate his suffering. That is a tough start yet again, but the proper response from the Kings. They know that the Leviathans are trying to shut down this hell, so they make plays on the opposite side of the map.
Portal through for big man Tings in case Captain Twig needs to get out there. But even with that Gold Fury, as a Pyromancer response and a kill on the Hell, so Leviathans extend their gold lead to over 3,000 gold at this point. We're sitting close to that near 4,000 gold mark in their favor. And the Camelot Kings are just falling so far behind. I mean, you see 2 levels in the solo, 2 levels in the jungle, even a level between every other role as well. Everybody so far for the Kings are behind the Leviathans.
Yeah, the Leviathans, the ball's in their court. They set the pace. They choose the engagements. They pick where the fights happen. And they can honestly just dictate every single engagement for the next 3 or 4 minutes. The only way the Camelot Kings are going to get proactive is if they catch somebody slipping on the map, somebody straggling inside of the jungle. If they can utilize maybe the rotation power of this Yanis. We haven't seen a huge rotation where they just try and outnumber their opposition. Instead, it has been the Leviathans just choosing every single thing that happens, and as of now, they're benefiting from it. But the Camelot Kings, again, do have phenomenal scaling coming to the late game, and 3,000-ish gold at the 12-minute marks, although incredibly high, although a nice lead, is not enough to say, all right, well, there's a 99%er. We're not quite there just yet for the Leviathans. They need to keep pushing this because Variety is still lurking. He's got his Phantom now as well. As he's ticked over to level 12, it's going to be much harder to shut down this hell. And eventually, he's going to hit level 20.
It's been very quiet from Big Man Tings this game as far as the ultimates have gone. Sure, he's about halfway up on the damage chart, but I think the only 2 ultimates that I've seen so far was one to snipe through the red buff to try and make a fight, and then one to try and, well, kill Shinto with the snipe. But outside of there, we haven't seen Big Man use it for rotations towards any of these fights, never to try and bail Variety out. And then, well, speaking of really not much happening over left side, there really hasn't been any action as far as the duo lane goes besides those first couple of levels. Oracle Harpies go the way of Leviathans. They'll have some vision towards that Fury Pit the next time that one spawns in.
Yeah, I mean, Big Man Tings doesn't really have many options to use that ultimate to rotate, though. Every lane behind, and maybe wishing that he was a little closer to the wall.
Cage dropped right in the center of the lane. Big Man Tings has nowhere to go. Taunted in beads and Aegis used, and there's the ultimate for the escape. Genetics throws his ult out and only catches Panatom in the midst of it. He's down to half, and it'll be a retreat from the Leviathans and a retreat from the mid laner of the Kings.
That was an expensive engagement for the Leviathans, costing them both the Ring of Spears and the 9 turns blessing in exchange for Genetics and Big Man Ting's ultimates, but having forced out a couple of members does open the door to look towards this red buff. Invade Genetics successful in defending this one this time around. Nothing really to do on the map until this Pyromancer and this Primal Fury respawn, so until then, it's just going to be small skirmishes throughout the map from both of these teams, seeing if they can maybe find a pick, look for an invade, or something along those lines. Once the Primal Fury respawns, I'm expecting a 5-on-5 engagement. Keep your eyes on these Soul Laners, Yarkor, and Variety. They'll tell you how their teams are feeling coming into these team fights. If one of them rotates out, you better believe they're confident, or maybe if the Camelot Kings are on the defensive, they're worried about this aggression from the Leviathans.
The Kings are able to close the gold deficit by about 1,000 gold. Now it's only 3K separating them. And looking through, Zapman just picked up a Wind Demon as a third item, has the Iqbal Odysseus bow, and then going in there compared to normally where we'd see a Rage if you want to go for that early crit item. A little, why Wind Demon before a Rage? Typically, wouldn't you want to get those stacks of the Rage online sooner?
Maybe he's going to bypass Rage and go straight into some other build path. There's been a lot of flux with Hunter builds, but the main thing I can think of is he's looking for a little bit of penetration, just wants something to deal with these tanks, and wants still to get crit, so doesn't want to go directly towards that dominance or that the kin size path. So Wind Demon does make sense, and with this aggressive composition, that passive is going to be very useful, but if he does move in towards Rage, I think I'm on the same line of thought as you. Should have probably picked that up a little bit sooner.
What's the over-under that we maybe see a Shadow Steel Shuriken come out of him for some extra anti-heal?
You know what? I couldn't tell you exactly what the over-under is. I could tell you that I'm not a huge fan of Shadow Steel Shuriken. That item's just not got great stats on it. But if they are really concerned, the Leviathans, that is, about this healing from the Camelot Kings, he could rather go down that path. I think I'd prefer to see anti-heal elsewhere in other people's builds, or perhaps an Ankh from Rongu or something along those lines before we're forcing our Hunter to go down that tree.
Well, so far it is just 2 anti-heal items with the Divine Rune and Toxic Blade. Hasn't finished up his second item there. Hardcore still sitting on that Silver Talisman. But for the time being, Leviathan's grouping up around this left side. All 10 members of the game around this Primal Fury. The next objective, both teams are looking to snipe out here. Oracles are about to respawn. I don't imagine there'll be too much scuffling over that. Just whoever gets them, because, well, everybody knows what's around here for the time being. It's the Fury. Alrighty, Hardcore go towards mid just to get a little bit of farm, and it seems that the teams are happy with kind of scattering out just a little bit.
And the Camelot Kings are doing a good job of trying to apply poke from a range. They realize that the Leviathans don't have non-committal engage. And when I say that, it's not a pluck. They can't single target isolate. When the Leviathans go in, when they get aggressive, it's going to be a blink-in Stygian Torment, a blink-in 9 turns Blessing, or a giant cage from Rongu. It's not as if it's like a pluck from Sobek or the single target CC from a Fafnir Hammer. Once the Leviathans choose to take a fight, it's going to be that all-in engage. So the Camelot Kings, realizing that, say, all right, if we step forward, there's not too much risk for Captain Twig of being put out of position. Instead, he can just throw out these sickles, throw out these untethers, and try and find a little bit of damage output. And maybe just showing face around that Primal Fury was enough for them, the Camelot Kings, to make sure that the Leviathans aren't comfortable in pulling it. And if it is going to fizzle, everybody headed back to their lanes.
Yeah, back to the farming for both. It's still a couple levels separating the jungle and the solo laners, and about a half level separating Shinto from Big Man Ting. So experience still in favor of the Leviathans, gold still in favor, back upwards towards that 4,000 mark. They've kind of been petering back and forth there between 3 and 4K, just between the farm that they're either splitting wave to wave with each other, or if they're getting a little bit of that solo action for themselves. It will be a Lotus Crown from Variety earlier on he picks up, and a Phantom. Gonna like to get a little bit of extra safety for himself with that relic.
Yeah, I like the relic selection all the way across the board. Variety, of course, probably going to pick up the Phantom because he's the one that's going to be caged more often than not. Makes perfect sense to me. Now, the Primal Fury and the Pyromancer haven't spawned up. Means that either team could go for a neutral objective in response to the other one. If the Leviathans get aggressive on the Primal, I'm expecting the Camelot Kings to head over to Pyro and vice versa, especially considering 4,000 gold deficit. The Camelot Kings probably not looking for a true 5-on-5 engagement right now, so consolation prizes don't feel too bad.
Looks like the Scorpion did end up getting stolen there by the Leviathan, so they keep that one off the King's side of the map for just a little while longer. Captain Twig may have been caught out here. The cage comes out, and that's going to be the immediate Phantom by Variety. Relic down on cooldown for the time. But Rongu has a little bit of CDR in the build, also a fully upgraded Curse Donk as soon as he hit level 12, and can be ready for that next fight. But the Kings are the ones who want to start this one up. Panatom walking forward, taking a little bit of poke, but Captain Twig's also in danger. Stygian Torment from Hardcore in the back finds one. Genetics in danger, but so is Panatom. Twig, junglers trade it out for it. Shinto gets the credit for one, and BMT portals himself out.
Zatman up into the air, trying to put some more damage into Genetics. The shots will not land, but Yarkor will find himself landing in the backline. Variety being zoned out now, and the Leviathans shredding the Primal.
Genetics stunned at half health. Variety tries to keep him healed up, and he'll walk forward against everybody, but he gets caught inside the Blizzard. Takes a lot of damage from the spit. Through the portal goes one. Hardcore leaps over it, and Shinto throws out the Eclipse to grab it, but a snipe from Big Man Tings will take out Zatman. Now it's just BMT and Genetics the only ones here, but now Netroid coming back in, has that Bifrost, gets him back to full health. Genetics low, Hardcore knocked up, Rongu in danger, but Shinto is the one who's got to watch where he's stepping.
Shinto is forced to step back, but steps back to the rest of his team. Rongu and Yarkor now on the trace. Genetics credit for the kill for Shinto, but Netroid in some trouble and back to the Shadow Realm.
It's another Hunter trade for it. Big Man Tings misses out on the Unstable Vortex. A blink from Rongu gets him out, and the bloodbath around the Fury leads to no objective but kills across the board.
Man, these fights are so Dragon Ball Z. Between all these blinks, my eyes aren't fast enough. I can't track them. They're everywhere avoiding all this damage, but at the end of the day, you got to give credit to the Camelot Kings for being able to stop the aggression from the Leviathans. Leviathans coming into that team fight with about a 4,000 gold lead has now been cut closer to 3,000. They try and aggress on the Primal, and they don't get it. BMT, though, well, he might get it from Panatom, getting put down here. Portal finally gets the mana to get through that wall, but maybe Panatom has Twig on his back.
The stun from the tether will be here momentarily. Twig gets it, throws one more sickle under the tower. Variety and Genetics rotating over means that Panatom cannot go any further forward. Rongyu leaps in, but he won't get anything for a BMT losing out on both of his relics in that engagement. Beads and Aegis down just from Panatom alone.
Yeah, let's do a little relic roundup here. How many beads available to the Kings? It's just Netroid. He's the only one with beads available. 30 seconds left on Variety and Captain Twig. On the other side, both defensive relics still available to Shinto. That feels pretty good, and Aegis still up for Zapman as well. I think the Leviathans are hugely favored here.
Especially with this Fury up. He keeps getting leashed by the Kings. Hardcore immediately towards the back line, uses the breath, and Genetics is caught in the middle of all five. Nowhere to go, and burned down. Zapman gets one. Triple cage, triple torment from the solo laner. Captain Twig's down. Variety is gone. Hardcore picks him up, and that's 3 gone from the Kings.
The Kings stepping a little too far forward without any of that defensive relics available. Still, the Leviathans crushed them on the engagement. Triple cage feels pretty good. Triple Stygian torment on the tail end of it. That feels good as well. The Leviathans now, well, they weren't quite able to do the gold for you last time, but they take the team fight and the Primal in one broad stroke. And with 3 dead for another 20 seconds, Tier 1 tower, that should fall. Pyromancer if they so choose. Tier 2, I mean, the world is their oyster. The Leviathans starting to run away with it.
They're going to go right towards the Tier 2 tower. 500 gold from the mid lane Tier 1, add another 1,500 here with this Tier 2, plus the gold that they got from taking out the Fury and those 3 kills. Now 6,500 gold separating them, the largest gold lead we've had so far this game. Oh, and let's just add an extra bit of Pyromancer gold along with that. Leviathans starting to run away with the gold lead, but the Camelot Kings aren't quick to give this one up. BMT and Genetics both rotating in. They're staring down the barrel of 5 members from the Leviathans. Genetics already starting to feel some of that CC coming from them.
That gold lead is all in pocket. As of right now, it is just Shinto who's been able to back and spend up some of those items, and that's because the Leviathans are forced to stick around near this Fire Giant with all 5 members of the Camelot Kings on the respawn. That means they can step up, stop some backs, and put some threat on this neutral objective. The Leviathans are biding their time now. They're trying to find opportunities where they can return to base without having to worry about this threat towards fire, spend up that gold, and once everyone has done that, gotta think they're gonna head over straight to that Fire Giant and try and force yet another engagement onto the Camelot Kings. But you're right, man. That's 7,000 gold now, 23 minutes in this game, 12-3 is the slash line in favor of the Chaos team, and we're already approaching 6th item on the side of the Leviathans. The Camelot Kings, they've got to hope for some pretty dire mistakes here from the Leviathans. They want to win out in this next team fight.
Not just 6th item, full levels as well. 20 for Hardcore, 20 for Panatom. Meanwhile, it's only level 18 for their counterparts of the Kings. Still haven't hit that threshold just yet. The Fire Giant started up. Genetics and Variety will walk forward, but Hardcore is waiting like a serpent in the night, trying to grab anybody he can, and it might be Captain Twig, already down to half health. A leap in from Rongyu. Cage finds Variety, is the only one stuck inside. The wall will fall down, but so will Captain Twig. Genetics diving into the backline, finds 2 with the ultimate. Stygian Torment only finds 1, and Variety grabs 1 big man. Tings with the portal health will take down another one. Now it's the Leviathans on the run. The Camelot Kings have advantage, but Variety steps too far forward. He is taken down.
Netroid tries to step up and put down Zapman, but maybe only does enough to force big man Tings into a bad position. Genetics now on the retreat. He is the sole remaining member of the Camelot Kings. Tough start for the boys on the Order side. Leviathans pick up the DSI, do a double kill for Shinto. That's tough, man. That is all damage from the Camelot Kings coming from Netroid. That oboe stripping through the entirety of the Leviathans makes it look like that fight is going better than it was. And then immediately the Leviathans say, oh, you're stepping up to me? You're going to walk up close to me, turn on their heel 180 degrees, and shut down that fight. Fire Giant now on 4 members.
I was questioning if they were going to be healthy enough to do that Fire Giant, but they went ahead and proved me wrong immediately for it. They get it with 4 players. Rongyu spawned in just in time to get it. They couldn't hold it for the extra 10 seconds necessary for Panatom. That would have been a little bit greedy on their part, but getting fire for 4, getting a full deicide in that fight, and it looked dire for them. They were the ones on the back foot. They had to run because they were down, 4-3 in that fight. And then Variety just steps forward, gets stunned, and immediately killed. Netroid gets shut down, and Shinto with some of that long-range damage you love out of this Merlin. Big plays coming up from him. 17 kills now on the board, 10,000 gold in their favor, and the experience all still petering for them.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of towers to collect as well. 3 towers on the map, a couple of Phoenixes. Should be pretty easy to take out as well, but take a peek at the relics from the Camelot Kings. The majority still available. Sure, Horrific is going to be down, but maybe not by the time we see the Leviathan start knocking on the door of the Titan through these Phoenixes. It's only about 20 seconds left on that relic. The majority of beads still available. Phantoms up as well. So the Camelot Kings are ready, or as ready as they'll ever be for this defense. But it's easier said than done, man. That gold lead, the experience, it's all stifling.
Starting up the Phoenix defenses for the time. Camelot Kings will clear out the waves, and Leviathans start their group up towards this left side. They send 3 left and 2 mid, Panatom and Hardcore, but Panatom kind of going back and forth between and deciding which side of the map he wants to throw his commitment towards. It looks like it will be the left side to try and strip away the farthest Phoenix from that Fire Giant.
Yarkor doing his best to split up the engagement. Twig now trying to take that 1v1 Variety. Holds on to the Phantom. Rongyu does not have the follow-up he needs to force off that relic. That's huge. Legitimately now, no cage available for another minute or so, and once it is up, it's just going to get Phantom.
Rongyu gets a stun with 1. Genetics down to half, and Variety misses the heal, but the Phoenix is the one in even more danger. It gets well under half health. From Big Man Ting from downtown takes down Panatom, and that might be the call the Camelot Kings need to surge forward.
Unfortunately for the Kings, Panatom already didn't have Fire Giant, so maybe the lowest priority target for the Kings to pick up, but still just enough to stop the Leviathans from continuing this push is what I'd like to say. But the Leviathans kind of hovering inside of the jungle indicates to me that they might be trying to set up an ambush here. The Camelot Kings step far forward, but it's still 5 versus 4 despite this gold deficit.
There is 4 with Fire Giant. Genetics gets stunned and eats a nice little chunk of damage, and healing from Variety will try and keep him topped back up, but with all that anti-heal from the Leviathans, it's going to be a slow heal back for the time. I'll have to wait till it falls off. Primal Fury started up by the Kings. Leviathans aren't going to let it go for free with no Phantom this time. Or actually, it is available for him. Variety able to walk himself out. Genetics and Captain Twig picked up by the Sinjin Torment. And an ultimate from Genetics will throw him through. Captain Twig is low. Will he be able to make it out? The stun doesn't connect with him. Genetics and Twig both low. Genetics able to get the leap away. That's a full retreat from the Camelot Kings.
Yarkor finds the breath, and it is ghastly. The slow is good, the stun is good, and Genetics no longer good. Welcome to the coffin.
Shinto grabs 1, Twig able to blink away, and it's Big Man Ting separating himself from the rest. He'll try and make his retreat back towards the base, but Panatom is here. He may have just caught out Captain Twig. Gets knocked out by the turtle. Panatom finds the pick.
GG question mark? 2 dead for just over half a minute. Mid Phoenix stripped away quickly. The Leviathans, they're going for it.
Looking for the surge forward. Variety here for the defense with Netroid and Twig. It's 5 versus 3. Shinto low and being dealt with by Variety. Titan not taking a whole lot of damage. Captain Twig almost gets Panatom out, but Zatman finds Captain Twig. Variety tries to hold him, but the cage is back. Variety surely to fall down in the midst of everybody. Rongyu gets 1. The Titan goes the way of the Leviathans as well as game number 1.
And what a classic way for the Leviathans to end the game. You better believe they're going to prioritize at least a couple of kills before they shut down the Titan itself. Man, what a back and forth game. And when I say back and forth, I mean it took a little while, but the Leviathans were in control for the vast majority of it.
And we saw 4,000 gold pretty much separating this team for the entirety of the game. And then 1 team fight was all the Leviathans needed. They're able to get a huge pick, get the Fire Giant, surge forward, and end up taking this first game. A huge win for the Leviathans coming out here in set number 1, in game number 1. But that's not the end of it. They still got to go through another game if they want to take this set. We'll take it to a break, and then we'll be back with the desk right after.
Not only is this a battle of two top teams, this is a battle of two teams with top-tier logos. That's a lot of T's in one sentence, but I am spot on here. If you want to grab either of these two teams' jerseys or any jersey that we have here in the SPO, as well as SMITE Pro League branded gear, whether it be a hoodie, a t-shirt, a PBM arm sleeve.
I was going to say maybe a tee of your own.
A tee of your...
As
God,
a
I dropped-
t-shirt.
You know what? I'm done.
Wait, don't be done.
I can never compete. I can't compete. All that and more available at shop.smiteproleague.com. Furnished, of course, by our friends at Insight Apparel Company. God, that made me think of that one video where it was like an Eagles fan. He's in his room and he's like, "I'm going in. I'm tired of losing. I'm going in." He puts on the helmet.
You got to reenact that with the Bengals this year when they go like 1-15 or 1-16 now.
That's
right.
right.
The extra game.
Give us the one.
Yep.
Give us the one, and then hopefully 2 when I go see them in a few weeks.
There you go.
2-15.
There it
is
Aim
what
high,
we're going
Dave.
for.
That's
Aim
it.
high. The Leviathans have one win in this set as well, and this one pretty convincing here, Aggro. The early game mindset was pretty clear from the Leviathans in game one. We're going to sit on Variety, put a lot of pressure on that solo lane side of the map. Some pushback from the Kings, but really kind of snowballed on this side.
Man, what a fun game to watch. The Leviathans definitely came out with the game plan of we are not letting Variety get through the laning phase for free. And Panatom was a frequent flyer to the right-hand side of the map. And I was asking for this Odin to go to solo lane because I didn't think it was as impactful out of support, but Rongu certainly making it look awfully impactful. He had a great game on this Odin, consistently nice and patient with his choices, always found the good options. And Zapman and Shinto were just untouchable in this backline. And that was the concern for the Leviathans, that they did not have great dive in this game. Hell is not a diver. Xing Chen is not a very effective diver. Giannis is really the only one there. That's why I was saying I thought that there was a lot of pressure on Big Man to hard carry this game.
because the one defense that they had on left side Phoenix was because big man sniped Panatom, and that's all it really took. Otherwise, it was just too easy for Shinto and Zap, who only had 2 deaths between them,
wow.
to just sit in the back and
11
slam
kills.
damage throughout this entire game, and they did exactly that.
6-1-9 for Shinto, 5-1-7 for Zapman, 11 combined kills, and then 2 deaths for both of the carries. Top damage in the game for Shinto. And again, this is a last pick Merlin that he was able to get in this game. And it's not without emphasis. You know, you can make the argument, aggro, for some players where it's like they're going to play so much anyway. It takes too much to fully ban someone out. Shinto might be in that category. There was Raijin, Tiamat, Morgan Le Fay, and Giannis was picked up earlier in the draft. So 4 effective picks gone for Shinto. And then Merlin is still there by the end of it. I mean, Shinto just absolutely tore things apart here. Zapman did as well. And this was always the threat with this Leviathans team. You know, you take a break, you're happy about the fact that you made it to the finals, you're not too down on yourself, you're rejuvenated. This is always the way that this team can play. The Kings, that being said, always have the potential to bounce back. This is too good a team to go all phase long, getting beaten down, anything like that. That's pretty alarmist after one single game, don't you think? But the Camelot Kings, still very much so in this set.
I'll leave those words to you. I'll say it's just one game. That's an Aaron Rodgers, Matt LaFleur reference for you right there. Everything's fine.
Last year?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. The deal is with the Leviathans is that their front line, you know, I just spent that whole time talking about how good their back line was. But I think the way you have to beat the Leviathans is you can't let their front line have the ball. You can't let them be the ones initiating on you because their front line is so good at finding these great initiations. Panatom, Rongyu, and Yarkor are too good at it. And when you've got a composition like the Kings just had, where the Leviathans are always going to be the initiators and their backline is going to be safe, they feel impossible to beat. I think you have to bypass the front line and pick heavy dive to get onto Shinto and Zap. I think that's how you make this team uncomfortable, and I want to see if the Kings are willing to make that adaptation in this next game.
And so there are some games where you come off as we jump into to picks and demands in game number 2, or for game number 2. There are some games where you lose, and you know, it's kind of user errors, I like to say. You don't have to change up all that much. This is an opportunity for the Kings to adapt, and I think that's a good way of looking at it. Still in that first pick slot, and it was fun. It was a game of chess. You know, sometimes in picks and bans, you know, one team has a clear set roster that they want. The other team does as well. They both get what they want. Felt like there was a lot of back and forth strategy in picks and bans for game 1.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's continued emphasis on Shinto here because, again, you invest 3 bans and a pick. I mean, the pick, of course, you're getting for BMT, so not against Shinto necessarily. But then you pass ban on your last ban. I mean, are you banning 4 gods against Shinto? You know, I mean,
probably.
That's a heavy investment.
Yeah, you probably are because that's what he demands. He's that good of a player. It's what Paul's been dealing with his whole SPL career, is dealing with these triple, quadruple, quintuple bans coming his way. Shinto's that same style of carry out of the mid lane, and I think that he necessitates it in a way. But already we've got a change in Raijin being open here for the Kings, and they ban that Odin, which is as expected. But now you've got a position where the Leviathans, this actually makes their picks and bans potentially a little bit harder, I think, and it does require a change. So yeah, instead of banning Izanami, they ban Rom, because now you just can't go, you know, you can't really go Tiamat or Rom plus Raijin, get your backline locked in, but then you're a little bit anemic on the front line, and I think that's so important for how they want to play. I think that this adjustment makes a lot of sense to me. Let them take the hell. They're going to. We know it. I think in this spot, I'd go Raijin Cerberus. Make sure that we have that matchup in the solo lane for Yarkor yet again. Lock in that pick for Shinto, or Izanami here if you want to. But this makes the most sense to me. Now you force Netrui to show us an Izanami, which we haven't really seen. And if he doesn't take it, then we can take it before the second ban phase. Or we can just pick Erlong Osiris again for Panatom, whatever Twig doesn't take.
And the Leviathans this time, you know, the big pivot, you call it Cerberus Raijin. You know, we talked about how the Kings put all this ban pressure onto Shinto. The Leviathans didn't really care. They let that pick fall down to the bottom. They knew Shinto was going to get something that he was good on. I think that is a vote of confidence that you're like, all right, look, 3 bans already there, a pick's already there. Who cares? You know, he's going to find something that he can play well. This time, though, when Raijin is there, that's that A to S tier level mid laner, so these pros seem to think, as referenced by Priority and Picks and Bans. You got to take the Raijin here. And so the Leviathans do. Kings then with a bit of a change. Terra was taken away from Genetics. They're going to prioritize that a bit earlier on in the draft. And then Erlong Shen for Captain Twig for some setup. And then a Sorket to round out the top 3 for the Leviathans.
Love it, because there's healing on all 3 members of the Kings over there. You get a Sorket, eliminate healing from at least one of them at a time. Make sure that this is now a flex pick. Panatom can play it, but it's been going to wrong you more often than not recently for the Leviathans. So now you've got some flexibility in your draft. If the Kings decide to spend the next 2 bans on Panatom, they ban Gilgamesh Osiris, and Panatom doesn't have anything he really likes, you can just pick for Zap, let Panatom see the whole draft, and then decide if he wants a Sorket or if wrong you can play it, and then you end up in a position where you still have some good priority picks.
That's right. This is totally not related to this game at all, but when we saw Sorket locked in for the Bolts yesterday, I'm for sure that that's going to last for. But then Awesome Jake plays that pick super well. The Sorket support, definitely something that we've seen over the last couple of days and in this meta so far here in Season 8 could continue. Giannis taken away from Big Man Tings. The ball was in his court, as we've talked about in Game 1. And stepped up to the plate pretty well a couple of times.
He had a good game.
And spaces were big. The fights that almost turned around, there was a lot of big damage coming out of Big Man Tings. And so it's probably smart here, Aggro, from the Leviathans. You take away that playmaking mid laner. I mean, still plenty of options for Big Man Tings, but one of the playmaking mid laners. Merlin, also something that BMT is pretty comfortable on. Seems like the reasonable direction to go here as far as limiting what the Kings can get.
Yeah, I like what the bans have been for the Leviathans. Make sure the big man's off some of those more impactful mid laners. The Kings actually split their bans. They go 1 at Panatom, 1 at Zapman, and they leave the Izanami open. And Izanami can struggle at times up against Erlong Shen. Not having that CC immunity is a big deal. Having an Artemis there would have been nice for Zap. But because you don't double ban him, because you don't ban both Izanami and Artemis, he's still able to get a good pick. Now, he could have also gone Heim,
right.
So you've got options for Zap. So maybe it does make some sense to not go double ban onto him, but it does leave him one of the best ADCs right now.
This feels like early Season 8 Camelot Kings style of draft that we got here. Remember, it was Captain Twig on Erlong Shen plus big confirmable burst damage from BMT out of the mid lane. And you got Terra there as well, so the damage just going to be increasing. And then Hachiman to finalize the draft here for Net Druid. Remember, a couple of games in the Phase 2 playoffs on Hachiman. One good, one not so good, or one okay, and one less good. Not one of his top picks, but still a pick that he has that potential on. I do want to talk about the draft as a whole, though, from the Camelot Kings here, Aggro, because it seems straightforward. This is what Kings have found success on in the past.
And this is a much easier way to eliminate that front line. I mean, this is a composition that is designed to be able to kill front line with their heavy CC, with the Cuckoo Khan ultimate. All of those things can look very good, but I think that it still requires a pretty heavy level of execution, and I still don't think the dive is there from this Kings draft. And that's what I was worried about after Game 1, is that anytime you go with Hell solo, you just can't dive very well. You're losing one of the players who is typically used to diving backline in order to facilitate the healing and the cleansing and all that kind of stuff. The Leviathans, they've got dive, they've got peel, they've got CC, and they've got a backline that should be able to stay fairly safe. But they can peel for one another pretty well between their CC for one another and their damage. So I think that unless the Kings can show me that they can execute on the front line so well that it doesn't matter that they can't hit front line or back line until the fight is won, then I have to favor the Leviathans, because I think it's the exact, even though the picks are slightly different, the style of the Kings draft is the same. And the Leviathans handled that beautifully in Game 1.
I imagine then that the confidence not shaken by a less than standard pick here in the Susano. I'm assuming that goes to Panatom. It's something we've seen him play. And so I think he's proven to me that it can look good. And so my confidence maybe not as shaken, but what about you?
No, Susano eats Cuckoo Khan for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, what does that character
meal
do?
prepping.
Yeah, he's meal prepping. He's got the whole week planned out, man. I mean, what do you do as Cuckoo Khan up against Susano with all of his mobility and all of his displacement and all of his damage? I think that this is the type of pick that Jungle is, it's not Tuesday yet. Jungle hasn't gotten their insane amount of buffs. He will fall behind. He won't be the same level as Big Man in this game. But Susano's one of those characters that, because his CC is really relevant throughout the whole stage of the game, he's kind of strong to like level 7. Then he'll start to fall behind. He'll be a little bit weak. And then he'll hit level 20 and be able to do a ton. So I like the pick here for Panatom. And it's a special pick for him. He's really good on
So
it.
we clearly like the Leviathans draft, and if you watched Game 1, you can expect more of the same here in Game 2. Flip side of the coin, what do you see for the Kings here? How do you win this game?
The Kings have a draft that's very good, and if the Leviathans mess up one of their initiations, if a frontliner oversteps, if Panatom tries to make a play and gets punished, the Kings draft can win from 0 to 100 really, really quickly. The Leviathans can't afford to be too confident.
What a way for the Leviathans to start the phase if they can 2-0 the Camelot Kings. Kings, a team that'll punch back. Let's start off Game 2.
Into Game 2, we jump right in. It's J-Mac and Mifflin joining us, the spectator of the gods, Doug himself, on the camera for it. Game number 2, Susano coming out of Kukul Khan. We saw a lot of fun, spicy picks yesterday, and now we get to continue seeing those here today, Mifflin. Interesting 2 picks coming out here for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I agree with Aggro in that Susano is going to make it very hard for Kukulkan to survive, but the win condition for the Leviathans in Game 1 was shutting down Variety for the first 14 or so minutes of the game. It was continued efforts of Panatom inside of the solo, just making sure that this hell wasn't really a factor until it was too late for the Camelot Kings. And I'm not certain that Susano brings that same level of kill pressure to hell. So if it is going to be a shift in attention and Panatom is going to be putting a lot more emphasis on mid, we'll see what Variety is able to do with that kind of space. And speaking of Variety and his team, the Camelot Kings just have an annoying draft, man. What a nerdy, annoying draft that the Camelot Kings have got here between the Healing of Hell, the win condition that is Erlen Fury from Terra, the easy CC lockdown of Captain Twig's Erlang Shen to set up for this Kukulkan out of mid, and Netroid playing one of the safest hunters in the game. It just feels like the Camelot Kings are going for an Omega tilt factor up against the Leviathans, and I mean, my mental's already shook, and I'm not even playing it.
And you want to talk about ultra safety as far as clear or poke goes, you have the Kugel Khan out of mid lane. You can just sit under tower. You can throw Tornado, sit under tower, and profit. That's all you got to do with that god for it. And I'm actually a little curious we don't see maybe a little bit more of him with the boots removal. It brought gods like Baba Yaga, who likes to stack up items, back in the meta. So a little curious we can see maybe more Kugel Khan, since Book of Thoth is kind of that go-to for him as he gets to double dip his passive with it. We'll see how it performs for him this game with the Kings. It is definitely a throwback to the original Season 8 composition the Kings love to run.
Yeah, the only thing that could have made it even more vintage if his Captain Twig took like the Naja or something along those lines. But I think the reason we don't see Kukulkan too often is because of what Aggro highlights. He's kind of unsafe against junglers that have decent CC. I mean, we talk about how good Susano is into it, but even if Panatom were able to go towards the Erlang Shen, Kukulkan doesn't really have great options to deal with that either. A bunch of these warrior just engaged junglers really do victimize that mid laner.
Link in and a pull from Panatom. Variety in danger. The ghastly breath and one more basic repeat of game number 1. This time just a little bit earlier and only took 1 try for him. But Panatom puts the Leviathans on the board.
All right, yeah, so it still works. Good to know. Hell will still struggle into this Susano, at least until she gets a little bit more defense online. Susano does not have the same level of consistent damage, but that early game burst is just enough to make sure that the first blood does go the way of the Leviathans. And I gotta imagine Variety's comms is just, oh no, not again. Not twice in a row, surely, but already at 2.5 minutes off to a quick start.
Surely they won't do it to me 2 games in a row, guys. Come on, please leave me alone with it. But now he's down 1 death in the books. All sets of beads for the Camelot Kings. Everybody picking up that relic on the other side of it. You do see a few sets of beads for the Leviathans. They'll pick up 3. I'm a little curious if Variety didn't elect to use any beads in that instance for it. Zapman, he's going to have to walk away from that fight. Uses the fade away to get out of danger. Netro and Genetics just pushing a little too much for the Leviathan's comfort.
Man, I didn't even take into account the relic selection of the Camelot Kings when I said they had an annoying composition. Penta beads, yeah, these guys are safety stacked with more safety. And I think the Variety holds on to his defensive relic because really, once you're already pulled in by the second ability of Susano, you're just kind of stuck there. Had he used his beads, it just makes it easier for subsequent ganks to come his way. So good discipline from Variety to hold on to those beads and just make sure that, all right, if Panatom wants to play my lane, and this is going to be a 1v2 again in game 2, I'm at least going to make him work for it this second time around.
The Penta Beads is like when you're going up against an Ares and Assault, and everybody, no matter what they say, all right, Ares Beads, just immediately got to pick it up here. But there is no Ares. Instead, it's a Susano and a Circuit, providing a lot of CC as well as hardcore on this Cerberus. So it's no surprise that everybody might be looking towards that, especially a few of those gods, well, namely 4 of them actually, that don't have any inherent CC immunity in their kit without the assistance of using an ability like Cleanse from Variety. So all of them going to be a little bit in danger here between Panatom and Rongyu. Oracle Harpies will go the way of Camelot Kings as Captain Twig is rotate over to take those down. We start off with an early 400 gold lead, all of that from the first blood against Variety earlier on. Maybe a second blood. Panatom goes in, the heal is good, Typhoon is up. The damage not quite enough, a big heal from Variety, but not going to be enough health as Panatom puts him down one more time, puts his second on the board.
So here's the thing, Variety. Hell is a mobile, and the Leviathans know you want to play it, so they're going to keep doing this. Panatom rotates in yet again and finds another clean kill. Does not get the knockup from the ultimate, but it is not required. Just the DPS is all this Susano needs, and Yarkor wasn't even there. Double-edged sword for the Camelot Kings to go for Penta Beads. No blinks, which means Captain Twig is going to struggle to find these engages. We were talking about it on the desk. The engage of 9 turns blessing and a Spirit of the 9 Winds is just good. We haven't seen it yet. 5.5 minutes into this one, and I don't think it's gonna be a good while. I think until we do see it.
He stole that. He stole that Scorpion right from under them. Able to get that one. It's a nice little win for the Kings. Nice little win for Captain Twig. But Panatom going for an immediate Brawler's Beat Stick. This is part of the reason Variety probably died there, is now he's got less healing on the board, so even if he hits Panatom with that heal point blank, it's not going to give him a whole lot of value this early on, especially when he's going for some magic defense. So he doesn't have quite a bit of power online just yet, and well, magical defense is good against Hardcore, not so much against Panatom.
And Yorkor does elect to pick up the Void Stone inside of the first slot, so that magical defense you picked up, yeah, you're getting less of it. He's still going to be dealing pretty decent damage up against Variety, and as you already highlighted, Panatom does not care whatsoever about that Genji's guard. He's just going to walk on in and deal his damage regardless. I mean, I'm surprised that we even see Panatom on the left side of the map right now. I thought that we were just going to see a repeat performance of the last 3 or so minutes continually throughout this game. Maybe it was just a little slight siesta for Panatom. Takes a break on the left-hand side and gets back to work on the right. Variety got to play very safe.
Book of Thoth online for Big Man Tings, already sitting about a third of the way for the stacks necessary to complete it, sitting around 25, and a Sands of Time gives them a little bit of cooldown reduction, some MP5, everything that you love to have out of a Kukulkan, and plus getting to double dip that power as mentioned previously with his passive and the Book of Thoth passive kicking in with it. Be a lot of power online for Big Man Tings. How well will he be able to utilize it comes down to the CC and setup the rest of his team can provide, or maybe just goes for the outright ultimate by himself, no setup necessary.
Yeah, he could do so. I think I would prefer to see some sort of setup for him, but as of right now, none has come his way. I'm not certain that Shinto's been CC'd a single time this game. No pins, maybe a Zephyr for a slow from Big Man Tings, but outside of that, Shinto has been allowed to free farm, and Tings has been allowed to do so in his own right. Twig maybe going to get caught out inside of the jungle thanks to the pincer maneuver of Rongyu and Panatom, but he spots him out and heads back for a little bit more safety. Variety going to benefit from that call and get out of dodge as well. And despite having fallen twice, Variety is equivalent level to Yarkor. Yarkor didn't really participate in the secondary kill, so doesn't even get the assist credit. But even then, you'd expect a Cerberus 0-0-1 to be at least a level up on an 0-2 Hell, but just splitting all that farm with Panatom makes it kind of a moot point.
Jogger will be taken by Netroid, so they get a little bit of extra farm there for the Kings, and gold is only 500 separating the two teams, despite there being 2 kills on the board for Leviathans, and majority of that just comes from that first blood bounty that went their way, and ever since then it's just kind of stagnated as far as the gold goes. Even Variety hitting level 9 before Hardcore, now that could just be the wave to wave forward. Big Man Tings lose down the ultimate, gets pulled back into the Typhoon, and Taiko Drums take him down. Shinto on the board, Captain Twig diving in aggressively forward, he gets hit by the Raiju, pin is good, but not going to be enough to save his life for it. Panatom falls down with rotation from Netroid.
Yeah, nice little ultimate from Netroid to make sure that kill goes their way. I thought it might have been a misplay for Twig to step up, but he knew that his team was right behind him. And now, what are the Camelot Kings going to do with this opportunity? Strip a Greater Scorpion, that's nice. Take away some back camps, that's pretty good as well. But with Panatom dead, I would have thought they may have tried to attempt to maybe rotate towards this Gold Fury or something along those lines. Instead, though, reset to neutral and take this small win.
Hardcore will get the totem. Genetics is all the way on this side of the map even, looking to maybe at least give some assistance towards Variety if something were to go down for it. But with no one on this right-hand side besides Hardcore, it'll be back to base for Genetics. For Variety, he's got that breastplate working to be online. A blue buff his way. So even despite those 2 deaths earlier, Variety still maintaining at least an even pacing here with Hardcore in the solo lane.
He is, man. I mean, despite all the efforts of Panatom, and there have been plenty of effort from him, Variety doing just fine. Can't say the same of Big Man Tings, though, who does lose his beads in that last engagement as well as his life. So for the next 80 or so seconds, he's probably got a pretty massive target on his back. Leviathan's realizing that Penta beads for the Camelot Kings, only one of them is down, probably going to put their efforts there.
Classic Wrong U maneuver as he sits inside the mid lane, stealth, and seeing if anybody walks a little too far forward. Genetics spots him out. It'll be a leap under the tower for Wrong U. He'll grab Big Man Tings. The Taiko drums not going to do enough damage for it, but the Raiju may be enough. One more tick will do it. Shinto finds the kill under the tower. Fade away for him, and another one on the board for Leviathans.
Bro, I hate Wrong U, man. I gotta hate you for that one. You are...
How long
so
did he
mean.
sit there?
Too long. I mean, the Genetics essentially pulls the trigger on the gun just by showing Wrong U on the map. I thought once he was revealed inside of that stealth, he would have given up on the engagement. No. He knew that the damage output from Taiko drums and from Shinto in general would have been enough, and it was. Big Man Tings falls yet again, and the Leviathans are doing a great job of punishing beads when they go down. When Variety uses his beads early on, they kill him again. When Big Man Tings' beads are down, they kill him again. 0-2 for both of the mages on the side of the Camelot Kings, but despite all this aggression and all these efforts, it has been low reward. As of right now, 10 minutes in the game for the Leviathans. We're only looking at, what, 800 gold in the lead, if even. It has not been huge, but now we're starting to reach the point where these death timers are getting a little bit longer, and any pick is going to mean more.
Panatom stunned out, and with 3 here, there's nowhere for the lone assassin to go. The Camelot Kings are able to punch back and pick up a kill for themselves, and try and keep Big Man Tings in this. He was down about a level and a half here to Shinto, but with that rotation over, making sure to keep Panatom away, gives him a little bit of safety. Variety gets thrown under the tower. Healing is good to keep him alive, and he's already down to half health, and Hardcore is more than willing to continue this boxing matchup against him, but not going to have enough damage to take out the mage.
Variety holds on to the beads, realizes that there's not a whole lot of kill potential, knows that if he does use the beads, his life is likely forfeit. Playing a little bit of fire here, though. Surprised he's willing to stay so close to Yarkor, maybe just trying to distract him so the rest of the boys can look at the Pyromancer, and the Pyromancer will go down. Camelot Kings credit for the neutral objective, and that gold lead that was already minuscule in favor of the Leviathans has been cut yet again. This is essentially a dead even game 12 minutes in.
Level lead for Captain Twig. Once he goes back to base, he can pick up that second relic. Panatom still doesn't have access to it just yet, and gotta imagine it'll be a purification bead to pick up for him, because he already has the blink online. Captain Twig will go back. He's got a Berserker shield for himself, so a little bit of extra attack speed to his name for this Erlang Shen, a little bit of extra protection. Panatom will rotate over to try and hit that level 12, but he's still not there just yet. Maybe this Greater Scorpion will do it for him.
Maybe. I mean, we're not overly concerned about it. I mean, he's probably not going back to base until he does tick over to 12. You want to make sure you're able to pick up that relic, but Panatom's just fine with the pace that he's at. He's only maybe a quarter of a level behind Captain Twig at this point, and Twig, finally having ticked over to level 12, does pick up Blink for himself. So the engage factor of the Camelot Kings now exists 12 minutes into the game. 9 turns blessing, a legitimate threat.
Shinto gets CC'd by Genetics, and he'll have to Thunder Crash away back towards the mid lane, but doesn't use his beads. And now with Panatom hitting that 12, he's got access to beads. Wrong U is going to play the classic Wrong U style. We get a nice first-person perspective from him as he's just staring at Genetics and Big Man Tings. I'm sure both of them have to know that he's there. They won't walk too far forward. Panatom loses his beads in the trade with Captain Twig, but that's an ultimate burn by the jungler.
Variety caught out in mid. Wrong U holds on to all of his CC. Cleanse, no good. Panatom's in.
Variety goes in with the ultimate. Not going to get the throwback as the beads are used by the solo laner. Shinto goes in. Hardcore has found his way to the mid lane, but all 5 of the Kings have already found their way back towards the Tier 1 tower. A swift retreat by the Kings.
Both relics used by Variety and Captain Twig, so both people got to play very safe going forward. Zapman not quite on the mark with the Dark Portal. Has to take this 1v1 the old-fashioned way, and it's one that he loves. He is slamming Twig.
Captain Twig taunts it back. The cleanse is good to keep him alive. The circle 9 wins, just clean through 3 of them, taking down almost one of them with the Wrong U is out, but Hardcore picks up 1. and Variety's surging forward. Shinto in a little bit of danger for it, but Variety should be the one who's checking the damage on the rest of the team as he's getting breathed down by Hardcore. Leap in, Shinto finds one, Genetics on the retreat. Hardcore now in danger, he's got to walk away.
Man, big man Tings. It's not often you hit, was that a 4-man or a 3-man ultimate? Yeah, you hit 4, and it just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how well you're playing when you're this far behind inside of the positioning. Leviathans rout the Camelot Kings, and maybe, thanks to the efforts of Zapman, able to win that team fight cleanly and pick up the Gold Fury. On the tail end of it, finally a little bit more separation, 14.5 minutes into this game, now approaching the 2,000 mark XP, leading back in favor of the Leviathans as well. But what a crazy team fight.
We get to see that from his perspective here. Big man Tings had a huge ultimate for, and honestly just huge, I want to say just misplay where everybody was standing for a great capitalization. Here he just launches off that ultimate, hits 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 with it. Zapman almost got tailed by that, but a huge just no setup required ultimate because the enemy team set themselves up by walking in that small corridor.
Look, I mean, I can't fault the Leviathans for being there. They're just trying their best to continually find aggression inside of the jungle. The Camelot Kings, the big man Tings rather, just plays it properly, just finds a great ultimate, and unfortunately is not rewarded.
Wrong use stunned out, taunts in and an ultimate. Shinto goes up into his Psycho Drums looking for Captain Twig, and he'll find him, but Shinto's on the run. Aegis expended, but no from Wrong You. May have just saved his life. Variety in danger, gets turned on and taken down. Panatom with the credit for the kill. Netroid dashes in aggressively towards Wrong You, but he won't be able to get enough for it. Hardcore drops him right in place from the ultimate. The Aegis and the beads are still down for Netroid, and that will mean the end of his life as Hardcore walks up behind him and eats him for breakfast.
Man, Shinto's relic usage is just nuts, and Yarkor equally nuts, getting aggressive yet again, trying to shut down Genetics, who walks away, or limps away rather, with 1/10 HP. The Leviathans win yet another team fight, and this goal lead was what? 800 just 3 minutes ago. We're like 5,000 in the lead now. What an insane swing.
Leviathans are not stopping just yet. Tier 1 tower left side taken. Tier 2 under fire, but Zapman recognizing he probably shouldn't stick around here too much longer. He will retreat back towards his side of the map, but look at the level disparities we're starting to see across the board. 1 to 2 levels pretty much everywhere on the map. Leviathans are holding complete control of the experience, holding complete control of the gold lead.
And here's the thing about the neutral objectives. They're desynced, so the Camelot Kings don't get the option for consolation prizes. It's just the Pyromancer that is feasible as of this very moment, so the Leviathan's likely going to head over there pretty soon, and generally the Camelot Kings should be playing Conflict Adverse at this point in the game. 17 minutes in, 6,000 gold down. So they'd like to head to a Primal Fury or anywhere where the Leviathans aren't, but the Primal Fury's dead, Pyro's up. I think that the Camelot Kings are in a position where they are forced to take another team fight, and they're not favored. Clearly, 9-3 is the slash line.
They will get a Scorpion, and they'll make sure to hold on to Tier 1 tower. Big man Tings will safely clear that out. He's now 3 items deep in his build. The Book of Talk, as expected for a Kukulkan to pick that one up. A Spear of the Magus, and a Soul Reaver. So already has some pen online, has some big burst damage. Maybe now that will be enough to take down some of those enemies if he manages to hit that shot. But Wrong You again. I'll say it again one more time for you guys, but the classic Wrong You, just sitting invisible in the middle of the wave. But it's all a matter of, did somebody spot him before he went invisible? If not, it could be dangerous for Big Man Tings if he walks just even a step too far forward.
Yeah, I don't think Tings knows, man. I think he's just putting respect on the map. I'm not sure anyone knows
have to expect it
that Wrong You. I mean, I guess. I mean, I wonder what percentage of the game Wrong You has spent squatted down inside in the middle of the lane, right? It's been a good deal of it, and as of right now, only 1 bit of beads are down on the side of the Camelot Kings, and that's Genetics. So if Genetics does step forward, could have walked into the waiting maw of Wrong You. Instead, though, the Leviathans gonna take their eyes towards the neutral objective, and it feels like they're being forced to look at the neutral objective. I'm sure they would have much preferred just going for some additional violence on the map.
According to production, he was sitting in mid lane for roughly a minute in that last little skirmish.
And he's still 2 levels up, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting the farm for it. He's just letting Shinto walk up and clear the way. If this was almost any other mage, he could probably get some kills here. Unfortunately for him, he's going against Kukulkan, who could just sit under tower, drop Tornado, and, well, now the wave is cleared. He never has to step that far forward in the lane for it, but even still, Wrong You up 2 levels, 0-1-6 on this Circuit, and a full curse on for his second relic picked up, a relic dagger as well, so he'll get them online just a little bit sooner.
Zatman just hit a pretty significant power spike. Dominance picked up for the Hunter on the Leviathans, followed up on that Rage that has already been selected. No stacks as of right now, but gotta think that Izanami is trying to get involved inside of these team fights. Tier 1 tower already down in the duo. Not much gonna keep Zatman tethered to that lane, so instead, I want to see him either rotate to this Fire Giant very soon, or maybe we see him wait it out, clear out this Primal, and then rotate to the Fire Giant. But either way, he is not lane bound for much longer.
Yeah, got taunted in by Rongyu earlier and a little bit of damage from Shinto. But Jack's at down a quarter of his health roughly, but he'll be able to regenerate that. Mid camps, both of those go the way of the Leviathans. But Big Man and Netroid are rotating over towards this right side. It's only Hardcore and Panatom here as of now. Everybody from the Leviathans is on the mid or left side of the map rotating in. Zatman even coming over towards this side of the map, maybe getting ready to start up a potential Fire Giant fight.
Yeah, I think the Camelot Kings show presence on Fire Giant because they know the Primal Fury has just spawned up, and the Leviathan's likely going to try and pick that one up as it is going to be an easy target. So instead, the Kings generate threat and force a rotation.
Captain Twig is the target for the Leviathans. Typhoon is good. Captain Twig under half health. The heal is still available. If he has the ultimate, he will get the 9 turns blessing. Blinks out immediately, and we'll get a nice little bit of health back after it. That was an expensive attempt there for the Leviathans, losing 4 ultimates and not getting anything but a couple of relics.
Yeah, cooldowns might have been expensive, but other resources not so much. Still generally full HP and mana on all 5 members of the Leviathan, so they're going to keep up this aggression towards mid. The Camelot Kings, though, have taken note of those ultimates that have been expended and are going to put up a defense here.
Zatman gets caught out in mid, down to half, pin off the mark. A nice fade away from Zatman gets him out. And the rest of the Leviathans will retreat with no ultimates available besides Shinto. Not a ton of kill pressure for them as of now, but Hardcore isn't going to back away just yet. He'll sit up here and soak some of this experience in mid while the rest of the Kings continue this group up on this left side of the map.
And the Kings are starting to group up pretty heavily on the left side here. Leviathans are benefiting from Oracle Vision as of right now, so there's not a sneak attempt on this Primal Fury available to the Camelot Kings, when maybe a true 5-on-5 engagement is just what the Doctor ordered at this point. It is nearly 6,000 gold in the lead still in favor of the Leviathans, but that gold lead has largely stagnated over the last 5 or so minutes, and 6,000 at 22 minutes means less than 6,000 at 16 minutes. So, the Camelot Kings are in a much better position now to take a fight than they were just a few moments ago.
Captain Twig takes the Draugr, and Rongyu tries to go in for the assassination attempt, but a little bit too far, a little too much distance covered by Captain Twig, so he'll make it out. And again, we just go back to a neutral state of farm for the two teams. Oracle Harpy Vision is still in effect, so the Primal Fury won't be started out without anybody knowing as of now. But some of these level 20s are starting to come into play. Shinto's hit 20, Hardcore and Zatman have also both hit level 20, meaning they can start upgrading those starter items. You see Shinto already has done so with that Gem of Fate now online.
And meanwhile, on the other side, some pretty important relic selections here from the Leviathans. Rongyu already has the fully upgraded Ankh, so anyone who is benefiting from healing on the side of the Kings is going to be benefiting from way less healing and also taking more damage inside of the team fight. Zatman pulls out the Gold Fury, but again, the Camelot Kings make the exact same play. Okay, Leviathans, you want gold? We're just going to show face on the fire, and you have to rotate. That's not a worthwhile trade. Leviathans reset the Primal Fury and head on over to the Fire Giant side.
Rongyu's the only one spot out immediately. Zatman is here, taunt from Rongyu, and then an immediate dash away with the Deathbane. Even Zatman and Rongyu both fully escaping back towards that Tier 1 tower. As soon as the Kings show presence in lane, Leviathans have backed away. Panatom waiting in the wings of the jungle, and we'll go back towards Tier 1 tower, again returning to a neutral state across the map. Neither team really trying to pull these objectives all too quickly.
I think the Leviathans are in a position where they don't need to dedicate all 5 of their members to defending the Fire Giant if that is going to be the repeated strategy of the Kings to slow down this match. Instead, send Zatman over towards the Primal Fury. He can solo it pretty easily considering Dominance, Rage, and Cowl already finished. He's got decent lifesteal. So have him do it and just have 4 members of the Leviathan stop this push.
Hardcore is here and put some damage against Genetics, but Variety's there to make sure that they can keep him nice and healthy. At Odysseus Bow, starting to shred through a couple of health bars there for a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious for the time. There's more than enough sustain from the Camelot Kings. Leviathans are looking for a maneuver, and it's going to be a blinking from Rongyu, but he'll only find Variety with it. And a quick beads make sure to get him back out and towards Tier 1.
but that Beads is going to be down for the next 3 or so minutes, which is another opportunity for the Leviathans to find something on the map. That said as well, Variety, it wasn't easy. It wasn't just Beads walk away. It was Beads half my health and walk away. You wouldn't believe it looking at him now, as he has healed up a fair bit. But the Camelot Kings, having lost out on half of Variety's HP, had to wait a little bit to step back up, and were not able to defend the Pyromancer. That goes the way of the Leviathans yet again. Team fight recap. That's a small little win insofar as golden experience for the Chaos team, but we got to see a little bit more dedication, a little bit more willingness from either one of these squads on the actual objective, and it seems like it is going to be the Leviathans pulling that trigger. Primal Fury, it's burning quick.
Again, just one relic, one small little skirmish, and the Leviathans have not just taken the Pyromancer, but now a Primal Fury. And there's been no response on either of them for the Kings. They didn't try and go through and maybe seal it with a Kulkin ultimate or even drop a tornado to kind of threaten damage for it. They just let it happen. There was no answer at all from them.
I mean, at this kind of deficit, stepping up to the Primal Fury is such a massive risk. I think I'd prefer them, if they are going to take a similar risk, I'd say this is the same level of risk. Might as well go for the higher reward.
Hardcore is here, and Captain Twig is low. He's not going to get any healing back from that 9 turns blessing. Uses the turtle form to try and get away.
Rip.
But the Taiko drums are too much damage. Captain Twig falls. Hardcore low. Ultimate rips through the
Nice
back.
shot.
Big Man Tings finds one, but Netroid is already at half health. Zapman finds one. Netroid low. Panatom grabs him. And Variety thunder crashed him by Shinto, who's trying to take out both the mages still standing on the map.
Good jukes from Variety to avoid the Raiju, but keeps him around a little too long. Zapman, credit for his second inside of the team fight as he puts Variety down, and only one member of the Camelot Kings still alive. Big Man Tings, with no ultimate available, has no chance at stealing this Fire Giant. That should go the way of the Leviathans easily. That's a fair price to pay as well. Yarkor for Fire Giant and 4 members. Yeah, I'll take that any day of the week. Good deal.
That's a huge win for him. They take 4. They take Fire Giant. Not going to be enhanced just yet. It's only 26 minutes in, but getting that 26-minute Fire Giant. And all they've done to bait that one out was they got 1 blink for 1 set of beads. They get Pyromancer, they get Primal Fury, and Camelot Kings, they try to go for a desperation play to start it up, and it backfires instantly. Hardcore sniffs it out and starts out that team fight. Leviathans now up 11,000 gold over the Kings.
Yeah, Twig tried to play goaltender for that Fire Giant attempt that I would argue probably starts maybe 5 or 6 seconds later than it should have from the Camelot Kings, and in playing goaltender with this kind of deficit, Captain Twig exposes himself to the damage output of the Leviathans, and I think it's a lesson that was better learned here than inside of the Phoenix defense, because he cannot be standing in front of Shinto or Zapman or even Rongyu at this point. Likely can get the better end of the 1v1 up against this Erlang Shen, as long as he's playing intelligently and utilizes that ultimate from Surket to stop the healing from Erlang's ultimate. Tough break for the Camelot Kings, who are only going to fall further behind before they're given the opportunity to take another 5-on-5 team fight. Tier 2 tower on the left-hand side will fall. Leviathans head back to base and utilize this 13,000 gold lead. Good lord.
A big gold lead. And they still can get a little bit more just for free. They got 1 more Tier 2 tower on the map where they can take that down, add 1,500 more gold, and then from there, it's all the respawning objectives of the Phoenixes, and then the one that will not have a chance to respawn, you kill that, it's game over. Titan. But Leviathans, with this massive gold lead, you see almost fully 6-slotted across the board. The only one who hasn't so far is Rongyu, who's going what looks to be towards a Pridwin for his final item. Gets him a little bit of extra CDR, but everybody else, they're fully 6-slotted. Starter items fully upgraded, all items online, even Zapman picking up a Deathbringer for his final item.
But here's the thing, J-Mac. One strategy that has been working out for the Leviathans, has been paying for itself in dividends, is no longer available to them. They can no longer do it. Rongyu cannot just sit inside of a lane invisible. Instead, it's aggression. He has to step up into a Phoenix. So maybe one silver lining here for the Camelot Kings. Obviously, being a little bit of glib, there probably isn't a silver lining here for the Camelot Kings. This is a pretty dominant position the Leviathans find themselves in as they push in both mid and right Phoenix.
Rongyu goes in, finds Variety, and finds a little bit of damage as well between the Phoenix and Big Man Tings, able to chunk about a quarter of his health out. And with no minions available to him, the Leviathans have to wait just a little bit longer before they attempt to siege inside this right lane. But Shinto and Panatom They've rotated over left to try and get a little bit of minion pressure there, and that's going to force Captain Twig to rotate to try and answer the call.
I wonder how close Netroid is to finishing off that dominance. That would be a massive power spike for him now, but maybe one we won't get to see. This push is starting to work out.
Captain Twig just got bursted by only the damage from Panatom there. Shinto is focused on genetics. The Phoenix is doing just fine for the time, but forces Variety to make a rotation over, and now they split up as a 3v2 opposite of each other, with genetics popping back and forth between them, throws out the heal, make sure to keep himself alive and healthy. Phoenix haven't been taking too much damage. Variety and Captain Twig, they're getting a damage check here by Shinto and Panatom.
That Draugr doing work.
Hardcore even jumps in. He's got the bread. Captain Twig is low. He gets picked right back up by the Sinjian Torment. Ultimate from the mid laner rips through, only hits Wrong You, and he'll be more than happy taking that trade. Even Genetics diving in. Netroid with an ultimate of his own. Members of the Leviathans getting low. Big man Tings has to slither himself away, and the Dark Portal hits Netroid. That's enough zone for the Leviathans to take mid-Phoenix.
Maybe it's going to be a chase here. Captain Twig and Genetics seem like they are hunting for heads. The Leviathan's pretty low HP at this point. If Genetics can connect a stun, that could spell at least one death here. Zapman forced to use the beads, but I think that's all the Kings are going to be able to get. Maybe a Tier 1 tower as the Leviathans reset, but Tier 1s don't really matter that much. This gold lead is, it's dumb. It's a dumb amount of gold they're in the lead.
14,000 gold will be mitigated just a little bit here, down to just under 14,000 now, but even that experience at 18,000 matters less and less, as everybody's hitting 20 besides support, so who cares about the experience lead at this point? It's mostly just all about that gold and the item advantage that everybody on the Leviathans has. Again, shy of Wrong You hasn't finished his Pridwin just yet, but even nearly full relics coming online for some of these people, full purification beads and blinks, even that full cursed Ankh earlier from Wrong You. They've got a lot of team fight available to them, but their two carries are down their beats.
Significant purchase finish for the Camelot Kings. Dominance finally finished for Netroid, which is going to help him out a lot up against Yarkor. It's going to help him out a lot against Wrong You, and make it a little bit harder for the Leviathans to execute on this dive. Now Netroid is a legitimate threat to the front line of the Leviathans, so I think it's all him for the team fight as far as the Camelot Kings are concerned.
Wrong You dives in the back but doesn't find anybody, doesn't even find a single relic out of all of it. So that'll be a blink down for the support. But the Leviathans are looking to pincer. Panatom on the way. Hardcore and Wrong You both leaping in. Panatom with the blink. Finds Big Man Tings. Finds the ultimate away from him as well. And that is a big chunk of damage away from the Kings.
Captain Twig has 3 isolated inside of the jungle. Has the ultimate available as well. But no other Kings are in range to follow up. So it is going to be a reset there. That's a great trade for the Leviathans, by the way. What's the one thing that has really been a thorn in their side in all these team fights? It's been Big Man Ting's ultimate. Stripping that away when the enhanced Fire Giant is up is huge, but the Leviathans are slow playing it from here. Big Man Tings is going to get that ultimate up pretty soon.
Fire minions in the mid lane only so far. It's the only Phoenix that's fallen down. The Leviathans are up 13-14 at the kills, 32 minutes in, but it's still starting to even out here. Mid lane and jungle, they've now finished up their builds. An ethereal staff is a final item for Big Man Tings, a spectral armor for Captain Twig to try and answer back to some of the crits, and even that mannequin hidden blade has been finished up by him so he can get an extra nice little chunk of damage for his initiations.
100 seconds left on Netroid's beads and 100 seconds left on the Heavenly Sprint from Variety. Those are the 2 defensive relics down on the side of the Camelot Kings. Meanwhile, the Leviathans are just waiting on their blinks to come back up. They are 100% the aggressors, and it is reflected inside of the relics. Might as well establish the defensive positioning and pull the fire.
You're right, Wrong You can't do what he was doing inside the lanes, but he is happy doing that inside the Pyromancer pit instead. And Fire Giant has respawned. It's now an enhanced Fire Giant on the board for these two teams to battle over. But it's a return to neutral and a return to this classic style of Fire Giant dance between these two teams. It's all going to come down to which team decides to step forward just a little bit too soon, who's going to capitalize off of it. And you can see Wrong You is waiting for his opportunity to grab one of those carries.
Man, the Kings are getting dangerously close to triggering the Zapman passive, or maybe triggering the trap card. Variety, take it out, bud. You are not able to stand there.
Wrong You finds Genetics with the ultimate, but that's all he's going to grab out of it. Genetics will be able to walk away. He's got the monolith down, so he won't be picked up by Hardcore, but Shinto and Panatom don't care. They're going to go right in. Typhoon hits Big Man Tings. Genetics gets stunned. Hardcore doesn't find anybody. with the Stygian Torment. And Leviathans back away. They try to, but Captain Twig comes through with an ultimate spear. The 9 wins. Clips hardcore, but Genetics is caught inside the damage from the Leviathans. That's now 2 down for it. And Netroid trying to run, but Captain Twig, he's already lost down on his ultimate. He's down his relics, but he's back to the safety of the Phoenix.
Well, maybe not the safety. All the Leviathans are already inside of that Phoenix, and the Phoenix is falling down. Quickly goes the way of the Leviathans. Mid-Phoenix under threat of these fire minions, and soon the Leviathans as well. Only 3 members of the Camelot Kings still drawing breath at this point. So, can they stop this push from the Leviathans? Shinto headed back. Zapman headed back. They've got bigger fish to fry. You could keep your mid-Phoenix. We're going to reset and get ready for the enhanced fire.
I got 1 Phoenix out of all of it, plus a couple of kills in the process. Variety and Genetics falling down there, but Variety has both of his relics available for this next fight, unlike Genetics, who's lost out on both his beads and his blink. So he will be susceptible to the CC and susceptible to the damage that the Leviathans can output. And Variety, he just got caught out. I mean, it was an immediate response. Pantom says, hey, there's just a hell over here by himself. Shinto, why don't you come on over? Wrong you. He's going to look for Variety as well, but that's beads available to him, so he'll make his way out. Typhoon only rips through Netrioid, but that's half of his health gone.
Shinto does use the Taiko drums, was not in range to follow up. That's a lot of team fight lost for the Leviathans. It's just Stygian Torment. It's just Wrong You standing between the Kings and the Fire.
He's at half health, and so is the Fire Giant. The Kings surge forward. The Fire Giant is finally released. Hardcore, the only one with an ultimate available for the Leviathans, and he'll back away. He's starting to take quite a bit of damage from this mid laner. He's under under 3/4 health now. It's retreat from Leviathans, but the Camelot Kings, they're not done running. They're looking to run forward.
And maybe find Zapman inside of jungle. Root's no good, but the stun still available. Leap away is not going to be stopped by Genetics. Zapman able to sneak on out of this one, but the Camelot Kings, if you step too far up,
Hardcore finds 1. Genetics, the only one pulled in by the Twig, is looking for Zapman. It's going to collapse back on Captain Twig. He's falling low. Use the tornado at safety, but Panatom dives in looking for him. It's going to be an out for Captain Twig for the time. Pin doesn't connect. Genetics now going to try to play the bodyguard for him, but Genetics will not make his way out. Panatom seals the deal.
Big Man Tings connects a huge ultimate in the backline. Zap can no longer stick around inside of this engagement, so instead of going for the continued chase or even potentially the end, the Leviathans are going to have to settle with the air quotes consolation prize inside of the enhanced Fire Giant. Camelot Kings will not give it over freely.
Ults are back online, but Hardcore is low, and so is Netroid. He falls down, but Variety gets 1 in the process of it. Shinto finds a double kill, and Big Man Tings may not be able to make it out too much longer with his health bar. Panatom collapses on the mid laner, pulls him back in with the Wind Siphon, and Wrong You surging forward. Shinto finds the triple.
Shinto credit for the triple, and Captain Twig buckling up here, has to tie on his cape. Best of luck against the 4 of the Leviathans.
Leviathans pushing towards the throne room, waiting for those fire minions, or could just be looking for 1 more kill against Captain Twig if he steps too far forward, but that Titan is eating way too much damage. Twig tries to go for the hero play, but there's no hero available for the Camelot Kings. They fall down, and Leviathans take the set 2-0.
Man, the Leviathans legitimately just cannot help themselves. They have to go for a kill if it's available inside of the Titan room, but it does not hinder them from finding the win inside of the set. Another convincing dub, 2-0 for the Dragon. The Leviathans. I saw a dragon on the screen. It's actually the Leviathans. They're from Atlantis.
Are they? Is that where the Leviathans are from? They're from Atlantis?
So, man. I mean, I really hope so.
I wouldn't be able to answer that question for you. At least that's what their logo says that they're from, so we'll go with that for it. But Leviathans coming up with a 2-0 to start out their phase. What a big way to go through, because it's the only time that these two teams will face off, at least for now. We're going to go ahead and take it to the desk to close out the set.
I want to take off my jacket for this one. Oh, dude, this...
No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
Man, just like that, the Atlantis Leviathans start off their Phase 3 with a win. This is a big one over the Camelot Kings. Always worth reminding that you play every team once in a round robin, and then the top 2 teams will draft groups at the end, and all those groups will feed into a tournament, all that sort of fun stuff. Point being, Leviathans getting a win over a huge opponent here in the Camelot Kings sets them up for success as the rest of this first round robin goes on. Aggro, it feels like there's a lot of similar mindset from the Leviathans here in this game.
Yeah.
Feels like Hell just kind of got sat on, and then the carries of the Leviathans were able to carry.
Yeah, it's a lot like game 1, right? Where the front line from the Leviathans keeps going one in and then out. You know, I'll get relics or an ultimate, and then I'll back out. It's Panatom baiting really effectively, and then Rongu going over the top or Yarkor going over the top, and you can kind of mix and match that as you choose. All I know is that it was another game where Zap and Shinto weren't under a lot of pressure, and I think that this style is not the way that you can afford to beat this team. Look at the way the Titans beat this Leviathans team at the Phase 2 playoffs. They've got Benji always on a diver.
Yep.
You've got Layers on a diving character, and you've got Aurora who's willing to dive pretty well. You have to trust your backline to handle the initiations, and then be able to take care of this backline of the Leviathans. Because if not, they'll eat you alive.
And this Shinto, the Raijin priority for Shinto just worked out so well. Not convinced that he died this game, if I'm remembering correctly. Ended like 10-0 or something ridiculous like that.
Right. Who's supposed to kill him? It's supposed to be a Kukulkan ultimate for max range.
And we saw similar things from Big Man Tings, right? A couple of the ultimates had big impact.
Yep.
And then the fight just kind of fizzles out from that point on. You know, a good set, I think, all things considered.
Yep.
For Big Man Tings, but the game script was not really in the Kings' favor here. So 1-3-2 for BMT. Yeah, 10-0-5 for Shinto. Zapman also undying, almost as if there was no dive or something like that there, Aggro. On the front line, the divers for the Leviathans, the only ones that took a couple of deaths here in this one. This is clearly a rejuvenated Leviathans team. They took some downtime, gotten their feet back underneath themselves, cleared up their game plans, and the Kings just really weren't ready for it today. Bounce back chance for the Kings, as the weeks go on. This team will be fine in the long run.
Absolutely. The Kings are a great team. They'll adjust. I think that they were just a little stuck in the way they wanted to play this week. And with a big patch coming next week, it makes sense to not be locked in and know exactly what you want to do. But the Leviathans clearly had a very good game plan to go up against the Kings, and the Kings did not adjust at all.
Part of that game plan was Rongu sitting in the mid lane and stealth for what I think production calculated was a minute or so. So Rongu we'll have some answers, hopefully, for that question. We'll get to that in a minute, Rongu. I kind of want to get your thoughts here. Phase 3 in general, the structure is a little bit different. Does the team in general feel extra pressure on each of these first individual matchups, trying to get into those first 2 spots to draft your group?
As a wise man said, Sadman, if we play like in quarters, we are going to play with games before, because like if you qualify to the semifinals, you're going like cold, right? But if you qualify in quarters, you're gonna be like warming, So I don't really mind. Just to qualify, it's okay. It's okay.
Right, Zapman wants to play more games, get the feet underneath you first, get the fingers warm on the keyboard before you play. Now you have some answering to do here, Rongu. Production timed you for like a minute and a half or something like that, just stealthed in the mid lane there in that game. What do you think about for a minute and a half while you're just hanging out there in mid? What goes through your mind?
Well, to be honest, I was just like, guys, I'm sitting here, I'm getting my farm, maybe a sip of coffee, Kukulkan going right. But yeah, it was fun. Playing Circuit is just funny. I like it.
Yeah, it was funny for you guys, not so funny, I think, for Big Man Tings or anyone else there on the Kings. And look, the game plan was pretty clear for you guys in the early game. In both of these matchups, it felt like Variety said or did something to you. What was the clear game plan from you guys? We just got to get this hell out of the game early, and then we'll feel better as the game goes on?
Yeah, we really know that they were picking Hell 100%. We just get to bang the Capri. That is probably the most annoying, because I think Hell, you can dive Hell and kill her, but Capri is really rough to play. So we just play our game, and we did it.
And your game worked out. A big win to start off the first round robin here in Phase 3. Rongu, thanks for sitting down with me, and congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Hey, he said it himself. We can dive this hell, and dive they did.
Look, Rongu kind of brings up a good point. He's not allowed to go to back camps with Shinto anyways. So what's he supposed
Well, that's
to
what
do?
I'm thinking the whole time. He's stealthed in mid, soaking all the farm from
No,
Shinto.
because Shinto gets his farm from the jungle. You know, the waves are just the
Right,
in-between
he
for
stays
him.
stealth while Shinto's
Right,
gone.
while Shinto goes to get his farm, because if he were to walk on behind him, Shinto would be like, dog, what are you doing here?
Right.
This is for me. He's got nothing else better to do. He might as well be in position.
Well, the Leviathans in great position after their first win here in Phase 3. Camelot Kings fall 0-2. This next matchup, your aggro, Oni Warriors versus Tartarus Titans. First of two matchups the Titans have this weekend. Titans versus Scarabs, our second matchup tomorrow in studio, by the way. You don't want to miss that one. It feels like this matchup truly could go one way or another. If we get the Oni Warriors of yesterday, could be going 3. Oni Warriors could be winning, and it's hard to think that I'm saying that about the Phase 2 champions. But if the Oni Warriors stumble into their old selves, could be a quick one.
Look, I mean, the Titans... Gore told me this morning, I've got to run the numbers. This sounds unbelievable to me. The Titans are close to the Bolts win streak from earlier this year.
You don't think Gore has run the numbers?
Of course I think Gore has run the numbers. I just can't comprehend them until I see it in front of me. That is an insane run.
Counting Phase 2 playoffs?
Counting Phase 2 playoffs, of course. So they've been red hot, man. So this team, you know, they're going to come out. I expect great things from the Titans. The Warriors, like I said, I've been burned before. They looked like they had it figured out. Then they came back like the next week and did not look good. But that was Phase 1 playoffs into Phase 2 where there was a bit of a break. This time it's literally the next day. So hopefully they can keep that hot hand because when the Warriors are fun to, when they're playing well, they are super fun to watch. It just has been few and far between this.
I will confirm this really quick before we go to break. The last time the Titans lost was against the Leviathans in Week 7 of Phase 2. Then they beat the Valkyries in Week 7, their second matchup. Beat the Oni Warriors in Week 8.
Okay.
Also beat the Jade Dragons in Week 8.
Okay.
And then played 3 matchups in the Phase 2 playoffs.
That's 6 in a row.
And then, I guess, 7 potentially up against the Oni Warriors. So
yeah, if they go 2-0 this week, they're 8-0. And what was the Bolts? Were they 9 or 10?
Something like that.
Yeah, so they're getting close.
They're getting close to Tartarus Titans. A chance to get close to the Olympus Bolts win streak here in Season 8. Right after this break, Oni Warriors and Titans will be playing. You don't want to miss it.
Well, I'm giving in and you're reaching out, but I swear it's not that easy, no. Don't call me a liar, then I call you a liar, 'cause I'm not a liar, you're my friend that said that I want you, but I don't need you, no. You know I'm right, 'cause your light's kind of fading now.
So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Myth Swifts. It's that outtake show, and it was running in, and I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working. All right. And then he hears Myth Swifts. Big TV right behind him. Myth Swifts playing. Here's the line. Says Jordan, focus. Okay. And then his eyes go wide. He turns around, turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he was doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for Hi-Rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair, his eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
And welcome back to the SMITE Pro League. Here for our second set of the day. It's the Tartarus Titans and the Oni Warriors facing off here for our second matchups. J. Mac Tucker and Mifflin. And a shout out to our seat sponsor, of course, Maxonomic, for providing such comfortable and luxurious chairs for you. You can get yours too over at needforseat.com and use code SMITEMAX. Yourself a discount so you can focus up, tighten up, get your head in the game, but most importantly, get you ready for this next set, because it's sure to be a good one with a newly revitalized Oni Warriors that we saw yesterday going up against the former Phase 2 champions of the Tartarus Titans. Sure to be a good battle here, Mifflin.
Man, and you know what? It was very recently we could have just said, oh, the newly revitalized Tartarus Titans.
Right.
Because, I mean, Layers is still, I would consider, a new addition to this team, but considering they are the playoff champions, you got to put just some raw respect onto their name. So, Oni Warriors, they are looking good, but are they looking playoff champions good? I'm not sure.
Well, let's see how it all lines out for them. Let's take a look at the schedule to see anything you may have missed for earlier today. If you're just now tuning in, you missed the Atlantis Leviathans and Camelot Kings matchup. Well, that one went in favor of the Atlantis Leviathans, a 2-0 for them. And now we're here to the current, present time. Oni Warriors, Tartarus Titans will face off for our second set of today. Atlantis Leviathans and Valkyries tomorrow. Tartarus Titans and Solar Scarabs tomorrow as well. You don't want to miss out on those.
That one's in studio.
That one is in studio. That's going to be a big one. So you definitely don't want to miss out there. But that's in the future. We're in the present. Oni Warriors, Tartarus Titans. Talking about these two teams, talking about big, impactful players among these two teams. Mifflin, one of the first names that really comes to mind, especially for this Tartarus Titans roster, has got to be Paul.
Yeah, and when you talk about Paul, for me, you should also be in that same breath saying in contention for the best to have ever done it, right? This guy is that mechanically talented. He's plug and play. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Paul on a team and I wasn't like, wow, he just instantly made that team better. This guy doesn't need synergies. I mean, it helps him to be sure when you're able to work out with your squad, but he just works, man. This man just puts in work. He's like a SMITE hitman. You pay him, he shows up, and he plays incredibly well. And it doesn't matter what god you put him on either. Is he going to play Tiamat? Yeah, at the top level. Is he going to play Persephone? If he has to. Hebo, got those. Hell, we got those too. I mean, this guy is versatile. He's hard to lock down. He's a mechanical genius. And he's just a handsome young man as well, to boot.
I'm looking at a 5.67 KDA coming from a mid laner.
It's too many.
Absurd numbers that a mid laner is allowed to have that level of comfort, that level of really kill power for it. And the fact that he even got Tiamat 4 games in a row in the finals of the Phase 2 playoffs, not something you should probably give to him this time around. Though, in some of our recent sets, we haven't been seeing as much Tiamat. Maybe we'll talk to Paul and see if maybe he'll get to see some Tiamat today. Paul, thanks for standing by for the pregame interview. How you feeling after the Phase 2 playoffs there? How's the kind of the vibe of the team going?
I don't know, man. We're just chilling, dude. We're just chilling, having a good time, dude. We want to play some SPL, and also Layers is here now, so that's sick.
Oh, you got Layers there with you at the house now. You got a whole party going on. You got the fidget spinner. You got Layers along with you. You know, kind of talking about Layers, now that he's kind of gotten a chance to be with the team for a little while as far as the gameplay, and now kind of be with you guys there at the house. What's kind of how's everybody feel about Layers here? I imagine pretty good.
Yeah. Everyone's feeling pretty good about it. How does this thing work? It doesn't work, man.
So what you do, you put thumb on the thumb on one side.
Oh, thumb
and then,
on the bottom.
Like middle finger on the other side.
Oh, he's nailing it.
See, okay. Use the
Like
other finger. There
this?
you go. And then you spin it with the other hand. There you go. Now you got it going for it.
Oh!
Dude, you're a wizard. You're a wizard with the fidget spinner. Thank you so much, Paula. Enjoy your time with the fidget spinner. Enjoy your time in the game, and good luck against the Warriors.
Thanks for teaching me, man.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
No problem, man. All right, well, you gotta learn something new every day. Especially for Paul, you gotta learn how to use a fidget spinner, at least somewhat decent with it. He was able to get a run in there, Mifflin.
I mean, I don't think you can evaluate skill with a fidget spinner, right? If it's moving, you're doing it. I don't think any one person is better at it than the other. It's like a light switch. Either it's on or it's off.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty nutty fidget spinner action. That's the word I'm trying to say.
Where?
Online, man. Have you never seen like
what circles of the internet are you on, man?
I mean, they were huge for such a long time. They were all over Twitter at one point. I mean, people everywhere have fidget spinners. I mean, they were the hot topic for such a long time. But now going into the hot topic of today, let's talk about the Oni Warriors. They had a big matchup yesterday against the Bolts. Looked really strong. Even took a game off of them where in Phase 2, they were kind of struggling to find wins, even against some of the middle-of-the-pack teams. I think the Oni Warriors, specifically kind of Dardez in this matchup, kind of stacks up to the Titans.
Well, I just sung infinite praises of Paul, and Dardez is an incredibly talented player in his own right as well. I think the interesting part of the game that Dardez brings is his very strange, eclectic god pool. I mean, he'll play Aphrodite, he'll play Hera. I think he's very willing to go towards things like the Nox as well. So who else is really doing that? Not many people. That makes it very difficult for teams to really lock down the Oni Warriors. Dardez is generating threat in the P's and B's, opening the door to find other priority picks for his squad. I mean, it's just that versatile for his team. But as you said, just coming off a set against the Olympus Bolts, the Oni Warriors were looking incredibly good. And it's not just that they took one game, it's that they forced them into a incredibly long, like 2.5 hour, maybe nearly 3 hour set up against the Olympus Bolts. And this is a team that has been historically struggling here in Season 8. Maybe just not showing up at playoffs the way they wanted to really put a fire under them, because they are looking very different.
It's a completely new phase, and it feels like a completely new team from the Warriors. I know one thing that Aggro was talking about earlier was, are we going to see the Tartarus Titans from the Bolts that we got to see yesterday, or are we going to see kind of shades of old with this Tartarus Titan, or with this Oni Warriors team? I can't even think of what I'm trying to say here anymore, man.
Just too excited for the game.
I'm pumped for this one. We got both teams in red here facing it off. It's going to be a big matchup for it. I'm very excited to see what we'll see out of these mid laners and the rest of the teams around them, because it's obviously not just about the mid laners. There's a whole other roster of players along both of these teams.
Yeah, I'd say it's like 85% junglers, 5% mid laners, and then like the rest of them.
For like
just like that's what SMITE is. I just gave you the equation for SMITE.
So it's only 5% mid laners.
Uh-huh.
You might want to tell that to Shinta, who went like 10-0 last set.
Yeah, that's fine. He's got Panatom over there, dude. That guy's sick.
I mean,
Don't we have like picks and bans to do or something?
I think we do have picks and bans. Maybe those are ready for us. Maybe we can actually move to the topic for it, but maybe not quite yet for it either. So,
okay.
Well, it's going to be, it's sure to be a Sparks Flying match between these two teams. I'm curious where all the picks and bans will line up for them. And now with Layers in-house, they got Layers live with them. So we'll maybe get to see even more performance coming out of these Tartarus Titans. If they were doing that well in an online setting between each other, now we get to see them together here in under one roof. Even Cyclone Spin jumping in the midst forward. Now we get to see him. I think that's the first time we've seen Cyclone Spin on camera.
Maybe with his own individual cam. Usually we get to see Cyclone Spin like in the back of Aurora's cam, like just kind of hovering around. But now we get to see him in his full glory here, and he's been having a really insane run the last couple of times we've seen Cyclone Spin. I mean, that Artemis performance at playoffs was ridiculous. I don't think we'll be allowed to see him play that one here today. If the Oni Warriors lets Artemis through, I'm expecting the Tartarus Titans to slam lock it in that first slot and never look back. That is how dominant Cyclone Spin has been looking recently, but it's not just the Artemis that he's capable of piloting. I mean, Izanami has been working out mightily well for him. His ROM is incredibly strong as well. You know, he's actually got the largest God pool inside of the SPL according to Goremiser's facts, so maybe it's not worth listing out everything he's capable of playing and instead listing the things that he isn't, and I'm not sure there is any.
Yeah, especially when he came from a solo lane background, and that was during the meta where you could play just about anything that you wanted in solo. I mean, he was playing Ullr, Kali, Bakasura. His god pool is infinitely growing. As long as there are new gods added in Smite, you can expect there will be new gods added in Cyclone's god pool. And as the first phase of bans come through, a little bit of a difference as far as where the Titans' priority of bans is compared to what the Bolts ban against the Warriors. The Titans go for a Kuzenbo ban. Neil got to play it 3 games in a row yesterday, so they banned it this time with Terra Erlong. On the other side, the same bans that we saw from the Warriors yesterday. They don't want to see Ardia, they don't want to see Emoja and Hell, but a Khepri, Cerberus, and then a Rom locked in for these teams. And I'm kind of with you here, Mifflin. Where's the Tiamat?
Hey, maybe it's right here. Tiamat Artemis. Let's see it, Tartarus Titans. The Oni Warrior sets are so interesting inside of the P's and B's because I think they actually adjust the priority order of the teams they're playing against. Are the Tartarus Titans a squad that are generally first picking Khepri? I mean, every here and there, sure, but not something we are used to seeing inside of that first pick selection. Tartarus Titans, though, are thinking about it. Look, man, Tiamat and Artemis are out there. They're just out there, and I don't know what they're thinking about.
And it's 2 players who performed exceptionally well with it during the playoffs.
Yeah, Paul played it like 4 games straight.
And won 3 of those 4 and still looked good even in the game that he lost. You know, 30+ thousand player damage every single game. Well, there's one of the 2 at least. It'll be Chernobog for the Titans. But Tiamat somehow makes it all the way to a 5th pick total in the lineup. It still manages to make it through top 3. But it's weird to even say that she made it to a top 3 for the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Paul's just fine with it, or maybe he isn't. Maybe he's just like, hey, I want to play anything else. I know she's good, but can I just get a little bit of variety in my pick selections? And the rest of the Titans are like, no, she's just that strong. You got to lock it in. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Oni Warriors going to pick up Serket for themselves, and that is likely headed towards the support role. If history's any indicator, Cerberus generally pretty strong inside of the solo lane, and we know what Vote is capable of doing on this ROM pick. So I like the Oni Warriors core 3 as of right now, but it's a lot of single target damage. I mean, Serket's ultimate, single target, the majority of her damage, single target. ROM, generally auto attacks, and the snipes not really AoE. Even Cerberus with the paralyzing spit, all single target. And what do the Titans have on the other side to deal with that? Scarab's Blessing. I mean, if you're going for one guy, it's pretty easy for the Titans to peel that one guy.
That'll be a big, nice, easy target for Aurora to hit with that ultimate. As we go through the second phase of bans, Kamazot's taken away, so taking a shot at Layers there. He had a strong performance on that and during the playoffs as well. It was a couple of huge games that came up for him. And with the Odin ban as their second one, option goes back towards the Titans for what they want to finish out their bans with. It'll be a Morgan, the Morgan, and a Fafnir banned away. So not convinced entirely maybe that the Serket is going the way of support. It is still an assassin, so we do still have to respect the potential that this could go jungle. but it's so strange. The last couple of weeks of play, we've mostly just been seeing Serket go support.
Yeah, I mean, Cubo Fred is very capable of playing Serket inside of the jungle, so I think the Tartarus Titans wisely just kind of saying, all right, if Fafnir does get picked, it would be super annoying to deal with it, like incredibly annoying to deal with that, so they just get rid of it immediately. I gotta agree with the decision making there, but what is left available and on the table? There's still a lot of priority picks out there, and the Oni Warriors, who have still not locked in their mid laner, essentially have the pick of the litter for themselves. I mean, Hera, that's one of Dardez's specials. Aphrodite still out there as well. Keep your eyes on it. The Oni Warriors can just go ahead and wait it out, I think. I mean, there's no way the Titans are dipping into their god pool.
Even if you just want to go with top-end gods who are up there. Raijin, Morgan Le Fay still available.
No, this is the Warriors. They don't do those.
I mean, you gotta imagine, Raijin is still in the discussion. Maybe Giannis? Maybe? I don't know.
It's Hera Afro.
Okay, Hera Afro. We'll see if it's one of those two as we jump in. But we'll have to delay that thought with a Cabrakan. This still brings a little bit of that ambiguity for this team. Not 100% sold where now any of these 3 picks are going. Cabrakan, we've been seeing a lot more solo lane than anything else. But Cabrakan has been shown support. I know Aurora used to like to run it as far as the support role goes. We've seen Cabrakan jungle, Serket support, Serket jungle, Cerberus solo support. So much flex option for this Oni Warriors, and they're saving their mid lane for their last pick. Now it's back over to the Titans to see where they lock their final 2 in.
Bro, it's gotta be Serket in support, right? Cabrakan jungle, Cerberus solo. If I had to guess, if I were a betting man, and I am absolutely not, it's not the case. Aggro is shaking his head vehemently right now. I'm not sure if he's shaking his head that I'm not a betting man or if he disagrees with my allocation of these guys. Oh, it's both. It's both. Okay.
So he's telling us it's both.
I'm gonna be so right. I can't wait. He's gonna be thrown off his whole game while he's casting this.
So you're going. We got your thought.
Bet.
We got your thought for it. So I'm gonna throw my guess here. I'm gonna say it's gonna be Cerberus going the way of solo.
Okay.
We're gonna have Cabrakan support.
All right.
And Serket jungle. I'm going to throw that fun with there. I might be wrong.
Aggro's not shaking his head as you. Maybe he agrees.
Maybe.
He's closer.
Maybe. Aggro says I'm a little bit closer here.
So he doesn't agree with either of us.
So no, he doesn't. He doesn't go through.
Hey, Discordia locked in. Nice.
Hera Afra. Not the picks available. Instead, it'll be Discordia. And
bro, this is the SPL. Take it seriously, J-Max. Stop memeing me, bro.
What do you mean talking about memeing you? You're
look at the camera. Don't look at me.
Look over here. I'm looking at a Sobek and an Osiris locked in for the Titans, and a Discordia. Not Hera, not Afro, not Raijin, not Morgan Le Fay. None of those other picks. It's a Discordia for the 10th pick here for the Warriors. How do you like this kind of round out this draft?
I don't. Should have been Hera Afro. Obviously, just having a little bit of fun here. Discordia is a very good pick. I mean, it fits well with his aggressive composition. If your soul laner is going to be a bully, and I think it will be, because Cerberus is obviously headed into the soul lane, likely going to have that Discordia passive for the majority of the match. But if we're evaluating these team compositions holistically, I think the Tartarus Titans come out head and shoulder above.
So a little bit more obvious kind of where this Titans draft is going. We're still a little up in the air of where the Warriors might be lining out here with the Cerberus, Cabrakan, Serket. A lot of flexibility between it. Maybe it's a little bit more clear cut and dry than we're evaluating here. Maybe it is just an obvious guess for it. We'll have to see how it goes in the game. We'll have to see where everything lines out. Where you kind of put in your favor for these two teams as this game once it gets ready to start off.
Yeah, the Titans. I like their comp a lot. It's really good. Look, if we're evaluating late game prowess, Tiamat scales incredibly well. Sobek's going to be a great facilitator. Last time we saw Cyclone Swin play Chernobog, I believe, was up against Stewart, and he got like 4 solo kills. I mean, there were team fights happening on the opposite side of the map, and Cyclone was like, no, I'm going to go head over to this Hunter and make sure they're not able to have fun. These are all picks for the Titans that I think fit their playstyle incredibly well. But that's not to say that the Oni Warriors aren't capable of fighting in. They've looked incredibly good in recent weeks, especially in that last set up against the Olympus Bolts. I think they got a composition that fits their style. But unfortunately for them, it's been a hard week. Olympus Bolts and now into the Tartarus Titans, the playoff champions. Their work's cut out for them.
Talk about a rough week to start out for the Oni Warriors, but still looking good against the Olympus Bolts. Took them to all 3 games. In the game that they did win, they had the Cerberus Rom combo for them. So maybe by getting Vote on something a little bit more comfortable, getting them on that game 1 victory they had, maybe that might be enough here. The Oni Warriors to try and pull forward and take game number 1 of this set But as you highlighted, this Tartarus Titan's an extremely strong late game, and with all the single target, even throwing a Cabrakan in there, heavy single target, and there's that one button on the other side for the Titans in that first slot. That's Scarab's blessing.
But Cabrakan isn't just that single target damage bot. He is also going to bring a little bit of utility to these team fights. If he's able to isolate Khepri or even to a certain extent Chernobog inside of these jungle fights, Sobek as well going to really struggle to get through those walls. I think that he could just kind of be a secondary support because he isn't going into support.
Who's going to take game one? Will it be the Titans? Will it be the Warriors? We're going to take it to the casters to bring us the action.
It'll be our second look of the phase at the Oni Warriors and our first look of the phase at your Phase 2 champions, the Tartarus Titans. Dolson, Aggro, and Doug bringing you some SPL action. The S, of course, stands for serious, and we never deviate from that, not for one moment.
Where's the S?
What?
The S stands for serious, you said.
Yeah, the Serious Pro League.
Oh. Well, what game is it for?
Yeah, that's an issue. Well, you could emphasize we're already breaking from the Serious Pro League here. If you went SPL, like an extra S in there, the Serious SMITE Pro League, then we're on to something, I think. This is great. No, this is fantastic. I'm glad.
What a start, Dave. I told you my cast was going to suck. Huh? What's your
you're
deal?
right. Well, it's because what? Your pillow was warm and you can't flip it over? Yeah, right. We'll blame your wife, and I think that's a great start
usual.
from you, right?
Yep, as per usual.
And this time you're doing it, well, I guess it was public anyway on Twitter. Let's give this this early game its due course before things maybe get off the rails here. I forgot what Myth predicted. Did we say Cabrakan support and Nika?
JMac did. Mifflin did not.
Got it. Okay, so JMac was right. Mifflin was not right. What do we think here? Neoma played Kuzenbo a whole bunch yesterday. Not surprising that he caught some bans here because felt like that was driving a lot of the front line for the Oni Warriors. Another eclectic pick here for Neoma, unfortunately. Somewhat easy to abduct the Cabrakan back in.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of damage in the lane once you hit level 2. Level 1, of course, you get prio because of Tremors. Look, Kuzenbo and Cabrakan are of the same vein of support. It is dive-oriented with good enough peel options, but mostly dive, annoying CC to deal with. Now, Kuzenbo, of course, has the Reflect mechanic that Cabrakan does not, but they fit similar roles. And so I like the Warriors understanding that it's probably going to get banned. We got to have a backup plan. I think Cabrakan as your Kuzenbo B is a fine selection for the Warriors. And when we were talking about how the Warriors need to keep their momentum from yesterday, going with the same style of composition I think is a good start. Getting Nika back on the Cerberus where he looked absolutely dominant. Vote on the ROM.
Despite a loss.
Despite a loss. Fred on a Circuit pick that is easy to be impactful on. I like the idea here for the Warriors. The question is about this Discordia for Dardes. He doesn't go with the Hera. Makes sense to me. I think Disco provides a little bit more safety against this Titans comp. I think it has some good matchups up against the Khepri. A lot of times against Khepri, you want abilities that you can punish a Khepri for rezzing a target. And Strife does that really well. As soon as they res, you pull them both together, kill them again. Apple does that really well. It's very easy to time. You can even toss it on the Khepri.
Ooh, how about this? Cubo Fred blinks over the wall, attempts to steal away the red buff, and in fact he does. So it's early pressure from Cubo Fred on the Circuit, and then continued pressure around this purple buff. The tremble on out from Neoma as the damage flies through from Cyclone Spin on the attempted secure, but it won't be successful. So the Oni Warriors send some pressure with the Circuit, and they get both buff invades on the left.
Really, really good play by Fred. It's a safe play as well because Benji's on a Guardian, so you know that your right side isn't going to get invaded by the Warrior alone. And Layers doesn't recognize that he's getting counter jungled on the left. Needed to go vertical with his path there instead of crossing back over the left. So he comes left, and all he gets is back Harpies and Oracles. Whereas Fred gets to go back to his right-hand side, get his speed buff, get his back Harpies, and be in a really good position. So good identification from Fred for a window, and ends up punishing the Titans a bit.
Now, I mean, we've talked about Dardes and his Discordia and why that could be good in this matchup, and I think all of those points still stand. At some point, we got to wonder when teams in general will stop giving Paul this Tiamat, because I figured it would be at some point throughout the Phase 2 finals, right? I mean, there was an answer for it in 1 of 4 games. Not in the other 3, the 3 that the Tartarus Titans won. I call it a roll of the dice. It feels like you're rolling the dice every time you give this pick over to Paul. I love this little dance. I am going to pause this point because it is fun to watch. Benji with the tail whip will secure the lane. What is it, a Scorpion? I don't know what that guy is.
Scorpion,
Lane Scorpion there. But it feels like it's a roll of the dice every time you let Paul get a pick that can be as impactful as this.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I am very surprised that Paul continues to get this pick. Very, 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 very surprised. And eventually, teams are going to realize that Paul's the type of player, just like Shinto, where sometimes teams will look psycho for giving him picks, but the reality is that he'll dominate you on most things.
Sure.
Tiamat's in the tier above for Paul. He is nearly unstoppable on this selection.
Another red buff invade from the Oni Warriors, this time secured by the Tartarus Titans. Cubo Fred leaps on out. Aurora will pick up the red buff. Paul maybe had a chance to go back. I love the little pump fake. He walks over and then immediately turns away.
Yeah, he's like, oh, great, we secured red, right, guys? And Aurora's like,
actually,
we
gold
didn't.
or XP or the red.
Yeah, actually, they got it.
Right.
Yeah,
that's the answer to the Tiamat is his own team doesn't give Paul the red buff.
Right. Yeah.
But then he gets to solo farm the mid harpies up, I guess.
Well, that was going to happen no matter what. This is
that's
this
gonna
is the
happen
Paul
anyway.
strat, right? That you're not sharing a whole lot of farm.
And here's the good news. Well, Aurora goes back to base. Now you've got red buff on Kepri, right? So there's huge kill pressure on the left side.
Yes.
And and I'm not saying that through my teeth at all. That was very, very serious.
I mean, I think Kepri does give you pretty good kill potential in the early game because he kills tanks really well, and those are the easiest characters to kill early. So, in that sense, yes. I would argue, Dave, that the red buff doesn't make a massive difference for Aurora, but maybe it will. You know,
yeah, maybe it will.
We shall see.
I wonder, and speaking of difference making, I do wonder how much of a difference Layers being with this team now will make. I mean, they won Phase 2 playoffs with Layers, not in the house, not with the team. You got the whole squad together. You'd figure, right? That's nothing but a net increase as far as synergy, chemistry, those types of things.
Especially early on. I mean, let's be real. The realities of having roommates is not always easy. But in the beginning, you're having fun. You're super excited to be here.
That's why I live alone.
Right. That's for sure the reason only. It's really easy to have a great time and hit that next stride.
Right.
In these moments. I mean, you look back at Season 5 Splice and a team that was really struggling. That was Aurora and Cyclone Spin on that squad. And they were really struggling in spring and took a trip in the summer to all play together. It was East Coast, so that made a big difference that Cyclone wasn't playing on West Coast ping, and neither was Divios. But at the end of the day, I think that having that time in person with one another made a big difference for a team that eventually went on to win a world championship. So in that sense, the Titans trying to strengthen their bonds as teammates is certainly a good thing.
How about this call from the Titans that the red buff and the purple buff have been looked at on both of the previous respawns. So they'll send Layers over to the left side of the map. Red buff dropped down and secured by Paul this time. Still a purple buff to maybe be fought over, but Layers is going to be here as a bit of security as well. And so he'll be there to defend.
Nice little interaction there from Neil and some matchup knowledge for you in Cabrakan versus Kepri. Whenever you're Kepri abducted, you're silenced, but if you've pre-popped your 1 on Cabrakan, you can still auto-attack because it's just an auto-attack enhance, and you can just turn and hit him with 1 auto and it'll stun him, and your abduct is over. So Neil did that right there, made sure that he wasn't going to get CC chained for a long time. And as I mentioned, that's a big strength of Kepri is killing tanks in the early, using your really good CCs that don't DR one another in order to overlap your CC and keep someone locked down for a long time. Cabrakan doesn't have to worry about that nearly as much. It's all centered on the 1. I mean, he's root immune in the 1, so Kepri root doesn't matter to him. And then the ability to pre-pop it as you get abducted and then send him out.
Are you interested? Are you intrigued at all with the pace of this game so far? I mean, the Des talked about how the scaling of the Tartarus Titans is pretty terrifying. When you got a team out on your team, it's always going to be the case. But then Sobek and some other picks outside of that. You feel like the onus is on the Oni Warriors to push this pace a little bit more right now, or are they happy to be even 8 minutes in?
I think I would prefer the Warriors to be slightly more aggressive, but it's hard. I mean,
there's not
the
much
Titans
you can
just
do.
have a Kepri. It's difficult to beat. I mean, this is basically the
I guess they have been
dream comp.
invading. They've tried, right?
Yeah, they've tried. It's not like the Warriors have been sitting on their hands entirely, but Fred has not been aggressive on enemy gods until right now.
Hugo Fred gets a little damage Paul's way. Stun onto Layers from Neilma. So Paul rotates over. Another red buff spawn and another showing from the Oni Warriors. Neilma locked into place, taken down. First blood over to Paul on the team at worst case scenario for the Oni Warriors. Up to the sky goes Vote, and Hugo Fred is answered back with 1 Aurora. If timing perfect, Scarab's Blessing will dash on out of the stripe. And it looks like Aurora will survive, and Layers chopping away on the back line, gets the Titan second.
And Fred's still in trouble too, has the ultimate, lands. No, it didn't, it just missed.
Layers still chasing down onto Dardes though. Paul full HP, full mana. He's got something to say about it. Dardes into the stealth will reset some of those cooldowns, and Dardes actually breaks the ankles a bit, and it looks like the Discordia might be safe, but Layers blinks forward. The dash away from Dardes, and Layers makes him pay. 3-kill swing for the Titans.
Man, no justice in the world for Dardes. He makes a big play like that and then still gets found out because Layers simply has blink at the back end. But that was just Neil being way too far forward, uses his one without a whole lot of reason to. I mean, stuns Layers, and then Layers just instantly goes, hey, his one's down. We can root him. We can Kepri abduct him. This guy's just toast. And the Warriors then have to devote a little bit too much to try and get in there and save Neil. Now, good aggression on a Cyclone spin, some good damage onto him. Fred had the right target, and Cyclone did end up falling, but Aurora ends up surviving. Paul goes through that whole team fight untouched, and it's going to be difficult to execute a dive up against the Kepri when I think that the Warriors don't have great team fight AoE. You know, Discordia is good at punishing a small grouping. You know, Strife isn't a huge area, but if you can get a couple of people, it's obviously very strong.
You got Neomod for that, right? You can wall some people off.
No, not you can wall one person off the vast majority of the time, but you're not going to wall off a whole team. It's just difficult, I think, for the Warriors because their composition is much better at killing one person.
Sure.
And Aurora got Kepri, so that strat doesn't really work.
And I guess if we're giving due credit to the Oni Warriors, and actually there was the conversation we were having just prior to that fight, Oni Warriors maybe pushed the pace a little bit in the early game, a couple successful red buff and purple buff invades. That was kind of the 4th attempt at it, and that was the first time we saw the Titans feel maybe aggressive enough to team fight back in.
So the good news if you're the Warriors is even though I think their composition is a little bit too single target focused, they have really good CC that can be spread out over a team fight. So the ideal scenario for the Warriors isn't that they dump everything into one character and hope Aurora messes up. It's really that we want to use a little bit on one character, put them in a threat position so that Aurora has to use his ultimate or they have to use a relic, and then our next frontliner is going to blink in. You know, Serket goes in first, then Cabrakan goes in. Then Cabrakan out, Cerberus in. You know, you have to tank switch really well with this style of composition for the Warriors, which hasn't necessarily been a great strength of theirs this season, but if they can make it work, this comp is really, really good at it because you've got CC that will kill players if it's not immune properly, and you have a lot that they have to immune, and they don't have all the tools to do that. So in that sense, I think the Warriors composition can be very successful, but it has to be in, you know, first tank in, that player out, next tank in, that player out, third tank in. And that has to happen basically every team fight, and that's a difficult task to manage.
And it's going to be difficult when you're down by 2,000 gold and 2,000 experience 12.5 minutes into the game, as the Pyromancer notches that gold lead for the Tartarus Titans just a little bit further. So, where does that XP differential lie? Layers has got the 1-level lead over Cubo. Fred has fought and farmed successfully. Mid lane, Paul maintains about a 1-level lead. Things were a bit ahead, for Numa just a moment ago over Aurora, but Aurora's evened things up there. It's not like that really changes the mindset of the Titans, right? It feels like you're wanting to play around Paul anyway, but now doubly so, that he's got a bit of a lead, and you got Chronos Pendant and Soul Gem early, so you got some extra burst.
Yeah, I love the spot that Paul's in. He's going for the same build that he was going during playoffs, which is no pen until 4th. And that is a bit scary up against Serket that's going to be building protections. Of course, Double Guardian that you have to go up against. I don't love it in that sense. I think that going Chronos Pendant into Soul Gem feels really good as a 2-item power spike, but prevents your 3rd-item power spike from feeling really good. It requires you to get to 4 items before you start to really feel like you're a full character doing what you need to be doing. But if the pace of this game is going to continue, then chances that Paul gets to 4 items before it starts to really matter, or even 3.5, because at least you get 10% pen from Obsidian Shard 2. That will help whenever you're at literally 0 pen before that.
Right. Paul looks like he's about 8,000 gold ahead of Dardes, so you're playing with that advantage. Dardes, on the flip side, also gone Chronos Pendant, Vampiric Shroud. as his starter item. And then Spear the Magus after that. We've seen that item picked up a little bit here, aggro. Maybe Discordia, the type of pick that can utilize that on a pretty effective basis. So where Paul doesn't have much pen early, Dardes has added in a little bit.
I like it here for Dardes because it just helps him put some instant damage onto a backline, and having flat pen feels really good up against someone like Tiamat in particular. And it gives him lifesteal, and if he wants to upgrade this Vampiric Shroud into a Sacrificial Shroud, he's probably going to need this plus Soul Gem in order to do so, and that's probably enough lifesteal. It's not a ton, but it's enough to offset the cost of your health for each of your abilities. If he goes Blood-Soaked, then maybe he didn't need the Magus, but I just think Flat Pen is underbought, forever. Like I feel like especially casual players don't respect how good Flat Pen is. In Pro League, it makes sense that these teams on slower paced games aren't going any Flat Pen except when you need Divine. But you're not going to hear me complaining about a mage building a Flat Pen option in their first two. I think it's good.
Dardes. The bigger hurdle is now the XP and then the gold as mentioned earlier. Looks like the front line's going to be difficult to kill for the Titans this game. We can check in with their build. Benji's got a Pridwin in his third item slot, and then Aurora early with that Bulwark of Hope. So you get these targets low, or in Benji's case, you get Benji into his ultimate, and then suddenly they're going to be a little bit more difficult to kill right when you think you got him, and then you got a Scarab's Blessing.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. The early Bulwark is interesting from Aurora, but you don't have to really worry too much about Circuit damage. It's really this Discordia, Cabrakan, and Cerberus that are going to be doing a lot of the damage to your backline, in particular the Guardians, of course. Maybe wants to go a little bit more physical protection later, but doesn't need it now.
Gold Fury is here, and so is Cyclone Spin right around Neoma. The tether is out. Layers is the one who gets stunned. There's a wall on the backside. Hey, he's walled off 3 people, but with himself. Cyclone Spin picks up the pick. And Gold Fury now easier for the Tartarus Titans.
That's been the plan, is just wait until Neil overextends, and he's done it twice and has been punished very easily by the Titans. I don't know if he had a window to blink out. I think Aurora might have put the 2 on him, and that'll keep you in combat for a long time. So good identification from Aurora. Cyclone,
Big
no
spike.
hesitation in order to get there.
Man, big spike now. 4K gold, 4K experience. Could get worse here. Look at Layers. I mean, why not, right? Why not walk it, vote? Didn't even need the Scarab's Blessing from Aurora, and that is easy. 302 now on the Osiris, Stone Cutting Sword, Wingblade, and Ichabel. So you get an Ichabel as well for Layers. That boxing potential now difficult for Vote.
And he needed it too, because Vote was putting out some good damage against that minion wave, but clearly not quite good enough. Good identification from Layers that is an easy kill, especially with Aurora close by. Who cares if I get a little low? Snipe starts threatening me a little bit. I can tower dive easily. I've got this Khepri. And we talk about Khepri a lot as a god that does a lot for a team composition, but this is where I feel like he's at his most impressive, is when his team is ahead, he is ahead, he brings a lot of CC, he brings a lot of setup.
Yep.
And a lot of times when you're down 5K in 17 minutes, whoa, Fred goes in, but doesn't get the Pyromancer.
Well, that cost Fred, though. He blinked over the wall, sends Layers right on back. Pluck from Benji is there to send Cubo Fred pinballing across the jungle. And so Fred will dash away. Cost of his blink and his beads. So probably something the Titans feeling okay about. Neoma in mid again. Aurora dashes forward. Won't get the abduct onto Neoma, but a strike connects onto Aurora. And Aurora's taken effectively no damage here in mid. So the overwhelming trade there is both relics off of Cubo Fred.
And as I was saying, when you fall this far behind, your win condition is we hope we can pick someone, and someone overextends and we can really punish them for it. And that's not impossible against Khepri. Mispositioning is still on the table, so to speak, but trying to get someone in a team fight who wastes their relics and then we can punish them for that, or bad positioning by Paul or Cyclone, Cyclone going too deep with an ultimate. All of those win conditions require now Aurora, one of the best supports to ever do it, to mess up. And those are usually not winning formulas.
Yeah, few and far between, absolutely, for Aurora. So now Fire Giant aggro starts to get on the menu a little bit here. Oni Warriors, well, they're in the game. Oni Fury, a few minutes away from respawning. Pyromancer already taken down by the Titans just a moment ago. So this is where you might start to see the Vision Wars begin on the right side of the map. But, a 6,500 gold lead, that's something an aggressive team like the Titans might feel comfortable with as far as looking for a pick and then maybe looking for Fire Giant afterwards. Cubo Fred could be first on the menu. He'll send layers one way, but a block back. And the tether dashed on out of the Lord of the Afterlife just around the corner. Cubo Fred will survive. Now it's the Apple of Discord on to Layers, who's back by the speed buff. Nika can close this gap. This will be a huge pick, but a Scarab's Blessing, perfect from Aurora. But a Stygian Torment sends them right both back into the back line. Abduct from Aurora keeps Neoma out of this fight. Cyclone Spin weaving in the damage, and he's got the first.
Nika low, but Cyclone lower. Fred has returned, and he's looking for Cyclone, but a great dash.
Cyclone in and out of the wall he goes, and now Paul can feast. Gets the knockup, gets the damage. Won't get the kill on the Cubo Fred. Pesky Cubo Fred keeps surviving. This is where Paul wants to do all that damage. And it feels like the Oni Warriors kind of fought aggro like you said they needed to. You're swapping in targets continuously.
Exactly, and it made it a lot harder for the Titans to find the right window, but it did make it harder for Aurora, who was on point with that Scarab's Blessing, saved Layer's life, and Nika and Neil were on totally different pages on where they were going off the back of that Stygian Torment. Neil thought that they were being delivered to his front doorstep, much like me and my PS5 that I ordered. God knows when that's going to get here.
Oh, so not here yet.
And instead, Nika just Walmarts me and tosses it somewhere else, and I've got no idea where they're going. I've now Kabrakan ulted Casper the Friendly Ghost, and I'm not playing a PS5. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, it's tough for you, but I imagine it'll all end well. We don't claim negative energy here. It's in a nice cushioned box on its way to your front door, I'm sure. And a nice Stygian Torment on its way to Aggro's front door. God, that Torment is Stygian, isn't it?
It sure is.
I can't steal that bit from Myth. That's a good bit from Myth, and I gotta let him.
That's probably his best bit ever.
I think it might be. Starting off with, man, that breath is so ghastly.
Yeah,
top tier from Myth, and we'll let him have every bit of that one. So, despite a decent fight from the Oni Warriors, it still did extend that gold lead for the Tartarus Titans. Remember, it was like 6,500 as I was talking about it. Now we're getting closer to 8,000. Fire Giant wasn't the immediate target, maybe if that fight went well, but the Oni Fury, a much easier target now spawning, and so maybe the Tartarus Titans shift some focus to that side of the map, and these are the types of objectives where the Oni Warriors have to consider how much they're willing to invest as far as defending and trying to steal or maybe secure for themselves.
This is where it becomes increasingly difficult, though, to play up against Tiamat, because Paul has hit that 4-item power spike, the one that he really needs, to get, has percent pen now, and that's going to make him do that much more damage towards these frontliners. He's got tons of CDR, so he can just spam his poke. The Warriors just don't have the poke to contest with this Tiamat, and that's what makes her hard to deal with, is that her poke is great as well.
So the Oni Fury quickly taken down by the Titans. The Oni Warriors were close. I had wondered if they would overextend or extend and maybe look for a fight, but I think that's smart. You just see what's going on, and then you back away. But 9,000 gold and 11,000 XP after that Fury is secured. And so you're 22 minutes in aggro. There's still a lot of towers remaining on the map. You have to imagine the next big play for this Titans team is get some more coverage and look towards the FG. You favor them in about every fight they could possibly take right now.
Exactly. I'm a little surprised the Titans are so slow to reset here, because this Oni Fury isn't going to do a whole lot for them anymore. They needed to instantly go towards, reset right after Oni Fury, go to fire, and try and use the pressure of these Oni waves to generate an opportunity for you around this Fire Giant or the Pyromancer. But they decide, even though they're up 9,000 gold, that they'd rather continue to play a little bit of a slower pace and farm it out. And I'm a little surprised at that. I mean, there's a lot of gold on the map.
There is.
Here for the Warriors. And the best way to access that gold is by going to Fire Giant, snagging that for yourself, and setting yourself up to extend this lead to an insurmountable number. It's close to insurmountable, but not there yet. And if the Warriors are allowed to hang around, then it's going to get easier.
There's always a chance. We've seen some big turnarounds in the history of the SPL. Nika uses his beads here on right. It's a little gold infusion for the Tartarus Titans, who just secured the Pyromancer as well. Now Layers, he'll blink forward on Nika, force the jump on out. It's a grouping from the Titans around this tier 2. At some point, you can head on back towards this Fire Giant and maybe start things up there. I wonder if we'll see at any point Cyclone Spin and his ultimate force vote or someone to that side of the map, because you can rejoin the fight so quickly, but you'd rather Cyclone Spin be here from the start and start the Fire Giant. Has Neoma half HP outside of the FG ring. Kind of a soft reset on the objective now by the Tartarus Titans. as the Oni Warriors extend forward. It's getting low though. Cyclone Spin still found some damage. It's a nice strike from Dardes, and the apple is there. 2 in the ultimate from Neilmon, the Scarab's Blessing onto himself, and that's opened up the door for Paul to jump on in. Cubo Fred is the first to turn around to kill now for the Oni Warriors. Layers goes down. Benji controlling so much of this frontline space.
And it's only 1, but that's still a 1-for-1 in favor of the Warriors because it's not worse. It certainly could have been after how that fight started, but a really good ultimate from Neil and Nika. Those two play nicely with those ultimates, and they keep Aurora uncomfortable in that fight. It's one way to kind of deal with that Khepri is to actually bring the fight to him so that he has to be more worried about himself than his teammates, can't ult anybody else, buys himself time, survives that dive, but it makes it so that Layers will end up dying on his dive instead of surviving. So I like that play from the Warriors, and the fact that they were even in the team fight recap in damage when down 10,000 gold bodes nothing but good news for the Chaos side.
The next pivot, though, could come in the intangibles as far as the kills go. Vote had to use both of his actives in that fight, so you're a minute and a half on the beads, 113 seconds on the Aegis. So if the Titans re-pick up this Fire Giant, Vote will be in a worse off spot than he was. Both of the carries for the Titans have their actives. Felt like there's been no pressure on the Aegis or the beads onto Paul so far this game. Paul has played it well as far as backing away and then jumping in. And so Paul will have both of the actives in it as well. A couple Spectral Armors picked up for the front lines of the Titans, so if it was difficult to kill them before, it sure is now, especially if your Vote, who I've mentioned, does not have those actives. Fire Giant restarted by the Tartarus Titans. Cyclone Spin well on the back, finding some damage in there. And look at the abduct into burst damage from Paul. Cubo Fred looking for the team app, but he won't find it. Layers leaps on out as the apple is connected from Dardes onto the jungler. Up in the air is Vote. Damage going on to the FG, but it's been reset. Now it's a dash away from Cubo Fred. Benji silenced and stunned in place. And Aurora and the Titans, the team may be looking worse for wear.
Good again from the Warriors. They keep the back line at bay. They don't end up hard diving. They just make sure that they're there to peel for Layers. And Paul and Cyclone don't seem interested in diving in following up on this CC and damage coming from Layers and Benji. Aurora that time able to free cast a little bit more, but still ate a good amount of poke damage. Loved the engage there from the Titans. I thought the pull on the Nika when Nika didn't have beads was big.
Yep.
But check out the item there for Nika. It's a Mail of Renewal. So he gets more protections as he gets hit. And then as he hits that 5-stack of arc, he gets a big burst heal. And there is no anti-heal on the other side for the Tartarus Titans, as there shouldn't be. But that means that Nika is getting maximum value out of this Mail of Renewal, making it look pretty good.
So it's not quite like 8-0 raid boss Nika on the Cerberus from yesterday, but still at a point where a lot of damage is going to get soaked up and then healed up from Nika, who continues to be so pivotal for the success of this Oni Warriors team. Even in a loss yesterday to a very good Bolts team, Nika was a lot of the driving force. So once again, we'll dance around the FG. It's been started by the Titans. And once again, Paul and Cyclone's been playing safe in the back, but this time it's been completed. The Oni Warriors tried their best to steal it, but their best was not enough. Apple is out from Dardes, and it's on to Cyclone Spin, who has to Aegis it away. Neilmon desperately trying to get the stun onto Paul, and he does, but the beads were still there, and Layers now has the credence and the freedom to find the back line. Cyclone gets one, and it's Layers who gets the other.
Oni Warriors just ripped apart at the seams by the Tartarus Titans, and Layers doesn't use his blink, he doesn't use his beads, he just ults in and gets to town on this Osiris. Chopping his way through the Warriors. And that was a risky call from the Titans to finish that fire, but the upside was high. They knew they were going to win the team fight afterwards, and now they're looking for the end.
Cubo, Fred, and Nika, the last line of defense, but it's a weak defense. The Titans group up as 5. Everyone has got FG here. Layers will add another 5, 1, and 6, and Paul will be on a killing spree. The Titans took a minute, danced a couple times around the FG, but it was patience, and the Titans will take game 1 with ease.
Listen, sometimes you just got to flip the coin and hope that it works out, and that time it did, but I think that the Warriors did some good things down by a lot. If they weren't down 10,000, that game becomes a lot closer. It was just that they waited too long to start doing those positive things. And the Titans didn't allow them to group up and start making these plays where their team fight was very strong until it was already too late. So that was smart from the Titans.
Layers is doing his best UGA and Kirby Smart impression in this one. I know you're not a big college football guy, but
No.
UGA, they keep chopping. That's our thing. Keep chopping wood.
Isn't that the Seminoles though? Like, isn't that Florida State? Didn't they lose
Yeah,
to a horrible team?
No, but like UGA, keep they're working. They're like lumberjacks or chopping the
But
wood.
they're
out there.
Bulldogs can't chop wood.
We'll be back after this break. Go Ducks.
They're dogs. Like, they don't have thumbs. They can't. They've just got paws.
Oh, we're not going to a break. Okay.
God, go to break, Yithins. What are you waiting for? It's supposed to fade to black as I'm doing the bit. You know?
Right. The tight. There we go.
Don't you stop! Fido care! Fido king!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final Call. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! A double kill myself!
as you saw highlighted by our lovely video there. If you want to get any of your SPL merchandise, you can go over to shop.smiteproleague.com and pick up anything that you may be looking for. You want a t-shirt to represent your favorite team, you want a jersey to represent your team, or any of the cool custom merch that comes with some of those teams between sleeves. There's onesies, there's shorts, other kinds of t-shirts, all kinds of things available for you at shop.smiteproleague.com. And thanks to our apparel sponsor Insight for bringing that to us. And for game number 1, now in the books, with the Tartarus Titans coming up big, it took them a little while to get there, but it felt like from minute number 1, Mifflin, that was all the Tartarus Titans control.
Yeah, like a slow burn almost. I felt like I was watching Shark Week, right? Like, the Sharks are going to win. We know they're going to get whatever fish they're aiming for, but it took a little bit. We built some suspense throughout the entire duration of it, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone was questioning what the outcome was going to be. The Tartarus Titans hold firm control of neutral objectives, team fights. I mean, everywhere on the map, it felt like they were playing proactively and properly. KDs look good for everyone involved, and the Oni Warriors, I don't think, played poorly. I don't think they came in with a bad plan. It's just that they didn't quite stack up this time.
Just a very slow and methodical play from the Tartarus Titans. I mean, at one point, I looked down a few minutes in, we're 500,000 gold up. Next thing I know, I look up at 20 minutes and they're 10,000 gold ahead, and it's not like they had taken the entire map away. It's not like all the towers have been stripped. It was just one objective after another, just winning out these small little skirmishes, layers. I had like 3-4 kills by that 10-15 minute mark, and for Osiris, that's just a dream for him.
Yeah, Layers is pretty good, by the way. I mean, he just like 1v1 vote pretty easily. I mean, it only feels confident enough to do that because of the composition that the Tartarus Titans have. Aurora, like 3 feet behind him, says, hey, do whatever you want. I got Scarab's Blessing. It's not an issue. I feel like this game really could come down to, and I'm sure the Oni Warriors might echo this, P's and B's diff a little bit here. It just felt like the composition that the Tartarus Titans were bringing dealt with handily every single threat that the Oni Warriors were able to generate, and it's reflected in the slash lines. Only 2 deaths for the Tartarus Titans, and the 2 people that died also had like a 5 KD and a 4 KD. Like, you got to be able to bring a little bit more here from the Oni Warriors. I think if they had a slightly more AoE or maybe a more meta mage out of mid, maybe that could have gone a little bit better for them, but I don't feel like I saw enough from Cubo Fred on the Circuit. Very low damage numbers there, only around 5,000. Neil Moss struggled to get the ball rolling. 3K on Cabrakan. Not the best look. I know, Neil Moss playing support. He's not supposed to have that much damage, but when you're playing a god like Cabrakan, I mean, you're essentially just another assassin.
Every single kill on the board for the Tartarus Titans were on the carries, too. The solo laner didn't have a kill. The support didn't have a kill, but they did have plenty of assists to it, and it just felt like Paul never really felt that threatened on this Tiamat, and I'm still blown away by the fact that he's now gotten to play 5 Tiamat games in a row since the playoffs, including that final set of the playoffs. Just got to take him off this god. He is too comfortable sitting perfectly capable of either being in the back line and firing off range damage, or jumping in the face of the enemy and doing all the melee damage possible out there. Somebody's got to take this Tiamat away from him.
It's a catch-20, J-Mac. I mean, Aggro kind of broke it down pretty well at the 2-minute mark, said, all right, so Paul's gonna frag you, but he's going to frag you harder on Tiamat. So it doesn't really matter what you do. He's going to be able to pop off either way. That's the mechanical prowess that this guy brings, but I'm of like mind with you, man. If he's going to have the best god in the game, essentially, inside of Tiamat given to him every single time, I don't think any of us are allowed to be surprised when the Tartarus Titans look as good as they do.
Well, let's see if the Oni Warriors take it away, or will the Tartarus Titans be able to grab another Tiamat play? We'll see here. Picks and bans for game number 1. That is a pretty nice shirt. Yeah. I think any Bob Ross shirt that you can have out there is a good one.
Yeah, buy the Bob Ross Smite skin for Sylvanas at everybody.
Are you even still able to buy that one, actually?
If you are, buy it. If you aren't, I'm sorry.
If you missed out on your opportunity, well, sorry you missed out on a good skin. It is definitely one of the better skins out there for it. A good old classic Bob Ross Sylvanas. I mean, he's standing on top of the tree. It's a happy Grover too, a big smile painted on the tree's face. But for the picks and bans, it's Kuzenbo once again taken away by the Titans. Not going to give that one over to Neil Ma. And an immediate response by the Oni Warriors. They're going to strip the Khepri away from Aurora. Maybe a little too good that game on that god.
Yeah, Warriors in the first pick position as well this time around. They might be able to strip away the Tiamat if that makes its way through the entirety of the ban phase here. Terra, the second overall ban from the Tartarus Titans. And I'm excited to see how the Oni Warriors kind of prioritize their picks here. We've seen from the Warriors in the past that they really do like going towards this Khepri in the first slot, but considering they're the ones to ban it this time, you got to think they're fishing for something else. Maybe it is that Tiamat, maybe they're going for something like spicy out of the Hunter role if they want to go towards the Artemis or something along those lines. Maybe put Vote on his favorite pick inside of the Rom. The field is open here.
We'll see where they grab their first pick, but they still have one more ban to go for the Titans. Kuzumba Terra on the other side has highlighted the Khepri, a Hell, and a Yamoja. So Tiamat is still open. Now the kind of question comes to the Titans is, do they want to ban it because do they think that the Oni Warriors will grab it? You kind of highlighted in the last set that Dardes may not really necessarily go towards this pick, more towards the Afros, the Heras, even
I was
the
wrong.
Discordia. And the Discordia. The Discordia's in
yeah,
there.
I said that, yeah.
You definitely, you may not have said it, but it definitely got picked for it. Erlong Shen is the first selection on the Oni Warrior side. First pick, Erlong. How do you kind of feel about that with this Ardio as the final ban for the Titans?
I mean, Erlong Shen operates twofold. We know that Cuvo Fred is very comfortable with this pick. He can dominate early games if he hits the ground running, and we know that Layers is also a fan of this pick as well. He goes towards it just about whenever it's available to him. So, not only is it a good first pick, but it acts as a pretty nice ban as well. Tartarus Titans, I think, are saying, all right, Oni Warriors, if you've got a Tiamat, you got to take it here, because if they don't, it's pretty clear to me that the Tartarus Titans are very likely to take it with their third pick selection. But Cerberus and Rom are going to be the top two for the Chaos team this side around, and that's a pretty good top two. I mean, Cerberus has decent flex potential if you do want to. Could head over to the support role, more than likely headed over into solo. Rom is a pick that has been serving Vote incredibly well. That's the adaptation that we saw from the Olympus Bolts in the last Oni Warrior set was, let's get Vote off this Rom, let's take it for ourselves, and it looked pretty good there. Seems like the Titans taking a play from their book.
Does not seem like the Oni Warriors care about Tiamat. Sobek and Heimdall are the next two gods locked in. A little bit of a trade there for the solo laners. We have Sobek on the other side of the map, but it's going to be a Tiamat one more time for the Tartarus Titans. Mid laner Paul gets now 5 Tiamat games in a row. Rom stripped away from Bolt this time around. It would happen to him in the Bolts matchup where he got a nice game 1. And the team said, you know what, maybe that game 1 was a little too good. We'll take that one for ourselves. And as we jump in the second phase of bans, the Morrigan and Aphrodite banned away by the Titans. Oni Warriors, they want to take a little bit more away from Layers here. This time they'll adapt themselves from game number 1. Not just the Camazots, but also an Osiris banned away.
Morgan Le Fay, Persephone, Raijin, Merlin, all still available. I mean, if we're talking about Dardes in particular, the Hera still out there as well. So I'm very curious to see how he chooses to go towards, or what he chooses to go towards with his selection. Odin getting locked in here for the Tartarus Titans tells me that it's pretty likely that we see Dardes try and pick something that can deal with that Ring of Spears, right? You probably don't want to lock in a Hera against Odin. I mean, he's just going to lock you down very early on, especially considering last time we saw Odin out of support role, he was kind of inside of mid the entirety of the game. It's just such an interesting picks bans. Every time I watch the Warriors, I'm not sure if Dardes just straight up hates what every other mid laner is playing. Like, this guy will not play the Merlins, the Raijins. He doesn't like the Tiamat, clearly. I mean, he was given multiple opportunities to take it in this match specifically. It's curious, man. The Oni Warriors, it feels like, sure, you're bringing flavor picks. You're bringing something that people don't have experience playing against, or not a ton of experience, to be sure. But there's a reason the meta picks are the meta picks. They're just good.
There's a reason that they work. I mean, they bring victories for your team. They bring wins. You were kind of questioning if you want to go with a Hera against an Odin. The Oni Warriors, they feel comfortable doing so. They're looking, and not just looking, they selected Hera and a Fenrir. Arachne being hovered, though I don't think we'll see the Arachne actually locked in here for the Tartarus Titans. Maybe not the safest selection out of all of them. A nice level 5 style of gameplay for the Arachne, but it will go back to the Gilgamesh, who, after the recent nerfs in this 8.8, we haven't seen him really looked at all by any team. So a 10-pick Gilgamesh here, maybe a little curious.
Yeah, we haven't seen him get picked too much because of the direct Gilgamesh nerfs, but the itemization that Gilgamesh generally goes towards is still incredibly strong. It still synergizes very well. I mean, Black Thornhammer, as it stands, giving you so much HP as an infusion, is only going to make the Sun Scimitar that much stronger. I think Gilgamesh still acts as a great facilitator and engage tool inside of the team fight, so I am not concerned with this Tartarus Titans draft, and why would I be? You got Paul on Tiamat. I mean, I could stop the evaluation there. That's how good he is at this pick. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Oni Warriors bring a composition that screams Oni Warriors. They're the only ones playing these picks. We'll see if they can perform on it.
I mean, you got Hera Fenrir as the last two selections going up against an Odin. And that, to me, is kind of a question mark for the Hera. No mobility. You get locked inside of a cage. Sure, you've got Bubble Buddy Argus there with you, but is Argus enough to take an Odin, Gilgamesh, or a Cerberus away from you at that point? Is that enough safety for a Hera?
Yeah, I'd say so. The Hera is going to feel all right insofar as Odin isn't able to close gap consistently, right? Like, that's going to be a tough one to deal with. Once Ring of Spears is dropped around this Hera, it's going to be tough to escape these situations. But Fenrir creating space, Erlang Shen Sobek, I mean, it's a steel wall front line. If the Oni Warriors are able to hit the ground running and choose the fights, if they're the ones being the aggressors, this Hera should be able to succeed on their own. But if the Tartarus Titans are given that luxury, I mean, it's not just Cerberus running you down. It's not just Odin. It's Gilgamesh, even Ram from the sky, going to be able to rain arrows on you from halfway across the map. Tiamat, when Paul's playing it, looks like a nigh unstoppable war god, just jumping into the front line and doing whatever he wants. If the Tartarus Titans at any point this game establish like a 3,000 gold lead, I think it's going to be very hard for the Oni Warriors to make a comeback.
And they had a hard time in game number 1, even with just only a few kills going early for the Tartarus Titans. In a matter of 20 minutes, they were able to bring up a 10,000 gold lead, and then from there, it's just 8 minutes later, they're able to close the game out. That sounds like a long time, but as you kind of highlighted at the very start, it was a very slow, methodical burn coming from the Tartarus Titans, and they're looking poised to potentially take game 2 with a similar draft from that first game, especially getting Paul back on the Tiamat. He's got it for 5 games in a row. Can he get another win on the board for it this time around? That's going to be up to them to decide, and it's up to our casters to show or tell us exactly what happens.
All I know is there's a few picks on the Oni Warriors now that need to show up. This Erlang Shen gets prioritized, the Sobek gets prioritized, the Heimdall gets prioritized, all over the Tiamat once again for Paul. The Tartarus Titans draft similar to what they want to do here, what they wanted to do in game 1 here in game 2. Dardes, to be fair to him, no, we only got 2. Okay, Dardes, to be fair, did look good on this Hera yesterday.
Yep.
But didn't quite have the same issues on the enemy team.
Yeah, here's the thing about that though, Dave. Did he play Hera against Tiamat yesterday?
No.
Did he play it against Gilgamesh?
No.
How about Odin?
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, no, that doesn't sound good to me. I mean, that's just... I just don't want to pick Hera against Odin, ever. And then Gilgamesh is just arguably better Odin cage up against Hera. Like... very surprised to see that's the direction. You know, game 1, if you're gonna pick Hera and Discordia this set, I would have much rather had Discordia against this comp and Hera against game 1.
Right.
So I'm confused as to how it ended up going this way.
So we gotta throw a lifeline to the Warriors. Clearly, we're thinking the Titans won in picks and bans at least. Play on field.
Yeah.
A totally different animal. The Oni Warriors, against already one of the top teams in the league in the Olympus Bolts, showed up and played well. How does this comp that the Oni Warriors have beat what the Titans have?
You have to have Nika be a really solid initiator on this Sobek, and him and Neil have to continually find people out of position and punish them for it. There's a lot of crowd control for the Warriors, and I'm always a fan of heavy CC comps. All it takes is one Titans member to blow their beads. Players doesn't even have beads. That should be an opportunity to punish.
Neomod jumps in, gets the stun, but this is always what's going to happen. Cyclone Spin is going to send some damage right on back. Aurora and Odin. So Odin support's been a conversation that has always had the potential to be had. It's been Odin solo a lot, but Warrior support is always going to carry some extra damage. You're going up against a Fenrir, so the tug of war in this lane should be fun to watch, but Aurora on the Odin, I think, carries a little extra weight.
He's definitely made it look some of the best. The Wrong View was the last one to do it earlier today, and he looked awfully good on it, so Odin definitely just a strong god worth taking in any frontline role. And Roar taking it to this lane where he's going to be able to actually use some of that presence, whereas in solo lane right now, so dominated by Guardians and by Vamp Shroud and their itemization that I suppose that the thinking is that they won't get enough pressure out of this Odin to really make it worth the farm that it's getting, whereas Cerberus can actually use that farm a little bit more effectively. So even if Aurora won't be, 2/3 healthing people off of a bird bomb like we've come to expect from Odin, right, he'll still be able to make an impact.
Layers on the Gilgamesh, despite some recent Gilgamesh changes. The utility that it brings to this matchup, I think, strong for Layers. Kivo Front on the year-long Shen on the flip side of the jungle has been an interesting, I think, journey. We've seen some early games where this pick looks great. But I got to admit, it feels like aggro. A handful of times I've seen this pick just sort of fall off the earth when the game goes on. And I think in Cubo Fred and Neilma's case, we want to loop Neilma in. Maybe some of the same things that plagued Dardes could make it difficult for Cubo and Neilma to engage this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Erlong has to get the ball rolling a little bit earlier than some other junglers because he's so difficult to pilot in the 5-on-5s. Once you start 5-on-5ing with Erlong, your 72 transformation starts getting interrupted all the time. Everyone's got beads, they peel really well, you've got no CC immunity, your ultimate doesn't give you enough mitigation, all that kind of stuff.
Always going to see this. You're always going to see Neilma jump in, get Cyclone Spin low. But the reply every single time has been Aurora jumping back in. Level 5 for Neilma right on time. Layers will get the execute with the winds of Shamash. And now it's a cage from Aurora. And what's Cubo Fred going to do? He's stuck in place. Layers with a double kill. The comp working as intended. The Titans off to a 2-kill lead.
Wow, cage on cage seems pretty good to me, Dave. And Erlong seems to have literally no options whenever that happens. Just a bad decision from Cubo. I think you got to let Neil pay for his sins in that moment and let him go, because getting Layers 1 kill sucks, first blood, whatever, but it's just a support. It's fine. Now it's, we got the double kill to start the game off, and I died, and now I'm going to be pretty significantly behind in experience and in gold. And Layers is off to a really good start on this Gilgamesh, who probably won't feel the nerfs too much if he's really fed.
Man, I'm thinking about how bad, double cage feels in general.
Yeah.
And then we add in Paul into that conversation with the Tiamat. I mean, anyone who's locked in there is just going to take a big old burst of damage from Paul. And that's a good magnifying glass on how Cyclone Spin can take advantage of that. That your snipes on certain targets, depending on who's locked in there, become so much easier to confirm. You're corralling whoever you want, it feels like, if the Tartarus Titans are able to find those targets. And I think what could be tough aggro, I mean, if we talk about how the Oni Warriors and the way that they win this game is maybe through Nika being a strong initiator and Cubo Fred being the same, Nika's over in the solo lane. And normally the solo laners don't really join this game for a little while. So maybe expected that the early game has started off the way it has.
Dave, I think we probably should have announced this earlier, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and do it now.
Okay, great.
This is officially now a pay-per-view, and this is Hell in a Cell 2021. That's what this is now.
All right, Hell in a Cell. I don't know. How do WWE announcers do it?
Scream.
Oh, I'm good at that.
Yeah, just get a lot of "By God!" and that
Bang!
Kind of
No, that's basketball.
Yeah, that's bad. We're talking Mike Green there.
Yeah, but as God is my witness, he's broken in half. That's I gotta find one spot in this game to hit one of those, and I'll do my best. But it's gonna come when you least expect.
There's the Mankind and Undertaker copy pasta.
It's the copy pasta.
That's a Hell in a Cell reference, right? We might be able to.
That's right. Back in, there's one dude on Reddit, I think, that starts off his comments, and then by the end of the comment, it's back in 1998 when Mankind threw the Undertaker off Hell in a, or maybe it was Mankind being thrown off. I don't know. I'm obviously
I don't remember.
Little illiterate when it comes to the specific copy pasta. How about this? A 1v1 over in the duo lane. Vote had done more damage. Cyclone Spin with all 3 snipes connecting. We'll send it right on back. Now Neilma rotates in, makes Cyclone pay for the overextension. This is a good numbered fight for the Oni Warriors. An early advantage for the Oni Warriors. Gives them an advantage later on in the fight, and the kills are even.
Love that play from Vote, playing aggressive, knowing that he's got numbers on the way, and not great ward coverage from the Titans on this left-hand side makes him think that fight is going to stay advantageous for them, when in actuality it was Vote who was doing the baiting all along and perfectly calculating his health bar, by the way, knowing that he can take all 3 snipes and still survives. Easy double kill there for the Warriors. And notably, it isn't a double kill for one person. It's spread a little bit. One for Fred, one for Neil. And I think that's best case scenario because they both get a little bit of an extra infusion.
And I did wonder, and we're getting kind of specific into item talk here. Blackthorn Hammer's been prioritized pretty heavily here recently. But feels like Fenrir support specifically still likes this this sledge as a first overall item. Gives Neilma a little bit of that extra damage, bruiseriness earlier in the game. And so despite Blackthorn being favored right now by some junglers and even solo lane here and there, still sledge for Neil first.
Blackthorn's more of the bridge sort of, I just need cheap stats, and I'm not really that concerned about how effective those cheap stats are. The Sledge is much more focused on, I'm going to be in there, and I want some defense in order to survive that, but I still want to deal a little bit of damage, and Sledge a little bit better in that regard.
So strong for Neilma. Now, and I think that's kind of the avenue we discussed. Look, the Titans have this clear game plan, but in the moment of an overplay, that's where or an outplay, that's where the Oni Warriors can find their advantage. Luckily for the Titans, that hasn't resulted in a big swing, gold or XP-wise. Still a gold lead, still an XP lead in the first 9-10 minutes of the game. Mifflin on the desk did kind of mention, he said, look, if this Titans team, you're getting into that 3,000-4,000 gold area, 12 to 15 minutes in, that's where his confidence lies as far as the Titans being able to close this one out. So, with that being said, this first Gold Fury, always important anyway, but keeping the Titans in check in this early game for the Oni Warriors are going to have to show up. They're able to get both Oracles. This one, at least for the duration of the Oracles, won't get snuck away.
And it's also important in that last play that Dardas is able to stick with that Hera as well and rotate over, out-rotate Paul.
Yep.
And so you're not nearly as behind. You get 2 assists. You end up being in a pretty decent spot. Still down about 200 gold in net worth department, but active on the map. And that's going to be key for Dardas, is to find these outnumbered fights, because I still feel like, Dave, whenever we get down to it, 5 on 5, down to brass tacks. This isn't the Royal Rumble. We're talking Hell in a Cell.
That's right.
And that's still going to happen to the Warriors eventually. Now, Phantom should come through for the Oni Warriors, but that's going to be a little bit still.
At some point, right. And we're still level 8 for Neil, who would be the priority on picking that one up. So Darda is opting for a similar build here, Aggro, and so is Paul. And it seemed to work out. And maybe the pacing of the game similar enough to how things were in Game 1 that both of the builds still make sense, where Paul was absolutely swinging. It was Soul Reaver into Obshard, if I'm remembering correctly, for Paul in the next 2 item slots.
Yep.
Don't imagine you deviate too much from that, especially when you've been able to chill and farm up and the game's going all right for you.
Yeah, I think that double kill over there for the Warriors put the brakes on a bit for the Titans. They go, all right, they're not gonna, we're not gonna be able to do whatever we want on the map. Let's just play for the exact same style that we did last game, which is wait until we 5 on 5, and then this Fenrir becomes a lot worse, and this Erlong Shen becomes a lot worse, and we just start dominating with our double cage. And I think that the Titans are right on that assessment. I think if I'm the Warriors, I'm looking for outnumbered fights still. I'm looking to gain superior ward vision in the jungle and try and use that to spring some traps on the Titans.
Well, it feels good as in the last couple of 1v1 trades, it feels like Vote's just done more damage to Cyclone Spin, except for Cyclone Spin hitting the snipes onto to Vote there by the end of it. That's probably few and far between. I don't know how much of an advantage you're going to be able to leverage there. Maybe instead you got to send Odin right around the backside of the fight. And Aurora will say, no, thank you. I'll walk right back into lane. But this Heimdall's always the threat, especially when it's Vote. We talk so much about Nika for this Oni Warriors team and how, it's just such a concrete, solid front line, an anchor, if you will, for this Oni Warriors team. Feels like Vote as well is in less concrete, more damagey type of a scenario where Vote has this sneaky ability to show up and just go off in these types of games.
Poor Vote's just gotten the treatment all year long. That he's just been, it's been purple pressure is the name of the game for opposing teams. It's diving Vote underneath this tier 1 as early as possible. Eliminating him as a win condition has been a clear strategy for a lot of teams up against the Warriors. And the Warriors have not done a great job of making sure that they punish elsewhere on the map when those things happen. And so as a result, Vote has had some games that look like real stinkers. But overall, I think that he's played really, really well this year. I think that last play that sets up the 2 kills for the Warriors is really just a perfect play by Vote that sets it all up.
Here we go. This was the big moment for the Tartarus Titans to extend their lead early in this game, and it's only Neoma who is immediately here, and the Titans will secure the Gold Fury, and that's great investment from Aurora. We'll drop the cage down. Nobody else is going to get in melee range, and Vote can't auto-attack it down. You got to go through those walls first. So a nice little gold spike, little XP spike to the Titans.
Weighted coin flip there from the Titans is the way I'd put that. You know, it's not guaranteed. They don't have good secure, but they're favored. It's only one person jumping in, and it's Neoma with a brutalized tick. So, like the calculated risk there by the Titans gets them a little bit of a lead. Good response though from the Warriors. Typical as typical gets. One team gets gold, the other gets pyro.
And so the gold lead extends a little bit further for the Tartarus Titans. Cyclone Spin will do his best to stay healthy, happy, and alive here in this lane up against Vote. Ward coverage extends a little bit further out for Cyclone Spin this time, beneath the Fury Pit there. So if there are 1v1s to be had, Cyclone Spin will know, truthfully, that it's a 1v1. If we can go back to Vote, I am curious. Totally not any sort of analysis. I want to know what skin he's rocking with here.
This is the new Heimdall skin.
Okay, good, because I didn't recognize it. It's sweet.
It's like he's just hot. That's the thing. Like, what if we did
Heimdall? Just hot.
I can picture the pitch right now. What if we just took Heimdall and made him hot?
Look at the icon next to Vote. You know what? Look at the piercing blue eyes that he's got there.
Yeah, I mean, that's some people's
Idris Elba plays him in the Marvel movies.
You'll never hear me say a bad word about Idris Elba. That's never going to come out of my mouth. But no, he's like, you know, he's like a clubbing, modern sort of guy.
Like avocado toast in the morning, maybe a little bit out of that age range.
Out of that age range. He's a little bit older, but yeah, I'm not going to go with where I was going.
Right, the older dude in the club still. Right, I get it. Vote playing
Ballin'
the Heimdall skin.
And not on a budget for the
Right, not on a budget. And that's the important part of this one. Aurora gets jumped on and then jumped on again by Neoma here. Had his cage, and so dangerous jump in from Neoma.
That, though, is a great skin idea. Ballin' on a budget. And it's like every time you buy an item, they go, oh, this is how much?
So who would get
I can't afford this.
What is it, like a millennial someone?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, this plus student loans?
Like Millennial Scylla or something like
that.
Yeah,
or Jing Wei or something like that.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be really funny. But you know, a lot of people probably play Smite for the escape. They really want to be thinking about their student loans as they're playing. I know. I don't.
You're on a killing spree. You go back by a massive power spike. God, student loans, and then you have a moment.
Yeah, you're like, right. Oh my God, I forgot to pay them this month. Like, I'm hosed.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so not good.
No, it's good actually.
No, it is good, but
thank you.
Not good for the mental. No, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I think it's a good idea that won't get implemented for important reasons.
Sure.
Yes, we want to give people an escape. Right now, the Oni Warriors have found an escape from the early onslaught of the Tartarus Titans. The game is slowed down just a little bit. There's no Pyro to secure. There is also no Oni Fury to secure. There is a Tier 1 tower to dive, though, and Aurora thinking he might want to take part. Instead, Paul is going to send some damage in. Layers, who has slowed down since that early double kill, is here as well. And the soft defense from the Warriors pay off.
Not a lot of early pressure on this mid lane tower, but Dart has his early rotations, and Tiamat just tends to get these little poke damage on the towers with the lizards. You'll see Paul use that cooldown every time it's up. Just put it in the lane, and it's moments like this where Dardes has to shade right in order to help here. These minions are going to deal damage.
Fight breaks out.
Nice
Aurora able to cage in Nika. Now Nika lurking in the waters, but watch out for Paul lurking in the back line. Winds of Shamash onto Nika as well. A whole lot invested onto this Sobek. Survivability high enough that its back camp's taken away. Nika was even able to get his own blue buff there. And so some investment. Tartarus Titans trying to find the kills, but a tough target to lock down.
Yeah, it turns out that percent protections is a good stat to have as a front line.
Yeah, I can't imagine it'd be bad.
And that's what Sobek has whenever he lurks in the waters. He gets extra protections based on its percentage.
And he lurks.
And he's lurking. No doubt about that one. And that's really the difference for Nika. Benji tries to time the ultimate for as soon as Nika comes out. Is a little bit early, but I think that was his only opportunity in order to press it and actually have it land. So he was probably hoping for damage more so than CC.
Yep.
Nika had beads anyways, but Pridwin Shield also turns out to be pretty good when you got a lot of protections.
Here's a Sobek buff because he clearly needs one.
No.
When he's lurking in the waters, he goes under player-made walls.
No.
No? Okay, never mind. That's right up there in bad ideas with balling on a budget skins.
That's a good idea.
In Smite. Nope. I don't hear nothing of it. But I admire the creativity, aggro. That's good on you. And the creativity from the Titans to kill off Nika there. It's obviously not your ideal target, you know, as far as health goes. I mean, if you can get Dardes, Cubo Fred, hell, even Neil or Vote in there, you're probably going to have a bit of an easier time. Pyromancer's going to be up on one side of the map. The Oni Fury is going to be up on the other. So if one team or the other doesn't necessarily feel comfortable with the fight, you do have the opportunity to trade out these objectives. But as the game has slowed down, aggro, we have reached those power spike items from Paul. The Soul Reaver is there. The percent pen portion of the Ob Shard has connected here on this Tiamat. A 1-level lead over Dardes, who does have Ob Shard as well. So the Herald will hit, but Paul's going to be hitting as well.
Definitely a little bit harder even because he's got that extra 2/3 of an item.
Engage from Benji, Neoma in, and then immediately out. Nika alone in the back line with everyone from the Tartarus Titans. Lurks and then unlurks, shows himself, but with half of his HP missing. Big engage from Layers, who then gets pulled right on back. And then the cage connects as well. This is perfect scenario for the Tartarus Titans, and they're making the Oni Warriors pay for grouping. A couple kills have already been connected. Cubo Fred will be burned on down. Everyone from the Titans getting involved. 3 members from the Oni Warriors, soon to be 4, soon to be 5.
Dardes, no beads, will get stunned, but no one else here. It's just Aurora on the solo mission because Nika
maybe 4
has kindly pulled the rest of the team away. Just too simple for the Titans with all of their AoE control. The Warriors get out of the first cage, which was very good from Layers, and directly into the waiting arms of Aurora, who drops the cage right afterwards. Who cares about this Oni Fury? Fire Giant is a call for the Titans, and that fight just goes instantly from difficult to impossible for the Warriors as soon as those initiations from Nika in particular doesn't find anything. I mean, he blink flux, splits the uprights, doesn't find anyone from the Titans, doesn't put any pressure on any sets of relics, and then has to ult out as just a mobility tool to make sure he doesn't get locked down. And then the Warriors are, of course, going to pull up in order to help their solo laner, who's overextended. And as soon as those two intersect, as soon as Nika retreating and the back line stepping up to help him intersect, that's when Layers went in. Really good team fight timing there from Layers.
Man, the Titans are going to get absolutely everything. They're going to get the Fire Giant. They'll send 4 to the Oni Fury, which they'll secure. And then they also have Layers over on the Pyromancer. So that goes for them. Take a look at the left side of your screen there. 1,600 gold at least for the Tartarus Titans, up to about 2,500 for Cyclone Spin, who will be able to finish off that item and then some. So we've reached 1 second to midnight here, it feels like, for the Oni Warriors in this game. As I mentioned earlier, Mifflin kind of set the 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead earlier in the game. We're at about 9,000 ahead for the Titans now. In aggro, there's a whole lot of gold on the map still to be taken. A couple towers, expose those Phoenixes. It's the old setup Fire Giant, as we like to call it. The Titans will be doing plenty of that.
Lots of gold left on the map now. 5,500 for the Titans to take by my math, which is usually not very good, but in this case, I'm pretty sure I'm right. And it's not gonna be an easy defense because you've got the back line on the Titans finishing off their starter items, whereas you've got a level 16 Erlong Shen, a level 14 Fenrir trying to put pressure on those guys. They just can shrug that off pretty easily with how much stronger they're gonna be.
Yep, and why not? Why not do this? Why not send a few people left? You send a few people mid, maybe the Oni Warriors show some face, but I don't think you're feeling comfortable fighting underneath anything except for maybe your Titans at this point, and even then, not comfortable. It's been this play over and over. Aurora walks in, cages someone. This time it's Cubo Fred. Then the chain CC is there on the back end. One more cage is in, and Cyclone Spin with the ultimate finishes off the Oni Warriors jungler. There is a Ragnarok for Neilmob, but it's brought Layers right back into engage range. Tier 2 tower gets taken down. Couple exposed Phoenixes for the Titans.
That was a really smart play from Aurora, too. He body blocked Fred so he couldn't get the autos that he needed.
Wow, Cubo Fred is still 30 seconds away. If you lose this fight, Warriors, you lose the game. And the Tartarus Titans realize that Aurora wreaking havoc in the backline. A jump in from Benji as the mid lane Phoenix goes down. Vote gone before my eyes. As God is my witness, he is broken in half, and so is Neilma. The Oni Warriors lose just about everyone, and they'll lose the game here. The Titans roll over them in 22 minutes.
Yeah, this is, look, the Bolts played pretty well yesterday, but the Warriors were sticking with them. This is Phase 2 playoff champ, Tartarus Titans, baby, defending their title.
There are a few respawns from the Oni Warriors, but the juggling of the aggro could be strong here from the Tartarus Titans. Nika drop-kicked against the wall. Paul, killing spree, untouched, 305 for the mid laner, and you're playing with your food at this point. And play no further, will the Titans or the Oni Warriors. Game 2 comes to a close. The Titans finish off the 2-0.
Now they just need the belt, because they won Hell in a Cell 2021. You know,
Which is the one with the suitcase of cash?
That's Money in the Bank.
Money in the Bank.
Yeah,
which is when, if you get that,
you can cash it in for a title opportunity
at
any
point.
time.
But it's so
Great
scummy,
writing.
right? Like a dude
100%.
is like gassed on the ground and you won.
For like all the battle royales, like they stole third partying from Money in the Bank when you think about it.
I mean, that is brutal. That's like somebody right now challenging the Oni Warriors to another matchup. They're cashing in money, although not a
Their mental is shattered.
Mental is shattered.
When they're at their lowest point. Look, the Warriors, they came in. They clearly weren't ready for what the Titans were going to do. They came in with a strat of letting Paul take Tiamat, and I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I have to say this, but like, stop.
We said that after the finals.
I know. We said that before the finals. We said it during the finals. We said it after the finals, and here I am. Week 1 of Phase 3, saying it again.
We did say that during the
finals.
finals.
Stop letting this man play Tiamat.
Yeah, something's got to change
Stop.
here. Tiamat seems to be the answer. That stop
I need
was
the
like
big clock.
That stop was like distraught. I felt that emotionally in my bones, and the Oni Warriors felt it on the playing field here. Tartarus Titans take this one with ease, 2-0, and that'll finalize our final set of the day. We'll head to a break. The desk will take us home after.
Gotta take off my jacket for this one. Oh, dude, this.
No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of cores. Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
And welcome back to the desk one final time here for the SMITE Pro League for the day. Thanks to our title sponsor, Alienware, one more time for providing not only our pros, but also here in the studio, all of the amazing setups available that these pro players have the opportunity to play on. If you want a chance to get your hands on some top-tier gaming quality gear, you can go over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get your hands on those discount codes and take a look at some of the details of the products highlighted in that video if you want to take a look at it for yourself. One more time, smitegame.com/Alienware and code SMITEAW. Thank you one more time, Alienware, for sponsoring the SMITE Pro League here in season number 8. And a big congratulations to the Tartarus Titans for taking the 2-0 in our set today. Oni Warriors not able to fight back that time either, and a much swifter victory here in Game 2 for the Titans.
Quick one, not much to break down, right? The Tartarus Titans just control it. We called it during the P's and B's. The Tartarus Titans, with the draft that they had, were able to establish a lead in the early game. I think I said like 3,000-ish gold. It'd be pretty hard to come back from that position, and it was pretty hard.
Hey, we get a nice classic throwback meme here, the old aggro sign that pops up, and what does it say there? Stop letting Paul play Tiamat, with a little angry face. Yeah, maybe some teams take a couple of lessons from that set. Maybe
is that allowed, you think? Is aggro allowed to give people advice like that?
I mean,
that feels like collusion.
I mean, by us being on the desk giving thoughts about picks and bans, that's kind of us maybe giving some advice at the same time.
Okay, all right, carry on.
So, I don't know. Maybe just stop giving Paul Tiamat. Maybe that's just the lesson to be learned from now 2 sets in a row of play with him on that guy.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to let Paul play the best character in the game like every time. I mean, that's it. Why not just like make him a little bit worse? Like play something that's slightly less meta. You got to think some teams would benefit from that, but instead, it really feels like a lot of squads are still trying to figure out what exactly it is that they want to prioritize here after the 8.8 balance patch, and we're, as Aggro alluded to it during that cast, going to see a wide shift in what the meta looks like once 8.9 drops this Tuesday, with Assassins coming back in a big way. So maybe that will shift some things up there as well, and we won't have to worry about the Paul Tiamat, but I doubt it. I think Paul Tiamat's going to be a consistent threat.
Even with the nerfs to this Gilgamesh that we saw with the 8.8 patch, layers still made him look pretty nice. Still made him look like a pretty decent god there, and maybe it's just the rest of the Titans kind of surging around him that kind of allows him to play that upfront style for it. But looking at the chart here, looking at the kills, deaths, the assists, I think it's the exact same 2 players who died in game number 1. Just 1 death for Layers, just 1 death for Cyclone, and nothing else around the board for it.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure.
What's up, man?
Even still looking at it, I don't think even in this second game it was a death on the board for anybody outside of just those 2 players going through. There was definitely more kills spread across the board throughout for them. But big shout outs here to the Tartarus Titans, able to make some strong starts here in phase 3 of the season.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what we expect from them, right? I mean it's the playoff champions, guys. They're favorites rather to win inside of this one, and the Oni Warriors, well, they don't shift up fate this time around. Instead, clean 2-0 and maybe a cleaner second game than the first one.
Well, let's talk to the playoff champion support himself. We've got Aurora standing by for our post-game interview. Aurora, congratulations on your win today. First question I got to ask for you, we asked at the end of Phase 3 playoffs what you were going to do to celebrate. You said eat ice cream. Did you actually eat that ice cream after your win?
Of course. You always got to get the ice cream. I ate ice cream all weekend that weekend. It was great. Yo, Jiffins also trolled you. He put game 1 up instead of game 2, and you were confused.
I was a little confused, but I mean, look, it all still came out the same. It was a win for you guys. You got some big kills, you got some big assists. Jithens is really out here trolling. If you're out there in chat, make sure to wish Jithens a happy birthday on Twitter. Make sure to pop it in the chat. Maybe troll him back just a little bit. But Aurora, big win for you guys. Coming off your Phase 3 or your Phase 2 playoff victory, coming now into Phase 3. How important are these first few weeks of wins for you guys moving towards the second half of the phase?
I think it's good. I mean, I'm just happy that we're doing better.
Oh, fidget spinner.
Fidget spinner, baby. Who could ever be disappointed with getting some big wins? But I think another important question, you guys got a LAN game tomorrow, taking on the Scarabs. How excited are you to play here on LAN against the Scarabs?
I'm feeling good. Are you going to be there tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. You're going to be here tomorrow. So I'll see you here tomorrow for the LAN. I mean, I've got to be here. It's part of my job for it. And you got to be here because you guys said you would be.
It's part of his job.
Aurora, congratulations. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow here on the LAN.
Yo, thanks.
Always fun times with the Titans, and they brought the fidget spinner back from the Paul interview. Hey, Paul got a little bit of practice with it. He's looking pretty good with that fidget spinner now, Mifflin.
Yeah, man. He's looking. You can't let the players troll you like this, J-Mac. We gotta stay composed, bro.
We're just having fun out here.
All right, I'm glad you're having fun. The Tartarus Titans clearly having some fun as well.
Are you having fun, Mifflin?
Of course.
Well, speaking of fun, let's talk about the fun schedule for the rest of the weekend. We got one more day of SPL for this week, and then obviously we'll come back again next week. Matchups tomorrow: Atlantis Leviathans and Valhalla Valkyries will be the first set, and then as previously highlighted, the second set of the day here in studio, Tartarus Titans versus the Solar Scarabs. We'll get to see a look at the new Solar Scarabs after their Phase 2 not ending out so hot for them. We'll see if they can make a nice resurgence here in Phase 3 and maybe try and put a stop to the Tartarus Titans, but that's now, I believe, their 7th win in a row so far with the sets going through, and sitting here tied up at the #1 spot with 2 other teams. It looks a little odd in the standings, but remember, it's only 1 set played so far. We'll see some more shakeups as the remainder of the weeks go for the standings.
Yeah, we sure will. And again, it is Atlantis Leviathans versus the Valkyries, and then we've got the Titans and the Scarabs in studio tomorrow. Atlantis Leviathans versus Valkyries, I think we got some pretty fair expectations of how that one's going to pan out. But it is worth noting for that Scarab set that Inbound has gone on record, that is the support and team captain for the Solar Scarabs, that he is projecting at least a top 5 finish going into Worlds this year. That's bold words for the Solar Scarabs. These guys have been historically struggling throughout the year, have had some pretty wild roster shakeups and roster drama very recently, but that vote of confidence from Inbound, for some reason, has inspired me just a little bit. I feel like, he's not just saying it. He might actually have something cooking up.
Bobby can make a believer out of just about anybody with all the charisma he has built up. We'll see how the Scarabs can perform against the Titans tomorrow. But that's all that we got here for you today on the SPL. We'll be back again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, for some more SPL action. So we'll hope to see you there.
Peaches.